To call this meeting to order. This is the Otero County Commission meeting Thursday, April 13th, 2023. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Markort?
Here.
Commissioner Mattingly?
Here.
Commissioner Barella?
Here.
And we're going to have invocation today by Tim Green from Cottonwood Fellowship Church. If you'll come up, please.
Father, we just come to you this morning grateful, Lord, for your goodness to us. Thank you for the freedoms that we still have in America, in this country. Thank you, Lord, for the freedom to pray, Lord, for people who believe in the power of prayer. So we pray today, asking your blessings, Lord, upon this session today, that you would give wisdom, Lord, to those that are here, that all the decisions that are made will be made for the good of the people and bring glory and honor to your name. And I ask it in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen. If you'll follow me in the pledge, please. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico. The Z is symbol of perfect friendships among united cultures. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a public hearing that's supposed to open at 9:05, but we're gonna open it and then recess it so that we'll be on time, and then we'll go right back to it. But we've got a proclamation to read first. Do we have anybody here from the Rotary Club? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read this. Okay, whereas the Alamogordo Rotary Club, founded in April 1923 in Alamogordo, Otero County, New Mexico, is one of the county's largest nonprofit service organizations and is one of the state of New Mexico's oldest Rotary clubs. And whereas Rotary International is a worldwide service organization founded in Chicago in 1905, currently consisting of more than 1.4 million professional and business leader members in more than 46,000 clubs around the world. And whereas the Rotary motto, service above self, inspires members to provide humanitarian service, encourage high ethical standards, and promote goodwill and peace in the world. And whereas the Rotary Club finds club projects and sponsors volunteers with community expertise to provide medical supplies, health care, clean water, food production, job training, and education to millions in need, particularly in developing countries. And whereas Rotary in 1985 launched Polio Plus and spearheaded efforts with the World Health Organization, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and UNICEF to immunize the children of the world against polio and further the number of cases of the paralyzing and potentially deadly infectious disease has been reduced by 99.99% worldwide. And whereas Rotary supports causes such as promoting peace, fighting disease, providing clean water, sanitation and hygiene, saving mothers and children, supporting education, growing local economies, and protecting the environment. And whereas the Alamogordo Rotary Club and its members in its 100-year history have contributed immeasurable dollars and countless volunteer hours supporting the causes of Rotary in Otero County, New Mexico. Now therefore, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners, New Mexico, call upon all citizens of Otero County to recognize and celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Alamogordo Rotary Club and congratulate our Rotarians for their service above self in the centennial anniversary event being celebrated on April 15th, 2023, proclaimed during the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners this 13th of April, 2023. So, yay Rotary. All right, now we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing back up. So we're going to discuss the public and hear comment, consider approval of ordinance number 23-01, an amendment of ordinance number 0-05, a franchise agreement with Chaparral Cablevision.
Good morning, Commissioners. Do we have anyone from Chaparral Cablevision present? Okay, sir, ma'am, if you could please have a seat at the table up there. The commissioners may have questions for you. Commissioners, this is a franchise agreement with Chaparral Cablevision. It's an agreement that we have had going back to 1990. These agreements can be in place for 15 years. So the first one went to 2005, and then a new one was enacted then, and the previous one expired in 2020, and no new. So we're addressing it now. The agreement that is before you is substantially the same as the previous agreements that we've had with Chaparral Cablevision.
And you supply all your own insurance. I mean, the county has no liability towards any type of insurance regarding this, correct?
I was wondering if the insurance shouldn't be increased a little bit, since it was, that 500,000 was set at 20 years ago. Should we go to 750,000, kind of?
We should probably be updated to $1 million, actually.
Okay, because it's in here for 500,000. And then also, because you're an internet provider and everything, are you part of the GIS mapping system? Are you coordinating with any of that to show any of your out-of-service areas and stuff? Is that something that needs to be in here too, so they can coordinate with the county, their mapping, so we can bring broadband to those that may not have it? Is that a requirement, or? It's on my wish list, how's that? Yeah. Okay. Is there a current rate sheet on file at the clerk's office?
Excuse me.
Is there a current rate sheet on file with the clerk's office?
I do not believe that it is in the clerk's office.
So I got copies of other franchise agreements. One that is held in Tularosa and one that is held in Carrizozo. And each one of those agreements pay the counties 3% of their GRT taxes. And I don't see that your agreement shows that we're paying anything.
No, it
Sure.
never had before. I know that it is common for that, to have a franchise tax along with it. So it wasn't originally, and we didn't change that. We're certainly open to anything the county would. I think it says in there that it can be any time could be added. Is that correct?
That's correct. But now would be the time to do it if we're going to do it.
I think I would just like mention of, working in coordination with GIS mapping in the county for sure. And I would like to see 3% of the way that it's worded as that shall pay the county franchise payments in amount equal to 3% of the gross monthly recurring revenues from the services listed in appendix, but you get it. And then in your current expired contract, it says that you have the rate sheets on file with the clerk's office, and anytime you do any rate changes. So, and the reason why I was asking that is because I don't want to impose harm on the citizens of Chaparral by adding this 3% fee in there. Is that going to make a difference?
Well, generally you would pass the any kinds of taxes that are incurred will be added to the bill.
And I guess without seeing your current rate sheets, I'm assuming that you're competitive down there. There's nobody to compare to in Chaparral.
Well, CenturyLink is in Chaparral,
Oh.
and I believe that we're, equally competitive with them. Especially with our internet speeds available, we're way ahead of CenturyLink. In fact, I think that they've actually quit putting lines in Chaparral recently. But That would be probably added to the customer's bills. Now, one thing about the internet service in the state does not tax internet. They do tax cable TV. So there's no, the state of New Mexico, I think, did away with the tax on the internet maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
So it says 3% of gross monthly recurring revenues, but I've also seen it where it's 3% of GRT. So that's just, I think, for whatever we decide.
I don't want it to increase anybody's rates down there.
I don't either, but I also don't want to see I think that the county should charge this, since we're assuming some of this responsibility by agreement in the franchise. I think that we should be able to get 3% of it.
What liability do we have as far as the county goes?
They agree to indemnify us, but it is the use of our right-of-ways, and potentially if they are putting something new in, it would cause a disruption or require construction to a road or an intersection, and so it would be a disruption in services. Of course, the cost of that would be passed on to them. They would be responsible for that, but the disruption would be the issue there. As far as the franchise fees, it is standard practice that the cost of whatever that is passed on to the customer. So it would essentially be a tax on the residents of Chaparral. And,
On your cable services down there, are your lines off the road in an easement? Are they overhead? Are they running? How do you get your cable?
Well, they're both ways. We have underground and we have aerial both. So for the most part, the new stuff out there towards Highway 54 on the far east side, we put pipe in the ground with open trench. And recently, the last one, subdivision that's currently being built, we're going to do aerial on that particular one on El Paso electric poles.
Okay. So on the older part where there's not, if it's on the underground, do you do road bores if it's on the other side of the street, or do you cut the asphalt, trench across, and then?
When the subdivision is put in, the road crossings are done at that time.
Put in the older part?
Yeah, it's all been done.
It's all been done?
Uh-huh. And we've also overlaid the entire part of, well, not just Otero County, but the Donna Ana side as well, with wireless internet. At the present time, that we don't offer TV with the wireless, but so for some of the places that set way back where you would have to put in super long individual drops, the wireless comes in pretty handy for those kinds of people, so that, because, you know, usually we charge for a drop berry depending on how far it goes, so that could get a little costly. So that's what we've done with our wireless division, is we've overlaid the entire city.
How many customers do you service on the Otero County side?
We service approximately, at the present time, there's approximately 450 internet subs, and the cable TV subs is about 100. Cable TVs kind of went on the wayside over the years. Now we just started a project in conjunction with the school district, the Gadsden School District, And so, they've awarded us, a project to bring free internet to all the students of Gadsden. And we've started on that project, and we're actually turned the chaparral portion on, about 3 weeks ago. And that's getting, so these numbers are moving pretty fast right now, from the subscriber. A lot, it's kind of interesting. A lot of them are keeping the regular internet because the school internet is filtered, so that the students can't go to certain websites and stuff like that. So a lot of the households are putting in a dual system that was kind of interesting. We thought everybody would say, well, free is pretty good, and but they're kind of looking at it like maybe not for me, but for my students. They want the filtered stuff. So that's what we're currently doing. It's a pretty big project for us, and so we're glad that we were picked to do this. So that's another thing that's going on right now.
What is the county's requirements for the property damage and what it is? I know that there's a minimum is $1 million on the liability deal, but the other numbers on the insurance, are they to county standards that everybody else?
I would have to have Josh Sturgeon look at that. In the ordinance, they are lower than most of our agreements, though.
That would be the only thing I would think they need to come to county standards just on all of that.
I agree.
Do you have a problem with that?
No, I don't.
And if the county had any need to use any of your poles for like our fire alarm system or police signals or anything like that, we're able to use that free of charge, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, as well as we provide free internet service to the volunteer fire department right now. I don't think any of the other county places right now have service from us except for the fire department. I think that the health place has CenturyLink.
The old community building?
Substation used to have, substation used to have.
That's now run by New Mexico
Police.
Health,
Yeah, but
and
that's
I don't know
not
what they
Right.
have. That's up
Oh,
to them.
okay.
Does your service run to a sheriff department out there? What service do they have at the state, or do you have any at all?
Yeah, that's
CenturyLink.
CenturyLink. We've been trying to talk to them for a while to see if we could, get our service moved over there, but we haven't been successful so far. Because we service the both prisons.
Would that be a free service that you offer to the sheriff's department?
Yes, it would be free. The only thing that we would want would be the space on that tower out there. Would help us because we service Oro Grande, both the base camp and the town, and that's a wireless shot from Chaparral, and if we could get out a little further to cut that down a little bit, it would also help the Oro Grande situation, so that we could move bandwidth, more bandwidth out that way. So that's one thing we've been talking to them a few different times, but I think that they have several, not just the Chaparral substation, but I think they do substations elsewhere in the county. So I don't know if they have some kind of a special thing with CenturyLink.
David, are you paying for that service? Are we paying for that? Yes? If we can get something to look at.
Right. I would have to wait for, John's in class in Florida right now. I would have to wait for him to get back, pick his brains a little bit. He's definitely, why I know we ran a fiber drop to the substation, just for better internet speeds and stuff, as far as working between there and here. They have to send reports and stuff like that. So let me get with John and I'll let you know exactly what's going on. I don't have all the answers.
And you're telling me that your service is a better service?
Well, I think it is.
No.
Definitely.
I would be worried if you said no.
Mr. Groff, do you know off the top of your head, and would you be willing to state here approximately what your monthly revenue would be?
Well, that'd be hard for me to bring off the top of my head. I would think that somewhere, well, let's see if I had a calculator, I'd figure that out. Say, like,
Yeah.
okay, there you go.
450 customers at what, $50 a month?
Well, there's probably 65.
29,250 a month, 30,000.
Yeah, and so there's a few other, fees that you get for installations and different service calls and stuff like that. So I suppose it could be as much as 35,000. Now, that wouldn't include the prison. The prison is a little bit more than that. That probably adds another, between the two of them, that probably adds about another $5,000. So we're, $40,000. And hoping that goes up, because it seems like it's growing really fast out there on the east side.
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
And you've got a local business office in Chaparral?
Yes, we do. We have our office, walk-in office is on Macomb Street.
And is that the Otero County side?
No, that's in Diana.
I think this says that they're required to have an office in Otero County side. I don't see where, I think as long as you're in Chaparral, I think it's
Yeah.
okay, but I don't know.
We can amend that or
Okay.
just take that out.
My main deal would only be just to upgrade the insurance to the county standard.
I would be willing to say 2% of fees, providing that you give, the sheriff's office and continue with the fire department services for free.
If my math is even approximately correct, I think that would mean an extra dollar, between $1 and $2 added to each customer's bill monthly.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
What would we use that for? that money for.
What kind of a fund does that go into?
I believe it would go to the general fund.
Yes.
And that, since it's for right-of-way use, it could, reasonably make sense to pass that on to the road department. And so what that would mean in revenues is somewhere between $7,000 and $10,000 annually. Not a huge amount.
I might add this, I don't know how that would impact, the, project that we're doing with the Gadsden School District, seeing as though that the school district pays the monthly fee for the filtered service. Would we have to tell them that they have to pay 2%, or how would that work?
At the elementary school on the Otero side?
Well, yeah, well, not just the not the school itself, but
The Gadsden.
Whole district?
all the,
The
every
district.
student, or every household that has a student or more than one or more than two, the service is free for the filtered service.
Is that,
I mean, it's not free because, Gadsden is paying a portion of that, because we wouldn't be able to survive by just giving out free service.
Right.
But, and then, the other thing is, if people can, the ADC, the federal government, if you qualify, you can get $30 taken off your internet
The
bill.
internet service.
So some people are qualifying for that. We haven't had as good a participation as we thought we would get, because you can only do that once, and a lot of people have used that for their cell phone service. And we thought more people would be using that, for their home internet service, but so far, we're only running about maybe under 10% of these people that are, of course, we're just barely getting
We're just
started
getting
on this.
started on
but
this, though.
It looks like it's not as popular because they've already used the program. And that's a federal program, so I just don't know how that would impact that free service.
Mr. Groff, the franchise fee would be calculated off of whatever your gross revenues are. You'd report that quarterly and make your payment. However, you choose to pass that on, whether you choose to just, incur it all, or if you choose to pass it on to customers would be, and how you do that would be at your discretion.
I see, okay.
I'm not a big fond of charging the school systems. Any other thing?
So do we have to amend this and come back next month, or do we make a motion with changes?
You can make a motion with the changes, and we'll just include those. You'll approve the agreement with those changes, and once we have the changes in the document, then it would be signed by all parties.
Well, we've done this whole time without this charge, so I'm not really in favor of starting a new charge for anything. It's not enough money to make a really very big difference, and I don't want to incur more expense on the people in Chaparral, so that's my 2 cents worth on that one.
Where's Tom at?
He's
Tom?
in Trent's office.
Tom, what kind of, excuse me, what kind of, do we have any repair work or work we have to do from any damages from the cable systems down in Chaparral?
Nothing as of yet, no.
Okay. So I'm kind of go with you on that. So if we don't have any repair work or any work like that, I can't see, you know, if we were gonna take that and put it in the general fund and put it in his account for repair, I could understand it. But if we're not having to do a bunch of repair work for anything that's been done,
The way the county spec'd it out, if they're doing a dig across one of our roads, they have to supposed to pull a permit from the road shop. When construction is done, we're supposed to go down and inspect it, and make sure it's backfilled properly and patched properly.
Okay, so our main change was gonna up the insurance to $1 million, correct?
Let's just set it to the industry, the current industry and county standards.
Okay, got anything else?
No, just the rate sheet, we just need to get that on file.
Yeah, you do that.
Hmm?
Is that what you do? Go up here and do that here?
Mm-hmm.
do you have anything you wanna add?
I really don't. All I can say is that, you know, we're glad that you guys started this back in the early '90s with us, and we've just done our damnedest to, you know, keep bringing the services and adding services, and started out being cable TV, and now it's, of course, almost about face, and internet's taken over, and I see that continues to be something that everybody needs, and more and more and more. And so we've always tried to keep up with the technology, and it's kind of tough. We're small, and
We did.
so far I think so good. I don't know that there's a lot of complaints. I mean, there's complaints.
You always get complaints.
There's complaints.
Somewhere.
When it seems like if you're the incumbent, there's complaints, because people don't like paying a monthly bill over and over and over again. So if there's a new one come in, and I know that they put their signs up, mostly wireless companies, and, you know, that don't offer as good a service, but you'd be surprised how many people will jump
Try
on
it.
it just
Oh,
because
they
it's
try it.
not the incumbent, you know. So we've been doing it a long time, so we're gonna hopefully continue to do a good job for the county.
All right. Anything else?
Commissioner Marquardt, I don't think anyone signed up to speak, but since it's a public hearing, you might want to check and see if anyone has a
Okay,
comment.
did anyone have a comment that they wanted to speak to on this issue? Okay. All right.
So are we adding the 2% or not adding 2%?
That's up to you.
Well, I see how you were writing notes down.
Yeah, I would say no on that.
And Lincoln and all the other counties are doing that?
I have copies of them. Do you want to see them? So this one is, let's see, this one's Carrizosa and that one's Tularosa. I just asked for two, I didn't ask for more.
So you want this back?
Yeah, I suppose it does.
I don't think it's really costing the county money for them to give us this service, and I don't want to charge somebody to do business in Otero County, so I'm still not in favor of that.
Well, I'm all about trying to figure out a way to make the county some more money, but there's another group that will be speaking later on a sewer system going in down there, and if that goes through and continues, that'll be a $54 a month increase to the people in Chaparral. So I'm going to be against any more additives to them on that.
All right, so do we want to make a motion to approve this ordinance with the increase in the insurance? And then we're going to get the rate sheets on file at the courthouse, at the clerk's office. Okay,
And then if they continue to do with the sheriff department,
I'm going to check on that.
Okay, sure. Mhm.
All right, so do we need to make a motion to do this now, or do we need to wait till all the amendments are done, or corrections?
You can do it now. The only amendment that I see us putting in is increasing the insurance
Okay.
rates to the industry standards or county
Okay.
standards.
Okay. All right. I make a motion to consider approval of ordinance number 23-01, an amendment of ordinance number 05-05, a franchise agreement with Chaparral Cablevision.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Okay.
Now, I'm not opposed with the franchise agreement, just the fee. That is it. I think you guys provide a great service down there. And yes.
Appreciate it.
Yes, okay.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, number 2, discuss your public comment and consider approval of expenditures of SR Title III funds. Matt?
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Clark, Emergency Services.
Good morning.
We just wanted to let you know how we've been spending the money for the SRS Title III in the past and why we want to continue our partnership with South Central RC&D. And Laura Doth is going to present this.
Good morning, Commissioners, and with me I have Tony McWilliams. He's our rural community forester. He spends a lot of time on the ground here in Otero County. And you can go to the next slide, please. We appreciate the partnership that we've had with the county. And we went back and went from March 2022 to March 2023 with Title III funds. It's kind of a weird little group. It doesn't necessarily follow state fiscal year or federal fiscal year. It's kind of when the money comes in. So we took a look at that time period and we put $217,135 on the ground in our different mitigation projects there. One of the nice things about that is in addition to mitigating fire danger, we try very hard to use all local contractors with this. So it represents financial support to the forest industry and job creation in Otero County. Our Rural Community Forester Program, Tony is our main outreach person there. He inspects all of the private properties here for people who want to participate in our programs. In addition, if you don't qualify for the program, he will still come out, take a look at your property, give you advice on what you need to do for not only a healthy forest, but to prevent the negative impact should a wildfire come through, how to hopefully preserve your assets, your homes, your barns, those types of things on your property. With community outreach, that is a significant part of the work that we do. We kind of shifted during COVID and really went after a strong social media presence. We traditionally have done a lot of outreach with our county fairs, with doing community meetings, that type of thing. We weren't able to do that during COVID, and that was one of the nice kind of shining stars that has helped us, is the social media program really allows us to be very thoughtful in what we're putting out. It also allows us to adapt with our winds this spring. We kind of shifted our message and talked about what is a red flag day? What does it mean? No, please don't burn during a red flag day. Things with our wildlife, why it's important not to feed the wildlife and those types of things, as well as community information that we push out. If we're having a farmer's market here in Alamogordo, or if Cloudcroft is having some kind of event, we push all of those types of events via those social media outlets. We make sure that we send directly to the different community groups that are active online with that, so that we get as much outreach as we possibly can. One of the big projects that we're working on is the BLM Timber on Fire Mitigation Project. Our total budget for that right now is $1,087,000. To date, we have spent $830,000 with over 550 acres treated. We continue to move on with phase 4 in that. I am waiting to hear back from BLM. They are kind of gathering funds that have gone unobligated in other projects to try and put more money on the ground here in Otero County. That is a priority area for them. So we're hoping that we will have approximately another $400,000 that we'll be able to put on the ground with that project before we go into just the new federal allocations. You can move to the next one. The Southern Sacramento WUI is run through the New Mexico State Forestry Division. That current project has a total budget of $273,100. We have spent $81,978. This is a 50-50 cost share program, so the property owner, we reimburse directly to them 50% of the costs for thinning on their properties for that. The Two Goats NFL project, the total budget for that is $261,850. One of the important things about this one, this project actually was obligated during COVID, so it kind of sat stagnant, and we're just now being able to reach out to our property owners. Because of that, the initial per acre cost was fairly low at $1,100. And so working with Santa Fe, we've said we've run into difficulties, costs of fuel, costs of doing anything nowadays has increased so much. So they are allowing us to use the new costs in Santa Fe, and so we've been able to bump that cost per acre up for our contractors to be able to be properly reimbursed for that. We also work very much with the Sacramento Mountains Wildfire Academy. Tony taught multiple classes there for that this year, as well as the Sierra Blanca Wildland Fire Academy. So we're working very hard with those two groups to increase our education for our wildland firefighters. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan is a document that you have on file. We completed the update on that in 2020. This document, by state forestry standards, needs to be updated every 5 years. So we go out and seek the funds to be able to accomplish that update. And so the new update will be due in 2025, so I'll be sending out grant applications to do that update next year. We also have the air curtain incinerator that the RC&D purchased years ago. It's a great tool for our contractors to be able to use, our communities, large landowners. It has been very difficult it's right now in Lincoln County. The maximum it can go is 20 miles an hour on the road. And so we have just purchased a trailer for that so that we can we're modifying it because it's a very heavy piece of equipment, so that we can now make that more available over here in Otero County, because we'll be able to get it to you and it won't take us all day to get it there. So that's a piece of equipment that we have that we will be working with our property owners on training on how to use that, because one of the issues when you do a lot of thinning is you create a secondary problem in that you've got all of the material to get rid of. And so this is one of the tools that we use to be able to, with mastication, all the different types of things, but we can actually burn quite a bit with the air curtain incinerator. So we hope to be able to do that more. Let me go to the next one. So Commissioner Barella called and asked us and wanted to know more about who we are, and so I kind of dug deep and said, hey, what have we been doing for the past years? We started working with you guys as full-on partners in 2016. Since that time, we have put $1.9 million on the ground in Otero County. And really, one of the important parts of that is those funds didn't come out of your general budget. Those projects came from a lot of different partners. We've worked with Bureau of Land Management, New Mexico State Forestry, the U.S. Forest Service, Otero Soil Water Conservation District, the National Historic Trust. We got to renew one of the trestles up in Cloudcroft area with those funds. New Mexico Association of Counties, Lulu Press, he's the guy who makes actually the Lincoln County maps of the forested areas, and he sends those funds to us for the sale of those maps, and that's what we use to get kids out in the woods. We pay for buses to be able to do field trips and those types of things. And the National Park Service, we've done similar type things with some of their programs via the Soil Water Conservation District. So that's just in a nutshell some of the work that we've been doing. If you want to go to the next one, I'm going to let Tony come and talk about some of where the project areas are and what he's been doing out there.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this a little bit. I know this map doesn't show a lot of detail with the equipment that we have, and Otero County being such a large county, it's really hard to show details. But you can identify to the south there is the area in the Tiburon area. Up to the kind of north and east of that is the Jim Lewis area, and that's out around Weed and Sacramento and in that country, and works its way up towards Mayhill. And then the area to the north and the west there above Alamogordo, that is mostly the High Rolls area, and along the Two Goats and around High Rolls and a little bit up towards Cloudcroft. So all of these areas are funded, the treatments are funded by different programs, like Laura said. And when I'm meeting with landowners, I try to do everything in my power with the tools that we have available to us to minimize the cost to the landowner. I mean, it's not a cheap thing, and it's very important to us, I think, to the community to try to convince and educate landowners that they're responsible and want to be responsible landowners, and to take care of their property to try to mitigate fire for the community, for themselves, and for their neighbors. And so if we can offset the cost of that to them, then they're more likely to accomplish that. Everyone has a different idea of what treating their property should look like. And that is always the battle, is the education side of that, through programs like the Ready, Set, Go program and Living with Wildfire, those programs that are out there nationally. We explain that, excuse me, we explain that to landowners, provide them with information, provide them with an opportunity to look at all of this stuff that's in the research that's from all over the nation. It's not just us. And so we're able to get that work done. Currently, I think what we're working with right now that was not reflected in Laura's numbers is under the BLM Tiburon project down to the south there, we have 150 respondents to that, which is very telling to me. That program, if they qualify for it, costs them nothing. There's no cost at all. And so when we provide that opportunity to them, they are a lot more likely to call and sign up and show interest in it. For the Otero WUI program, for the current situation that we have now, we have 56 applicants for that one, and that's the 50-50 cost share. And that's available countywide. And so that shows you a little bit of difference in the respondents because of the cost, or it costs them 50%. And we try to work that. And I think at that point, I would ask if you have any questions.
Do you have any questions for us?
I do.
Yes, sir.
The Tiburon project, you said you've done with 550 acres treated. What is your estimated acreage up there that could be possibly treated? I mean, are you 20%,
So,
50%?
That's a really good
it's
question.
a really good question. I can tell you this, that, and I had to do a little research on this. I live in Tiburon. I'm the fire chief in Tiburon. And so I'm very familiar with the community, but I didn't know how big Tiburon was, so I looked it up. It's 20 square miles. It's a lot of acreage. Of that, I would guess 2/3 to 3/4, somewhere in that neighborhood, would qualify for the program. The ones that would not qualify for the program are either already been burned by wildfire, and so they don't have the vegetation situation anymore. And that was a sad situation because we lost a lot of structures. And people lost their homes, they lost their vacation properties and everything else. And those won't return for potentially 100+ years. And then there are some areas of Tiburon that are to the east side of Tiburon where they roll out more into the Pinyon and Juniper woodlands and the brush, and those do not qualify typically because they're not as a fire prone of a ecosystem. I hope that answers your question. The 20 square miles is a lot of ground.
And what we did do, the very first stage of the Tiburon project, is we wrote a management plan.
That's true.
And that was in conjunction with New Mexico State Forestry and BLM. I'm more than happy to provide that to you. I've sent a copy to Commissioner Barella. And what they did is really look at Tiburon from a strategic standpoint of what are the prevailing winds. If a fire started, what would it do and how would it map out? And so those are priority areas that we started with, and that's why it's phased. We have completed phase 1, 2, and 3. We're currently on phase 4. In answer to your question, as long as BLM is willing to work with us and prioritizes that area, we will just continue to add acreage. So I couldn't say that we've done 20% because I don't know what 100% looks like just yet. But yeah, BLM has shown a great interest in working with that. We really would like to work to reach out to the Department of Defense because that line is right there also. There are funds available through some specific set-asides for Department of Defense properties and doing mitigation on that. So I'd like to explore that idea and seeing if we can't reach over onto that other side, because we do know that during their trainings, they do use live ordnance sometimes, and that always represents a risk of starting a fire. So there is more that we can do in that area, and I just need to explore who to contact at Fort Bliss and see or the missile range and see how we can work together on doing some of those things. It's not always easy dealing with them strictly because people move in and out so rapidly. So then I get to start at the letter A again and reintroduce ourselves and do that. But that's one of those things we would like to explore about even expanding further up in that Tiburon area.
So on your map here, you're in the forest area. Do you coordinate and work with the Forest Service also?
Absolutely, where we can. Part of the land that we've done up in Tiburon has been State Land Office, and they've been very good about working with us. You run into some tricky situations with two federal agencies. They don't always work and play well together, but that's where the benefit of us being a nonprofit is. I kind of tell folks we get to play in everybody's sandbox. And so if they can bring funding to me, I can go work on different property management land and be able to kind of mitigate some of those things. And a lot of it comes down to NEPA and whether or not there is NEPA completed on which specific federal tract. And so we have to try and work within those agencies and make sure that all of our clearances are there, and then we've done the environmental studies that they require.
On your map, you've got some red areas in your designated. What are those meaning?
Those are completed projects.
So that's where you completed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And we have been working with New Mexico State Forest and New Mexico Highlands University. The U.S. Forest Service, everybody who does projects here, New Mexico Highlands University took on that task of trying to get information from everybody who does projects. and start to actually map it and say, this is completed, so that we can start to see the tapestry. And then we can also see where we need to fill in the gaps. That has been a project literally probably 30 years in the making, because again, someone would find it and say, this is my pet project, and run with it. They would retire, and then it would languish. And so Highlands University has really done a good job with that, and we have been working with Tony. When we complete a project, he uploads it now onto their site. And so it's really a great tool to be able to see what has been completed, and because they're handling the outreach to each of the agencies, we're getting a much better picture of what has all been completed across the landscape.
How would the IQS reporting help you through all of this?
IQS is actually a little bit of another animal. The IQS reporting system is a record-keeping system of training and qualifications for firefighters. And IQS is specifically designed for non-federal agencies, so it's their side of the fence. IQS would allow firefighters to and other agencies to track their training and their qualifications, their experience levels, as well as increase the reimbursement amounts that is provided to volunteer fire departments by the New Mexico State Forestry. The reimbursement amount, if they're qualified and recorded in IQCS, is over 50% higher for those occurrences. So that would be a reimbursement to the volunteer fire departments through the county to help them fund wildland firefighting. Wildland firefighting is an absolute necessity in this county, but it's not specifically funded by the state of New Mexico like structural firefighting is. It becomes an additional duties as required situation. And so sometimes funding for that is a little bit more difficult.
And Matt and I have talked about that, and it's just one of those things. I know his department is up to their earlobes in work at all times, and we have offered that if there's a way that we can assist with that, we're happy to do that and add that as part of our responsibilities to the county. We're happy to do that.
Is that something that they can take over for the reporting, or does it have to be done by the county?
We're actually, had been working with state forestry to grant access to all the fire chiefs so that they could upload all the training that they're doing rather than having it come back down here, because I still have to have the oversight. They had management change. Previous management with IQS was you got one login and who are you going to give it to? So they've changed that, and we've been working on getting those access out to the rest of the chiefs.
What do you think the timeline is on that?
Hopefully by the end of next month.
That's awesome.
Great, that's exciting. We'll make the map.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yay. Okay.
Yes.
Moving on up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something, and I've had so many meetings about this, I don't know which meeting, but it was Vicky from the Soil and Water sent me this report about watershed restoration and all that. And I think in this conversation, that you guys try to designate 50 trees an acre allowable. Just, is that?
That's a rough estimation. They use a term called basal area in the forestry and management plans. And basal area is, it's a measure of cubic foot of woody mass on the ground. It's really a scientific term, and landowners specifically don't understand it. And so we use trees per acre a lot and spacing between those trees per acre. And so it will range 40 to 60 depending on the site and the size of the trees. 50 is just a good average. The best way that landowners typically can see it is an average of 12 to 16 feet between the spacing between the tops of the trees. So what the main goal is, if we get a fire in that situation, and it tries to go to the grounds, you've broken that continuity, so the fire will drop back down to the ground, cause less damage to the homeowner, or to the property, and give firefighters a fighting chance to stop it. Where we all have seen the videos on the news and CNN and everybody else, when it gets in the ground and gets to running, the firefighters go into get everybody out of the way mode. And so we have, there's some success stories in that. It's very hard to define success if you don't have a fire there. And the goal is to really not have a fire, but fires happen. They're going to happen on the landscape no matter what. So we want to try to be proactive and be ahead of that curve, so when the fire occurs, we've got our properties and our communities protected as much as we can.
And I see a level of success by some of the properties being cleared to this, that within 30 days, the water table starts going up. When we remove
And
these
one of the
trees.
things that, like I said, we play in everybody's sandbox. We call it wildfire mitigation. Soil and water conservations are looking at watershed restoration. Fish and Game is doing habitat restoration. It all is the same process. We're cutting down trees to do this and really making a healthier landscape. So, I tell folks, it's like, I don't care what you want me to call it. I will come in and put in an application to do that, because the impacts are going to be positive all the way around. It's going to and that's why one of the things that we talk about is healthier forests, is because it encompasses all of that. Your water comes back. Your wildlife is much healthier and has a much better food supply. Fire safety is there. So that's all lock, stock, and barrel with a healthy forest. And that's our ultimate goal, is that, if you ever get the opportunity, there was a gentleman years ago who did, within our Sacramento mountains, he went and got historic photos and then matched them with the photos of what the forest looks like today. And there is a stark contrast with that. And so, because all we know is our point in time, we see the forest as it is now. So being able to look at it from those historic levels and understand that we are really overgrown, and those ladder fuels have significant impacts, because fire has always been part of the landscape, always part of the environment. It just acted differently because it did not have near the fuels that it does right now. So we're trying to get it back to much more of a healthy standpoint, so that when fire does happen, as it will, that it doesn't do the catastrophic damage that can happen.
So I did a little math. The 20 square miles is 12,800 acres, and you've done 550 acres. That's pretty much your residential area that you're working on?
It is residential. However, there are some tracts of property in Tiburon that belong to the county. They're actually considered parks in Tiburon, and labeled as such. And we have treated several of those and have plans to treat the rest of them. The county was one of the first entities that signed up for this Building in Tiburon project, and we're grabbing those as we go. So that's public land. And then we're currently now working on some other public land in Tiburon that belongs to the Tiburon Water and Sanitation District, and which they own a fairly large, in Tiburon standards, a large area of land in the center of the community that has residential all the way around it. And so as we're treating theirs, we've talked to these landowners, and as many as we can get in touch with and have them sign up to agree, we're grabbing theirs as we go. And so currently that, it's under contract right now. It's an 80-acre project, but since we started doing the work, and this happens all the time, people see the work and go, hey, what's that? I want my property to happen like that. And so we're already collecting names for the next round of funding that Laura was talking about that we're working on. So, and that's the way this project has worked since the beginning, is the more work we do, the more people see what it looks like and understand it, the more they want to participate.
And one of our big challenges is second homeowners who aren't here day to day. And that's a conversation we have with our year-round residents all the time. They say, I've cleaned my property, but my next door neighbor hasn't. And so that is a challenge that we have, and we still use snail mail and those types of things to try and reach people because it's the only access that we have. Matt has been very good about providing us addresses and that type of thing, and we do send out mailings saying, this is available to you. Sometimes it's a hard sell because they're going, but the reason I come to the mountains is because it has trees, and I don't want you to cut my trees. So it's a continuing, ongoing education as to what we want the landscape to look at like, and why that's important for them to join us in that effort.
I just want to say they've been great.
Yeah.
Phil, I didn't know what this was last month, and when I put the brakes on, and I have been bombarded with information of everything that you've done.
She
Thank
asked
you very
and I
much.
answered.
That's all right. You know, my biggest concern is, just, stepping up the outreach, and I've mentioned that, to make sure that people, that Ready, Set, Go program, that's a great program, but we need 100% of everybody to know about that program. And then, I do want to see if we can, in the future, do those turnarounds in necessary areas. And you can identify which areas need that and which don't. I would like to see that. And, but you guys are doing great. I think this is
Well,
much
thank you,
needed.
and we are having a state meeting because we're not the only RC&D council in the state. So we're having our state meeting here on May 4th, and we are going to be doing a tour into Tiburon to see some of those areas. And if
I got that.
I'll
We have
send the
our
information,
meetings that day,
and
isn't it?
if you guys would like to come, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, we've got a budget meeting that day. I thought that sounded familiar.
We'll have to
It is
catch
that
up to
time
you
of
on the
year.
bottom.
And we're always happy to, if you've got time and you want, call Tony and he can take you around and show you some of the work that we've completed. So we're happy to do that anytime.
And Tony is going to be attending our Borough Flats event with a
I'm
little
not gonna be able to make it. I haven't got a chance.
Firewise table.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I ran into a scheduling conflict, and I apologize for that. It wasn't on my calendar, but I had already made an offer to some landowners from out of town, and they contacted me and said, oh, yeah, we'll take that date. And I'm like, okay.
Well,
So I apologize, but I'll continue to work with other opportunities with Borough Flats and all of the other fire departments. And I think those are great opportunity places to get a hold of landowners in that general area. That seems to be, in the rural communities, seems to be one thing that kind of draws the community together. And I was telling Commissioner Barilla, we had an event in Tiburon about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, where we invited the community in. We provided spaghetti, which food always gets them in the door. But we used that opportunity between myself, New Mexico State Forestry,
Fish and
and
Game.
Fish and Game was there to pass information on to landowners about the Ready, Set, Go program, about the rules and regulations for ATV use. The Game and Fish was really good about telling them stop feeding the deer. It's always a problem in Tiburon. And answer a lot of questions to the community. And so it's just that kind of outreach, and that's kind of the central entity that we can work with. Seems to work really well. So I will continue with that.
Thank you.
So,
You want to make an announcement about that event? Let everybody know?
I figured I'd do it at the end, or should I
Okay.
do it now?
Well, since we're talking about it now,
That's
might be
yep.
good. Go for it.
Some fire departments on the topic. We're going to be having an event. Thank you, Joni, for all of your help. She's been spreading the flyers and everything. So we're doing our first volunteer recruitment and awareness event at Borough Flats on Saturday from 11 to 1. It is a poor boys chili cook-off. You can dress like a hobo. We're going to have a chili competition, a hobo competition. There's going to be a place for the kids to play and bandage each other up. Tours of the fire department. Just some fun and games, awareness, and show everybody how great the fire department is and how easy it is to get involved with the fire department. So please come out, make your chili, and dress like a hobo.
And it's hobo because it's tax day, so we're going to all be a little
April
poorer on
15th.
that day.
April
Okay.
15th, that's the significance of it, is April 15th, everybody goes broke. So,
Yeah. All right, I don't have any more questions, Judy. No?
no? Do we make a motion to
Uh-huh.
to fund the program?
You will actually be approving their agreement at a separate meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so we don't have to vote on it today. Okay, all right,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
These guys are raising their hands back there.
Yes, sir?
Can I say something?
Sure.
In this program?
Yep, come on up.
My name's Javier Renteria. I'm a property owner in the Lincoln National Forest, and I took advantage of that program, and I stress that it is very vital for the well-being of the community up in the
Good,
forest. But I
good.
did take advantage of that program, and I'm all for it.
Good. Well,
Thank you.
thank you for coming in.
Yay.
Success. Okay, now we're going to move on to approve the agenda, and we're going to pull several items from the consent agenda for discussion. We're going to pull number 6, number 7, number 9, number 12, number 13, 14, 16, 18, 19, and 23. Did I get all of them that you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So make a motion to approve the agenda. Do I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So now we're going to move on to our sheriff's office report.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Black, Otero County Sheriff.
Good morning.
How are y'all?
Good morning.
The Sheriff's Office for the month of March. Otero County Sheriff's Office patrol deputies responded to 3,002 calls for service. We had 267 investigative reports generated, 215 traffic citations, investigated 60 traffic crash investigations. Everything resulted in 67 arrests for the month, and 5 either summons or warrants were, search warrants and stuff were submitted. In our narcotics division, we had 5 search warrants. We had 11 arrests, 36 case reports, $30,253 in cash seized, 25 firearms seized, 8 fugitives apprehended. We had 1 checkpoint case, 904 grams of meth was seized, 7 grams of cocaine, 5,722 fentanyl pills were seized. At a total of about $208,000 worth of illegal narcotics were seized. In our special events, the only event we had for March was we did a career day. We had 2 deputies speak at one of the schools in Chaparral for a law enforcement career field. It was a career day. In our training for the SO, we've been a little bit crazy here lately with training. We have just entered into our 2nd year of our 2-year training cycle. So we have annual training we have to do every year, and then we have other training that we have to do every 2 years. So with this being the 2nd year, instead of 6 trainings, now we've got 14 trainings that have to be completed, plus firearms and all this stuff. So we've been really busy trying to get all that stuff done and taken care of. And then after July 1st, there's going to be 8 new additional trainings that will be required by the state of New Mexico. We're going to have to add those to our training, which is going to be crisis management and intervention, dealing with individuals who are experiencing mental health issues, methods of de-escalation, peer-to-peer intervention, stress management, racial sensitivity, some reality-based situational training, and use of force training that includes the elimination of the vascular neck restraints. So we're going to be extremely busy with all those added. In our Manning department, I did have 2 deputies recently resign. One went to a Las Cruces agency, and the other one went to work for Customs in Arizona. I have 2 deputies that started the 16-week academy in January. They're halfway through, and they are looking forward to being done so they can get back and get to work. they're doing extremely well up there. We get a lot of compliments on them. I have 2 additional new recruits that just started the pre-academy training, and they will be headed to the academy in July. So as of right now, I have 2 openings, but we do have 2 potential recruits in the background phase. These 2 look very promising. I hope to have them on board pretty soon, so they'll fill us back up again. On our vehicles, we have received all 6 of the new trucks. They've all been upfitted now. They've been assigned to deputies. They are on patrol. And we have received a total of 10 new Tahoes. I'm currently getting those striped right now, and as soon as we get them all striped and everything, we'll start on the process of upfitting all those. 3 of them have been striped and are currently in the upfitter's shop right now. He's got them tore apart. I was looking at them yesterday, so he's getting started on those 3. So hopefully next 3 or 4 months, we'll have all 10 of those out on the road, and we are finally getting rid of all of our old cars. It's going to be nice to be have a little more dependable vehicles. So I will just say to all of our legislators that helped out on this is capital outlay money that come from them to buy these vehicles. So I appreciate every single one of them that was involved in it. It helps.
Senator Griggs is with us today.
Yes.
In Madrid.
I think I figured it up. I think it was 1.8 million is what we've received on capital outlay from our legislator. So thanks again to all of them.
Speaking of the legislator, were there any bills that passed that are going to affect you in law enforcement, or?
There's a couple. We were kind of waiting. I've been to a couple of these legislative updates and stuff, but we were kind of waiting to see which ones got signed, what got vetoed, pocket vetoed, all this stuff. So actually, I think we printed out or looked at a total of 32 bills that may have some impact on us, and we're going to be looking at those, kind of studying them just a little bit. Plus, we were supposed to go to a legislative update today in Roswell, but so we'll go to Las Cruces next week, whenever that one is. We'll get an update on those bills that the governor has signed. So there are some that concern me, but we'll look at it and see just how effective they're going to be to us.
David, what are you doing with the weapons that you're confiscating?
Basically, they go into evidence until these like these weapons here. We did a search warrant on a house. We knew they had drugs and stuff like that. So we did a search warrant on the house. Sure enough, they had a lot of drugs. But they also this guy had been taking in weapons as payment for drugs. So a bunch of them were stolen. So we just put them all in evidence right now. Once the case is adjudicated, a lot of them are destroyed.
You do destroy them?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have chop saws. But once we get a destruct order from the DA's office, we just don't willy-nilly go do it. We have to have a destruct order from the DA's office. Once we get that, we just destroy them.
No questions. Thank
All
you
right.
for all you do.
You bet.
And I know you're going on a trip this coming week, so we'll be praying for your safety. Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, we'll leave Sunday morning early, and we'll drive to McAllen, Texas. We have a Southwest Border Sheriff's Conference down there we've been to Arizona a few times, we've been to El Paso, but we've never been down into Texas. And so with this one coming up, I wanted to go down there, and I want to get eyes on exactly, I see news and stuff all the time, but I want to see it for my own eyes. So, yeah, we'll travel down there, spend about 3 days down there. And one night that we're down there, they're actually going to put us on the DPS gunboats, and we're going to patrol the river with them and stuff and just see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully I can give a little report on that when we get back.
Yep.
Now, be safe.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Clark, Emergency Services.
Morning again.
The volunteer fire departments responded to 179 calls for the month of March. 19 fires, 9 of them were structure fires. 133 EMS calls. And they're just really doing a good job getting out there. Code enforcement opened 17 new cases. 10 of them were solid waste. 1 was weeds. 6 of them were open burns. They closed 31 cases. We completed 6 fire inspections, 6 fire investigations, and we did 86 follow-ups for the month. The slash pit will be opening this month. I don't have the date because I was out of the office, but I think within the next Saturday. If it's not this Saturday, it'll be the following Saturday, which is another avenue to help the residents get rid of all of their yard waste. So with that, if you have any questions.
Well, Matt, I'm real curious to see how the Borough Platts recruit project works out, because if it does work, we take some notes. I'd like to do one, or get one started in Chaparral. Believe me, there's plenty of residents down there. If we can get something that can get them attracted, let's do it.
Absolutely.
So, are you participating in the Borough Plat one?
Not participating, but I will be there. I don't think I have anything scheduled.
Dressed as a hobo.
That's an everyday look. So.
Just bring some good chili.
Were you able to get a report so that we can follow what is kind of outstanding? And
I have
what's-
not yet.
Okay.
But that is on the list to follow up to see if they've been able to do that yet. I got back yesterday, so.
I know, you've been out goofing off.
Yeah.
I'm being bombarded with complaints now west of the bypass. And
Okay.
I drove around. We have illegal dumping. That's, that private property owner, he's not even in this state. So I don't know. I know we need to address it, but I mean, there's mattresses, there's loads of large rocks, it's probably 10 acres of it. And then we've got all those mobile homes, roofs tore off and falling apart. And I just think if we could just tackle a section and get that process moving, then once it gets moving, then tackle this section, and then we can, then RB will have something to do.
Yeah, you really need something else to do.
Yeah. So I would really, that dumping is bothering
Let me
you.
tell you on that, Amy, it's not a speedy process.
I know, and I expected to get a lot more cleaned up in 3 months than what we've done.
I've been a year on the Rose Street, and we finally have a completion of that.
Mhm.
So that's just one little section on the street. So
Okay, 6 months. You did yours a year, what, 6 months?
One bite of elephant at the time.
That's right.
Okay, anything else?
No.
No? Okay, thank you, Matt. See you Saturday,
All right.
just like a hobo.
I can't wait to see what Tom will look like
I
as a
know,
hobo.
Tom's gonna be a good hobo.
I missed part of the conversation. Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Porter, Otero County Road Department.
Good morning.
So for last month, we did a lot of culvert and cattle guard repairs on Pinion Creek and Perk Canyon. We did a major rebuild on the dirt end of 16 Springs. We ended up hauling a bunch of pit run material onto Tule Dump Road, Waterfall, Dry Canyon, Riata, Sabinat, Elk Canyon, and 16 Springs. We did another patching blitz down in Chaparral, and we've made one complete round already of spraying rue on the north end of the county, along with Vicky working on the other parts of the county easements. We finished the fine grading on Appler. We're just waiting for the concrete and the paving, and then we'll get the riprap in on that one.
Have no idea, thank you.
I've seen the buggies out everywhere on my end on the roof, so Cody's been very
Yep.
busy.
Vicky and I do a pretty good job of laying each other's maps on to make sure we don't get double coverage and that nothing gets missed. So, yeah, it's been good working with her.
You guys have been busy.
Yeah.
And bent potholes, anything on that yet?
We've patched some of them.
Okay.
You know, it's a bad year for potholes this year. We're gonna start chip sealing probably in 3 weeks, but just before rainy season, 16 springs on the paved end of it. With the amount of moisture we got this winter, that road just unraveled. So we're gonna end up having to go back in and just do a blade patch over that entire road. Bent's got the same issue going on, again, with the moisture we got this year. It's not a bad thing, but it doesn't help me much.
We never complain about rain.
So, the Angelina and Steve Street, we got their recommendations. When are we going to decide to put it on the agenda? And, I mean, it's been on it, what's our next step on that?
I was not involved in that last call y'all had, so I don't know what the discussions were, how you ended the call. What was the plan of action?
They gave us several options to do. It's kind of in our ballpark right now, so we probably need to either get Wilson to come and talk to us here, and
Okay.
then we can decide on what we need to do.
Do that next month?
I'll let Eric know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. About reinforcements.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. Trent Parker, Project Manager.
Good morning.
We've been pretty busy. We've got Chen's Phase 3 advertised for bid on April 9th. We've got a pre-bid meeting this afternoon at 2 p.m. for that. And bid opening will be April 27th, and then we plan to have the recommendation and have it on the May agenda for awardment. So it's good to see that one finally getting the state approvals and moving forward. EOC, we signed a substantial completion on March 30th. Today we've got here in just a few minutes, a final walkthrough on it to get it wrapped up. Access control and security's in there trying to finish up the rest of their stuff, and then as soon as the phones are installed the first part of May, we'll be able to get Matt and his team moved into that building.
I'd like to look at that. I haven't been out in that building.
It looks nice. Let me know and I can take you out.
Okay.
The PSAP Dispatch Center, in this past month, framing was completed and inspected. The MEP rough end was completed and inspected, other than some of the overhead electrical, which that'll be part of the above ceiling inspections. The insulation was installed and inspected, and they have one-sided a lot of the walls. And did they get the inspection?
They're sheetrocking today.
They're
Yeah.
sheetrocking today.
Yeah,
We're waiting on
they,
the screw inspection. But,
Easter messed us up on that a little bit, but
so
it's moving forward.
It's moving forward, and it's currently on schedule. So we're looking at May of possibly getting some of the equipment in there and the consoles and stuff like that. So a lot of coordination going on, but White Sands Construction's been a big help with all of that coordination and trying to keep everything on track. The road shop building is complete, other than the overhead doors, which are scheduled for April 25th to be installed, and then that'll be completed and ready for Tom and them to
Get in and play in?
yeah. Flickinger Center restrooms, we started in there on April 3rd. Got the FRP panels are complete, the flooring's complete, painting was completed yesterday. We're adding to the contract of new partitions. The old ones, as we went in there and pulled those out, they weren't in as good shape as what we anticipated, but we had enough money in the budget to go ahead and replace those. So we're looking to have that back open by April 28th, the restrooms in there.
Are you still doing the room behind the bathrooms?
Yes, we're foam insulation that to help with the sound of the restrooms inside the theater.
Down in the dungeon?
Mm-hmm. The Borough Flats water storage tank, we got the geotechnical report back and we shipped that off to the engineers, and we just received a proposal for the engineers. I requested a little bit more information out of them for what their fee details. Once we get that, we'll be able to move forward with getting that foundation placed and the water storage tank installed for the department. The Tularosa Historical Museum solar project, that's all completed other than one panel was shipped damaged. We got the replacement panel that came in damaged, so they tried for a third time and we finally got a good panel, but they just have to schedule their crew to come down and replace that. But other than that, it's all complete. The air fiber project, we completed it this last month for Tower Advanced Broadcasting Services. Got the rest of the air fiber dishes up, and that's about it, other than the detention center, which we've been trying to get that closed out. We've hit a lot of hurdles in the middle of that, and so that's why I wanted Eugene to come in and kind of brief you guys on what's going on that.
Okay.
So on that project, I know there was the key issue, which we got that resolved. Nina has the extra keys that she needs now. There was missing glazing and stuff. Our subcontractor that took care of the detention door work, hardware, glazing, frames, that sort of thing, they were unresponsive, so we quit messing with them and we went around them. We reached out to their providers that provided the glazing, and they directed us to a vendor because they can't sell to us if we're not a vendor and so on. So we've got that taken care of. We're going to, I should have temp glazing in next week. And then the actual detention glazing is ordered for all the broken and missing pieces. There's 4 total, I believe. There was 2 more that we got in today that David will get out and get changed. It's on the bonding and those doors right there. So that'll be complete today. The remaining items for the electrical, there was a few cameras, the speak-throughs. The company, Stanley, that they dealt with for all the detention cameras, all the PC stuff, for all of that monitors everything.
They built the whole security system.
Security system for the entire complex. They sold out to a global company, and all of their people that took care of us were gone. That was unbeknownst to the... So anyway, we did finally get through to the right person. We spoke with him yesterday. He said he has everything in stock. He's trying to get us on the schedule. I should know more of a schedule by tomorrow or Monday for that, when they can be on site, to coordinate with Zuni to get all that complete. And they should be able to go in and get done in 3 or 4 days and be done with all that.
Is this, like for the missing glazing and missing other stuff, is that hurting the operations at the detention center?
Once we get the temp in, they can have full functionality of any of the missing.
Yeah, up to this point, it's hindered the use of some areas.
I think one of which was in the medical, correct? That was one of the biggest ones, and that glazing was installed last week, or week before last.
But we just need to get them installed as soon as possible so you're not stopping operations.
Yes, sir.
After completion.
Yes, sir.
So, a few hurdles, but we're trying to get past them.
Always is.
Yeah, a lot of projects going
When it
on.
rains, it pours on a project.
Yeah.
Especially when they become unresponsive and they sell out.
Yeah.
I think we've had 2 people already that the companies have sold out.
Well, that one company alone, with the door hardware and stuff, they caused a lot of delays throughout the whole project. It wasn't something new for them to...
Is it the ones with the keys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we struggled with them from the beginning.
Yeah, and we actually got with our sub, who's working with a different company, and we contacted them, and they're the ones that have actually helped us gain ground on everything. Other than that, all the closeout documents are ready. They were doing the final touches on the plans, so those will be sent out and brought down to you. And it's binders upon binders.
I figured that. I think that's about it.
And glazing, yep, that's it. There was a little bit of roofing items from the engineer. Weather had hindered those. Those are complete. He's got one little patch of some TPO that the roofing consultant didn't even catch, but they're gonna fix. So then we'll have Joseph back down just to sign off on all that. And that ties into the warranties with the engineer approving all that.
That'll work.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask a question. Is there any new information on that second bridge on Riata?
Tom, could probably speak more on that. They're trying to finalize the design on it. As soon as we get that completely finalized, we'll be able to start getting it ready to put out for bid. The second bridge, Riata Road, the design finished?
The plans are at 95%, and it's supposed to be going out to bid the end of this month.
Okay. I'll ask again next month.
We know you will.
Yes.
All right. Detention Center.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Interim Correctional Service Director Nina Sisler.
Talk in the microphone, please.
Turn it like straight towards Pamela for a minute,
Better?
I think.
Better? Okay. I had court this morning, so my numbers for today are from yesterday. So,
I think you're going to have to move that mic a little bit closer.
okay. Better? Yes,
I think so.
okay.
Better?
So our total average population for the month of March was 214. Total population today, 173. I only have 137 in-house. 104 males, 33 females. I have 12 at Otero Prison, 10 at Hudspeth County, 1 at Lincoln. I have 8 on treatment furloughs and 1 on a furlough. I have 2 at 60-day diagnostic at the prison. I have 2 juveniles that are being housed at Donna Ana County Detention Center. My court numbers for March, because I lost a staff member that did the accumulation of the stats, so they're kind of off as well. So municipal court in-house is 46 in the Google courts, magistrate 94, district 79. I have 28 vacancies. I did have 2 full-time detention officers start. One was recruited from the job fair that me and my lieutenant sat in on. So I did get 2, but 1 was hired. And we took 7 males to the Department of Corrections in Los Lunas. Josh Sturgeon with our emergency services did CPR and defensive driving training on the 28th of March and the 30th for us. We appreciate that. And I know in the past, I believe Ms. Barella, when she was in this capacity, had brought out tablets. And I found a company that it is a learn to earn, kind of where it has 7,000 educational courses, math, pre-GED classes. It's parenting, so they have to do something to get something. It's not just tablets to play with. They have to do anger management, life skills, or law library for them to look up cases for their law, whatever they're in there criminally. Money management, parenting, it's a big, large realm of life skills and educational skills. I think it would be beneficial. So I didn't know what your views on that were. So I know in the past it was kind of, I don't know. I think it was disagreed upon to have them in the facility, if I was correct. But I do think that this company has the right thought process. As you learn anger management, then I can get, because they have a library on there, 600 or more books. It's more of an educational, positive, so that when they get released, they can, they have pre-GED classes to prep them to get GEDs, and religious programs, money management, and a vast variety of positive tools for them inside the facility.
Were you able to find a company to work with that provides the tablets for free if we choose that phone company?
Yes.
Great.
He's here if you guys did have any questions, and I do have the handouts if you did want them, about the company and what they offer. So.
Bring him on up.
Pardon?
Bring him on up. We'll hear about it.
I'm here. What would you like to know? What would you like to hear?
If you'll state your name and who you're with.
I'm Lindsay with NCIC and Make Communications. For the last 13 years, I worked with your previous phone provider trying to get tablets, in all the counties, because that is the new way to learn and have access to information in front of them. The difference between that company and the company I'm with now, you have to, in order to have the access to the entertainment parts of the tablets, you have to learn some things. You have to take classes. With those classes, you get points, and for every so many points, you get access to movies and music and games. But we're preparing these individuals for when they're no longer incarcerated. So when they get out of jail, they're propelled for success. So just to make it, that's pretty general. If you want to get more specific, we have handouts we could give to you. We can be glad to speak to you all individually if you'd like, do a presentation where you can see the demonstration of how the product works. But, you don't want them back in jail. How do we prepare them? This is an alternative to just throwing movies at them and just throwing games and music and let them have fun. They don't want to get out of jail. Now they're going to have to work a little bit. GED classes, anger management classes. They're preparing themselves for, how to be a better parent, how to be a better husband, wife. So when they get out of jail, their family's looking forward to them returning and accepting them. So just...
I'd like to see the information on it.
I support this tablet program. I think that it'll address those that haven't been exposed to anything. Maybe it'll open the door for somebody, give an aha moment. Hey, I can do that. I can make a living doing that. Or, relationship, maybe they don't know a different way to treat their spouse or their child. And
Right.
so I think
Thank you.
work to earn privileges is
Right.
definitely the way to go. But just a little bit off topic, last time I spoke with you, you were doing a cleanup project where you was going to do pizza or something. Did that work out well?
That's already been implemented because we had it previously. So it's already in play and it's being positive.
And
it's
good.
a positive reinforcement. It's better than, they're there and some are there for a long time pending trial. So we did do that, and it's a very good incentive for them to behave, keep the violence down in the facility, and things like that.
So just providing pizza did that. So do you think the tablets?
Oh, I think it's going to be a very big success. A lot of facilities in the state of New Mexico is the prisons, because not only that, which I did forget a part, is mail. Mail will be scanned and they will get their mail on the tablet, so my staff do not have to go through it and be possibly exposed to the drugs or powders that they try to, because they put fluid and dry it, and sometimes there's exposure. I did have one of my staff have to go to the ER because a powdery substance came up and he was exposed a couple months back. So all the mail would go somewhere else, and they would scan it in, and the detainees would be able to get their mail on the tablet, with the exception of legal, because we can't do it with legal mail. And that way, it's safer for everybody involved, and that way they're not getting contraband in the facility as well, and something negative to happen there. So.
Do you work with the other prisons and stuff, MTC and stuff down?
MTC?
No, I don't work with MTC, but yeah, we have worked with the state prison, private prisons in the state. So.
Marcia, you had a question?
Yes, I have a question for you. What kind of inroads has Anthony Torres been able to do since one time he made a presentation here? What's the update on that?
He came in March 17th. He was out of state. He's not able to attend. I met with him yesterday. He will be there next month on the 19th. My Catholic church comes in once a week as well, and now my non-denominational as well. So they have ample, whatever religious affiliation they want to go to. They have a variety. He is gonna drop off some more of his books. And this does have ebooks, and his book is on ebooks now, Anthony Torres' book, so that detainees will have access to that as well. So,
Thank you.
Do you have any data that shows the use of the tablets and then what happens when they actually get out there? You know, is there any data that shows that it works, that you're not coming
Compared
back to
to-
jail?
You mean compared to others that don't offer their learn to earn?
Yes. Like,
No.
do you provide this in Lincoln County? Is this the same program?
I used to. I don't,
Yeah,
no,
and
not
that-
this program, yes.
Oh, and whatever they're doing is kind of successful. I mean, so comparative to us where we don't have that, what are the stats that we can expect to get back?
I'll work on that. I
Okay.
don't have any in front of me,
Mhm.
but that's a great question. And I'll go talk to Ira and see what they're doing over there in their jail
Mhm.
and see what information I can get and see how it's comparable. And I think it is, because a lot of places are using the Adobe software. So I'll get you information on that, get that to you. She'll forward it to you. I'll get the data for you,
Okay.
if I have any,
Mhm.
and then I'll find out how it, if it's comparable to what they're doing over in Lincoln.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like a great tool.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Bet.
any other questions?
No, Marcia asked mine, I was gonna ask you the same question that she asked you, so.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with the consent agenda items, and I think I'll just go through and we can approve all of them that we're not going to discuss, and then we'll go back and discuss the others. Does that sound good? All right. Consent agenda item number 3, request approval of account payable bills number 34, 35, and 35.1, 36, 37, and 38. Item number 4, request approval of healthcare assistance claims and disposition claims for April 2023. Number 5, request approval of March 9, 2023 regular meeting minutes. And we're going to skip to number 8, request approval excuse me, of resolution number 4-13-23/111-48 budget adjustments. And we're going to skip to 10, request approval to accept financial reports for the quarter ended on September 30th, 2022. Number 11, request approval to accept financial reports for quarter ended on December 31st, 2022. And we're going to skip to number 15, request approval to award ITB 23-016 indefinite quantity contract for propane delivery for MPC Enterprises for $1.35 per gallon. And then we're going to skip to number 17, request approval to submit an application for a community-oriented policing services hiring program grant for the amount of $125,000 over a 3-year period. Number 20, request approval of grant agreement between Otero County and New Mexico Economic Development Department in the amount of $99,999. Number 21, request approval of property liens for reimbursement of unclaimed disposition services for April 2023. Number 22, mobile crisis response second quarter report, April 2023 submitted. And that's it for those. So make a motion to approve those items. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now we're going to go back and we'll start with number 6. Request approval of resolution number 04-13-23/111-46 for the final approval of the New Mexico Finance Authority loan for Dunnigan Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $145,000.
Commissioners, Matt Clark, Emergency Services.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
What's an apparatus?
It is a, Dunnigan is purchasing a Type 3 wildland fire truck that they received $300,000 from State Fire Marshal's office for monies towards the purchase of. They used some money down, and then the remainder of the fire truck is
going to be that $145,000 that they will pull out of their state fire monies. So it won't come out of the county.
And so that's one of the reasons why I had this pulled, is because it says apparatus. We don't know what we're approving with apparatus. Also, Otero County, I know that this money passes through. It's not
Correct.
a true expense to the county, but we have more loans than any other county in the state. So is that beneficial or is that not beneficial? I see loan, and I'm thinking that's not beneficial, even though I know that it's not a direct expense to us, it's funded already. Why don't other counties have just as many loans as we do then?
I cannot answer why they do not.
Is it on our bottom line, our balance sheet, or anything, all these loans, does it affect us?
So all of the loans, they pass through one fund that we have. It's a debt service other fund for the NMFA. So each month when we receive those statements, I book those statements as far as the interest that's received, as far as when the debt service payments are made. So it's not something that is affecting our general fund per se, but there are a lot of loans. We've got, 18 fire departments, 18, 19?
18 fire departments.
And we've got currently like 28 loans. These will be another 30 loans across all those fire departments. Some of them are, several $100,000. These are actually some of the smaller loans that I've seen. I don't know. I'm not sure that I can answer that question. I suppose it is beneficial because otherwise they would not necessarily be able to purchase some of this equipment. However, they have to remember that the debt service is going to be coming off the top of their state fire fund distribution each year. So, it will reduce the amount of operating money that they're going to have during the year by increasing their debt service for additional loans.
And they are fully aware of that. State statute dictates how much money is allocated to each department and will never go below that because of the statute. And the departments are not to exceed 50% of that dollar figure on loans so that they still have an operating budget. And NMFA is very good about looking at all of that before they approve those loans. And at the end of the day, it's the only way they can afford trucks that are skyrocketing in price to $500,000 easily.
So you said you're on this first one for $145,000. What did you say the apparatus is actually?
It is a Type 3 wildland interface fire engine.
That's a four-wheel drive, like 5,500 or 4,500 chassis. It's not like the full fire truck.
It's going to be a four-wheel drive on a Freightliner chassis. All the pictures that you see of CAL FIRE, it's going to be something close to that.
Anything else?
No, can you just, and in the future, can you just say not apparatus? Can you just say what it actually is so we know?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I guess we need to do these individually this week. Okay, all right, guys ready to vote on it? Okay. All right, I make a motion to request approval of resolution number 4-13-23/111-46 for the final approval of the New Mexico Finance Authority loan for Dunnigan Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $145,000.
Second it?
All in favor? Aye.
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 Did you say aye?
Aye.
Okay, all right, so that passes. All right. Thank you, Matt.
I just want to know what the apparatus is again on the second
That is
one.
going to be a Type 5 wildland truck. And again, they used some of the money that they had. They were awarded, I believe it was $159,000 towards this. A Type 5 is going to be, this one is on a Ford 550 chassis, four-wheel drive brush truck.
Okay.
That's all I
Questions?
have.
Okay, all right. I make a motion to request approval of resolution number 4-13-23/111-47 for the final approval of the New Mexico Finance Authority loan for La Luz Volunteer Fire Department in the amount of $91,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Okay, now number 9, request approval of resolution number 4-13-23/111-50 to auction vehicles through govdeals.com, an online auction service. Is Cynthia here?
He was here.
I just had this one pulled so I could abstain from this vote.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right,
And
well
then
then we don't need, I thought she had a question, but she's just abstaining because it.
Okay,
Mhm.
but
the
the
next
next
few
few
of
years, you might want to have a seat.
Get comfortable.
And I also spoke with Pamela so that any kind of auction items are no longer consent for something like that I'll be
Okay.
abstaining from.
Okay.
It'll be new business.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any questions? Okay, all right. I make a motion to request approval of resolution 04-13/23/111-50 to auction vehicles through govdeals.com, an online auction service.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, that was good. All right, now we're going to move on to number 12, request approval to award RFP 23-013 legal services for bond counsel to Mondrell Sperling. Okay, you had a question on that one?
I do have a question, I know the numbers are quite different from each other, but that doesn't spell out what the actual differences or what they're providing. And why we would choose Madrell over Melinders.
So the evaluators evaluated on the scoring. I can provide you with.
There's an evaluation committee that comes
That-
together and
yeah.
scores, and then it's based on the highest score that's awarded or recommended for award.
And so we just go with that committee and vote and not know what the differences are?
You have the right to review those documents if you'd like. We don't put them on the agenda packet because they're not privy until the vote has taken place for general public, but you can review those.
You have a basic criteria they have to meet.
Right.
To go to, so everything is going to have apples for apples. One may have a couple more apples in the basket than the other one, but you have a basic criteria that you do have to meet.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. I make a motion to request approval to award RFP 23-013 legal services for bond counsel to Mondrell Sperling. Need a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All righty. Number 13, request approval to award ITB 23-014 handheld radios and equipment for ambulance fleet to Southwest Customs in the amount of $99,184.84.
I'm assuming by the quantity, this is for every ambulance in the county?
It's for the 10 new ambulances that Matt is procuring.
Ah, got it.
So,
Okay.
The ambulances won't be ready, I think, for a couple of years maybe.
Can you talk into the mic, please?
That just answered all of my questions.
Okay.
I didn't know it was for 10 new trucks.
Yeah,
Okay.
for 10 new ambulances,
Okay.
yes, for a new fleet.
Questions? No? All right. Make a motion for approval to award ITB 23-014 handheld radios and equipment for ambulance fleet to Southwest Customs in the amount of $99,184.84.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Did you say aye? Oh, sorry,
No,
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was reading the next one. Aye.
Okay, number 14, request approval to award RFP 23-015 financial services to Hilltop Securities.
Now, these numbers are really, really close. Hilltop is just up by 4 points. Who's all, it's,
It was the same evaluators,
Mhm.
Pamela, RB, and Julian.
does anybody have any personal opinions or just top score or of who to recommend?
Sometimes you have personal opinions, but the fair way to go is the combined scores among all of you.
Mhm.
That should be the way it's done.
And there is a process for which a company, after you make the vote, if a company lost the bid, they can challenge it. They can request the information for how the evaluation was done and how the breakdown of votes were. And if they feel something was unfair, then they do have the ability to challenge it.
And the financial services, what is that?
Mostly they get involved when it comes to our bonding, and also they do a lot of the reporting that Julianne works with them on for Emma, different filing systems for our bonds.
Is this who we currently use?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, I make a motion to request approval to award RFP 23-015 financial services to Hilltop Securities. Okay, second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Alrighty. Well, you're on the hot seat today.
I've been busy.
No doubt, I'm like, wow. Okay, number 16, request approval to award ITB 23-017 garbage collection services to Choice Waste Collection in the amount of $13,844.64.
And again, it's just looking at these scores and seeing, well, obviously, this one was the only one where Southwest submitted two, but I mean, and you go through your scoring system or whatever, what is the comparative? What size?
Which one are we talking about?
I
The-
think this is just the money. This is just the amount.
propane?
It's not scoring.
This
It's
is the
just bid.
garbage?
Yeah.
No, this
Sorry.
is the, I thought we were talking about the propane.
No.
Did I-
No, this is the
Garbage.
garbage.
Okay. No, this is the total amount that we will spend for the year on it. There was 2 vendors, so it's per site. Some will be picked up twice a week, some will be picked up once a week. So this one was the least of the 2. So you go with the best. They both are gonna pick up the trash. One was 18,000, I think. I think you have a bid tab there.
Mhm.
So this was the lowest.
And is the difference because of the size of the containers or the frequency or everything is the same?
That was his price, his lowest price, so.
So the size of the
For
containers
same,
weren't in there?
yeah, it was the same, so one vendor bidded higher and the other vendor bidded lower, so this was the best obtainable price that we received, so we recommend awarding that, so. This wasn't an RFP, this was just a regular bid.
That's all I have.
Question, garbage collection where?
It's the Otero County sites.
Our buildings.
So like here, some fire stations, so I don't have the list.
Yeah, everywhere you see at the
Yeah.
county, they have the choice waste dumpsters?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we have to pay for our trash to get
Mhm.
picked up.
There's 7 sites, so,
Yeah.
okay, anything else?
No.
No? All right. Make a motion to request approval to award ITB 23-017 garbage collection services to Choice Waste Collection in the amount of $13,844.64.
I second it.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Do I?
Yes, aye.
Girl,
Sorry.
you got an eye louder.
Once I seconded, I deny it.
Okay, I think we're through with you. Thank you. All right, now moving on to number 18, request approval to appoint David Cooling and Cindy Stong to the Alamogordo Public Library Board as the county representatives.
And Commissioners, I was made aware during the meeting, you're missing one of the applications.
That's why
I
I
noticed
pulled
that.
it.
That's why it's pulled.
Yeah. And it is Stong or Strong? I think it's Stong.
Stonk.
Yeah, there's no R in it. It's Stong.
That's all I wanted, was just this copy right here.
Okay. Did you have any questions or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Make a motion for request approval to appoint David Dooling and Cindy Stong to the Alamogordo Public Library Board as the county representatives. Get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good job. Heard that one.
Nope.
Okay,
Aye.
number 19, request approval of an agreement between Otero County and Spyglass Group LLC to perform internal cost reduction analysis.
So with this one, I was just wondering, before we approve this, where are we at before we figure out what the difference is going to be or the possibility of finding the overuse or whatever it is?
Well, we did this in 2019 last, and what they do is they pull 2 months' worth of billings for internet, cable, telephones, whatever services may be provided. They evaluate that. They evaluate as these companies add fees onto us every year, and then they see what cost savings we can get. They do take a cut of those cost savings. We have to write them a check in the end, but they negotiate with these companies to lower our rates. And like I said, we last did it in 2019. We're including services this year. For the first time, we're doing cell phone service.
How much have we paid them in the past?
Oh, I would have to look what the check was last time. That was a while ago. I believe they get 50% of cost recovery.
It's 50% cost recovery, 12 times any service elimination savings, and 12 times any cost reduction savings. What's the difference?
We won't know until this is done, but before we approve it and have them implement any of those savings, we get to evaluate where they think those savings are and what we would potentially owe them. So this does not automatically mean we're going to pay them. We get to evaluate it and see what services we want to cut or improve first.
Got it.
Do their fee cover what their savings are?
We would have a savings and they would get a cut of that. So there's no additional cost to us.
So if they find $100 savings, they get 50.
Right.
And it's a one-time fee with them?
Yes.
Okay.
And what does 12 times any service elimination savings? They save $1, we pay them $12?
Good question. I don't know. I might have to defer to the attorney on the language in the agreement.
I don't know. I would have to ask them. That's not clear to me.
Mm-hmm.
I would think that's what that means. I mean,
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
So we may not be saying.
So, well, I would say if they identified a service that we should eliminate, whatever the savings we would be getting from eliminating that service, they would get 12 times that. Okay.
So we'd be basically paying the same thing annually based on their savings, just goes to them instead of the phone company.
Except that the savings we see more than just for 12 months.
Yeah,
It would be
this is
ongoing.
just a one-time deal for them, and we would continue to save that.
So it
For years.
it does define those two terms right below it. So cost recovery is for past services that they are able to get a refund or credit for, and service elimination savings would be related to any cancellation of service.
Could we find out what we paid them last time? I'd be curious to see what we, do you have that information, Julianne?
We paid them in 2019. They'd like to see what we paid them.
Yeah, I can look that up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see.
Was it the same company?
Yes, Spyglass.
So do we want to hold off on this until we find out?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll just table this. Do we
Table
have
until
time?
next month?
Yeah, let's table
Okay.
this till next month. Then we'll have a little more time. Okay. So the last one, number 23, request approval of replat for Chaparral Desert Hill subdivision and Chaparral Desert Hill subdivision number 2.
You get to stretch, you get your knees all stiff and everything.
They're not working. They're not working. Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Marvin McGee. I'm with McGee and Associates. I'm the engineer on most of Chaparral subdivisions, and wanted to address any questions that may have, but quickly what this is. It's a replat of Chaparral Desert Hill subdivision and number 2. Basically, it's just changing lot lines and changing a road to make it more accessible, making it better, getting rid of end of cul-de-sacs and making a straight street through. It will actually be reducing the number of lots within those subdivisions. So it really is a beneficial change from the standpoint of maintenance and the access within the subdivision. The access off Angeline is still the same. And I can show you plats, replats, if you want, that we had proposed. Now, you have those, yes.
So what I was kind of wondering is, because there's really like no wastewater, which will be addressed a little bit and all of that, do you do these subdivisions based off of septic tank and well?
Septic tanks, yes. There is a water system that provides water to this area. The groundwater in that area is typically not good.
And so then a new development like that, if there was going to be a ruling saying you can't use your septic tanks anymore, you're going to have to get onto the wastewater system, what would that do to the subdivision? Or all your subdivisions down there?
All the subdivision. Well, and the thing is that based on the density out there, that, you know, they're all larger lots, 1 acre lots, so they are susceptible to the state rules and regulations for septic tanks. I'm working with, on the Doñana County side, where they did put in a wastewater system. There's challenges, lots of challenges with that. And so what it would do is, I mean, obviously there would have to be the infrastructure in place to provide sewer system. And we'll see. The first I'd heard of it is today that they're potentially looking at coming in the area.
Stay just a little bit to hear more about it, but with that option, if it's coming in, of course, you'll have this built and it'll be done before any of this ever comes around. Is there a chance that you'll run a sewer main down it and tap to the lots, or leave it as it is and go?
I can't speak on behalf of the developer, but all of the, I mean, these streets are almost all built. The only one that isn't built, you know, is pretty much that east side. And so to come in and, first of all, it would be impossible to put in a sewer line with taps in there without having a design. Sewer is based off of gravity unless you're putting in vacuum systems. So you would really need a design before you could even attempt to, you know, it's not like water where it's forced. Sewer's all gravity, mostly. And so without a design, it would be impossible to come in and just provide a sewer line and taps at this point.
And so, Commissioners, the subdivision was already approved. It was approved in 2019, and so it's been in development. Today, what you're considering is just, it's a claim of exemption. It's changing the boundaries, which is impacting the roads that were previously approved and accepted by the commission. And since it was making those changes to the road system, we wanted to bring it to you so you could, it would be on record of the commission accepting these new changes to the road system. I believe one of the major changes to this, I think there was access to the subdivision from Highway 54 previously, and this change in design takes that away, which is going to be better for the flow of traffic on 54. We already have enough stopping points popping up down there.
And if I may, the one access off of 54 is at Angelina. And I think you made reference to the meeting of last Friday, and we had a Teams meeting with the highway department, so they're looking at making changes and improvements at that intersection. And they're looking at getting the design done by maybe the end of 2024 and implementing some construction in 2025. That's their preliminary schedule right now.
Tom, did you have any comments on this? No. Okay. Okay.
You've already reviewed all that, but
You're good with all this? Okay.
I can't turn my neck around, so.
I'm good with the design, redesign.
It's better.
Yes.
Okay, any more questions?
Nope.
Nope. All right. I make a motion to request approval of replat for Chaparral Desert Hill subdivision and Chaparral Desert Hill subdivision number 2.
second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye, sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will need signatures if I may at
Okay.
some point.
All righty.
Just let me know.
Okay. You have
Thank
very
you.
many? Are you going to stick around for the rest of the
Oh,
meeting?
I'll stay here as long as I need to.
Okay.
We'll
all
end
right.
about 10 o'clock tonight.
And I've done that before.
So have we.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to scheduled citizen communication. We're going to have Travis Mosley and Diane Prather with the Forest Service.
Today, I'm Margaret Seeley. I'm the Deputy Forest Supervisor. I've just taken the position.
Very good to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm assuming you don't have business cards yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Are you taking Travis's?
No.
Okay.
I'm the Deputy Forest Supervisor.
Okay, because her name is Erica Luna? Is that-
Erica Luna.
Okay. All right.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
I'm
morning.
Diane Prather, Lincoln National Forest. I'm here to give you an update on the land management plan revision efforts for the forest. And this will be a summary of some of the information that we provided this past Monday over in Roswell at the four-county public meeting that was held there.
We were there.
Yep. All right, so for folks that were not there, since mid-December of 2022, with the end of the comment period on the draft plan and draft EIS, the forest has been working on a response to comments appendix for that EIS. In those comment letters, there were 475 issues identified. And for those that don't know what the Forest Service considers an issue, it would be a concern, say, on our road system. That would be one issue. Improve water quality, that might be a second issue. Trail maintenance could be a third issue. So a single letter could have a number of issues in it. Okay. That appendix is close to being finished as far as my work is done, hopefully. and it's now with our editor to make changes and reorganizations. So we may go from 475 issues to a similar number if we see that responses are redundant. Okay. From these same comment and issues, the forest has made edits and reorganizations in the draft plan. We've moved some standards, which are strict rules, to guidelines for more flexibility. And I could perhaps use speed limits as something that might be a standard. And some people do treat speed limits like guidelines. And so it's not a perfect analogy, but it's something folks might be able to, it might serve. Okay. Also from our public comments, particularly on improvements in alternative B, or recommended wilderness polygons. And these are the polygons the large polygons that are out on the east side of the Sacramento district. Those public comments provided a lot of information on legacy infrastructure that is out there, something that we or the BLM don't have GIS data on. These are abandoned oil and gas wells, mining adits and tailing piles, abandoned equipment and features that are out there on the east side of the district. Okay, so we have developed a modified alternative that removes those. There are 3 polygons out there that were removed because of this additional information. So we got comments, we developed a new alternative. Okay. We've just started U.S. Fish and Wildlife consultation. Let me see. So also, the 4 area counties, Lincoln, Chavez, Eddy, and Otero, have asked for a coordination agreement, and the forest is in discussion with the counties. And what that agreement would look like, it would serve to identify how often we would meet, who would attend, the topics we might talk about. Okay. And that agreement would thereby formalize the 4 county public meetings we've attended 2 now. Okay. So going forward into the future, we're hoping for a final EIS in July. There will be an additional second look by our regional office. And since we now are getting a new forest supervisor, I'm sure that person is going to want to read all the documents and comment on them too. We'll hopefully be briefing our Washington office in July. We do need to get on their schedule, and that can be challenging at times. So we're hoping for a notice of availability in September, and that would be a notice that the final documents are out and the draft ROD is out, followed by a 60-day public period where there'll be public meetings. It's the objection period, hopefully through September through November. And then if there are objections, we would go into resolution meetings December, July-ish, and then hoping for a signed ROD in next spring and be finished. Any questions?
This is, just so everybody knows, they're talking about the 30 by 30 land, the wilderness declaration. No?
No, this is much broader, and this is a plan for how we would manage the forest for the next 10, 15 years, probably 15, maybe more like 20. This is a big process to go through. A 30 by 30 is not part of this, but there is a requirement under the 2012 planning rule, and it's the 2012 planning rule that kicked this whole process off for Arizona and New Mexico forests. There is the requirement to evaluate lands that might be recommended for wilderness. Forest Service does not do that. The actual designations, that is something Congress does. We do not have the authority. We just manage it so that if they want to make a decision at some point, they can.
So this management plan is basically where it's not going to be allowing any kind of combustible engine in the area? Is that the same?
No, actually, So we do have designated wilderness, the White Mountain Wilderness and the Capitan Wilderness. Those are in Lincoln County. There is a process, a minimum requirements tool analysis that if you really needed to get into those areas with something mechanical, you could. But what's in the plan, what is new in the plan, and what we were required to do with it, looking at potentially recommended wilderness, there are plan components that allow for the Forest Service, the New Mexico Game and Fish, the permittees, someone with a special use permit to get in there and do work. It allows for access and maintenance of infrastructure. We don't want that infrastructure to fall apart.
And I don't know if you heard me make comment about like the 50 trees per acre.
I heard
How the
that.
water table comes up.
I heard that.
How does this plan address that?
Okay, so our plan doesn't say we want 50 trees per acre. That was an average that Tony presented. So there may be places where we have mistletoe infestation. We might want to be less than 50 trees. We might be doing meadow restoration, and that acre would have less than 50 trees because we're trying to restore a meadow or a spring or something like that where you're trying to get the water to come back in. I came up with a couple of other examples. Okay, so for example, another example where you might not want 50 trees. You've got pinyon juniper encroaching into ponderosa pine area. You might want, and there might be a lot of pinyon juniper. You might want to cut those out, and you would end up with potentially less than 50 trees on that acre. So we're not that specific in the plan because that'd be really limiting to management, but we would reference those documents that Tony's using that suggest 50 trees per acre, so that if they got better information, we could do something different.
When you said that you modified or altered due to that, some of that new information, was that the PowerPoint that we had here that showed the stock tanks, the county road going
Yes,
through there,
yes.
the fiber optic
You
line?
know, I really commend them. They did an excellent job preparing their public comments. It was very influential.
And so that helped you remove some of those
Mhm.
areas?
Yes, we reevaluated them, and they didn't score as well, so it kicked them out.
Ms.
Yep.
Prather, can you, do you have the information on the 3 polygons that were moved? I believe in the plan they're called like SRD 56 or whatever. Do you have the number designations of the specific ones that were removed?
I could get that to you. I think it's, I would guess, I think it's 52, 60, and it might be 58. It's three large polygons on the eastern side of the Sacramento district.
And a polygon is 5,000 acres?
Yes, if it's not contiguous with a wilderness study area or a designated, these have to be designated either wilderness or designated wilderness study area. Those can be smaller. If it's freestanding on its own, it has to be 5,000 or larger acres.
And for everyone's reference, the current plan that the Forest Service is operating under is from 1986, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we've operated on it since 1986. In 2012, new guidelines for the processes of forest plans were implemented, and based on that, you have to go back and revise the 1986 plan and implement things that are in those guidelines.
Correct. It's the 2012 planning rule.
This is a little off the subject, but it's a question that I had. That little bird landed on my shoulder and told me that you're going to start installing more fences on up in Wills Canyon and some of that area. Is there any truth to that?
That would be a question for Bob.
Bob Foxworth, District Ranger for Sacramento Ranger District. We are completing the fences that were laid out. Excuse me, we're completing the fences that were laid out last year. So we're not adding new sections. These had been planned last year. They would have been completed if we hadn't had the forest shut down, the shut down on the forest because of fire risks. And then it got too cold to complete the fence, but they were part of the contract that was let, I guess, the previous year before I got here.
What areas are those?
There are three areas that, there are three exclosures that are going to be built, completed, Wills Canyon, and then there's three that are associated with Agua Chiquita.
What's the purpose of the fences?
To protect the New Mexico, or the, New Mexico jumping mouse.
So Bob, I've also heard another little rumor, and I don't know, are you gonna start one in Bailey Canyon?
There, recently, the Sacramento checker spot butterfly was listed on the endangered species list. We are planning to build some exclosures for where the, I'm not the biologist, but where the butterflies, their habitat, their food sources, where they build their chrysalis and things like that to keep the elk and the horses away from them. Because talking to the wildlife biologist, when horses or elk graze, they may graze the butterfly or the caterpillar or pupae or whatever, the little critter that's in it. They call it a tent on a plant, that it's part of the life cycle of the butterfly. And so it is it's not a active allotment right now. So they're relatively small areas. I don't know the total extent of it. And they're going to be, they're not just one giant part of Bailey Canyon.
So, where do you get these fundings for this, and where do they come from?
Some of the funding for these specific fences for the butterfly are coming from the Washington office. There was a NGO that has offered some funding for us to propagate some of the plants that the butterflies feed on.
I did hear from some of my logger buddies that they're having a hard time getting funding to do logging, but it seems like it's the endless fund for.
That's way above me. It's up in the Washington office that gave the funding for the fences. And it is tied to protecting endangered species.
What is the impact of our ranchers for these three fences and the newly proposed Bailey Canyon fence?
It's not an active allotment. There are no ranchers in there.
How will it affect like the campers and other people that go up in there?
They will be excluded from that, specific area. We don't want vehicles driving in there. We have some pictures last year of some woodcutters that went in there and were cutting. They did not have a permit. They drove through. It's a riparian area. It's very sensitive, so they're creating ruts they're damaging the resources that are there. And so these fences are going to protect from that. We don't want people setting up their tent on top of the butterfly because it will impact the tent. Or the,
How big are these exclosures going to be?
Thank you.
I do not know the specific sizes right now. I can get that to you. They're a couple of acres for each of the separate ones.
Well, Bob, we've had, and this is not roasting the Forest Service. We've all had concerns with non-communication from the Forest Service on what's happening to the county. And again, I'm wondering why we're not coordinating with the county and the ranchers on this, another phase of these fences. This is something that should have been coordinated years ago with, so everybody would know. So you're gonna do another fence in these three that Will's all what you keep, and you didn't mention the other one, is that,
Two in Aqua.
You mean the Bailey?
not the Bailey Canyon, but the other fencing where you already have, you fenced off the water there at Charles
Part-
Bluffs and stuff. So, how many more?
Right now, we don't, other than what's in contracts now and the fences for Bailey to protect the butterfly, we do not have any other, exclosures planned. I can't tell you what the future looks like if they list some other species and we are required to protect endangered species.
And the Bailey one doesn't bother me as much because there are no allotments, cattle allotments in there. The elk and the deer are gonna jump the fence and tear it up anyway, like they have already on some of the other ones. But you're still fencing off more water land where the cattle grazing, and you have allotments there. That's where it's hit me in the heart, and that's, do the ranchers know that this one's coming up too?
It's,
No.
what, Bailey?
Not Bailey, I'm not even talking about
Yes.
Wills and all what you keep.
Yes, they do know,
Bluff.
because they knew about it last year.
The
Because
full all the way down.
they were planned, they were presented maps. I spoke with the permittee for Agua Chiquita when I first got here. They are well aware that those fences are gonna be built, and the same with,
What year?
But Bob, again, there is where we're coming back, and our biggest deal is coordination, communication, and I'm glad to see you all here, and I hope whoever takes Travis's spot will take note of that and come and talk to us and try to keep us communicated with it. Every chaparral, for example, you just had the gentleman, the engineer, come and tell us everything they're doing. They coordinate every move they make with us.
So-
You should do the exact same thing. You're in our county.
we are planning to do that, and we had a conversation with RB recently, and I'm gonna do my best to make it. I can't promise I'm gonna make it to every single county commission meeting, but I will. I'm making a commitment to be here, and one of the first things I'm gonna do is block it out in my calendar.
And that's fine, but if you know of things coming up, like this next addition to the fences, I mean, if you can give us heads up. I never heard anything about it. Have you heard anything on the new fences coming up?
That's just what we were notified the other day. I don't know where that came from, but with that, Bob, have you had any communication with the road department on this planned new construction to make sure that where it is situated will deconflict with road maintenance?
So I specifically have not. One of our roads people that is going to be handling the contract for these fences, we had a conversation. There are some places that we cannot pull away from the road. I don't want to have to spend the time, energy, and effort to fix the fences when something gets torn up. So my request was where we can feasibly pull these off of the edge of the road and put them such that they're not going to be a hindrance to any, like say a road, a motor grader or something going over the road. We've had that conversation. Tim was supposed to talk to folks with the county, and but there are some places that for several reasons that we cannot move it off of, put it further off. But we're going to do our best to keep it, because like I said, I don't want to have to repair fences that get torn out by, some activity.
Are you going to be at the meeting on Monday that we're going to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's my meeting.
Thought it might be a good idea for you to be there.
Did it get moved to 2 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
And down here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? What does the mouse do?
I'm not a biologist, ma'am.
Then you don't need a mouse. We go and kill mice. We hate mice. Why are we killing our farm people for a dumb mouse?
She might be able to answer your question.
Yeah, so I'm not a biologist either, and I'm gonna tell you that I'm not a forester. I have a huge amount of understanding of how the administration of any, area runs. But when I first came to the Lincoln National Forest as an administrative officer, I went to our hydrologist, and I said, what is the purpose of this mouse? I can't understand. I was new to the Forest Service, I didn't completely understand. So let me give you a very raw understanding, because I don't have a biologist understanding.
Can you come
I
up
want
to
to give
the
you this
mic?
very raw understanding.
Can you please come up to the microphone
yes.
so they can hear you online?
The hydrologist explained to me the importance of our water and how the water comes down from Colorado and all the way down here, and it feeds water all the way into our communities. The mouse is an indicator. It is an indicator that, that our water and our riparian areas are healthy. When they are not healthy, the mouse dies off, okay? And so this is an indicator to us that the mouse is not got a healthy habitat and the water isn't flowing and the water can't get, so if we want to repair those areas where they have habitat so that we have good water coming down 20 years from now to feed cattle and to feed our communities.
Can
So,
they coexist?
yes, we can. Yes, we can, but
Then why do we have to close them off?
my point is, I'm trying to give you a raw understanding
Well, that's
of
my
why.
understanding, that you're closing off
gotta let her
everything that you
speak.
need to do, and they can coexist.
Yeah, we gotta let her speak.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
So, my point is I didn't understand it either, but I understand it now as that we were trying to conserve the landscape, and we're trying to conserve and be able to repair the land so that we can all enjoy it. And the New Mexico meadow jumping mouse happens to be an indicator that we have damaged land and we need to repair it. So that's only my understanding. I'm not a forester, I'm not a biologist, and that's how it was explained to me. I hope that helps others that may not have understood it in a very raw sense of, what the mouse may mean to us.
So how does a butterfly come in the Yeah.
I can't answer that because I haven't spoken to a biologist about it. I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
It just doesn't seem like we've been coexisting all these years, and all of a sudden they can't, right? That's what gets me.
I'm glad to hear that from Monday's meeting that changes were made. Thank you very much. That we have 3 of those sections or whatever, polygons, whatever we call them, have been removed. That makes me happy. I want to keep working in that direction.
Okay, all right. That's all I've got. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
We are going to take a real short recess break, real quick. Okay, we're going to move on to,
Where are we at? We are here.
okay, we're going to move on to a presentation of Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap by Heidi Fowler.
Yes, and team.
Yes, and company.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
So good morning, Commissioners. I'm Heidi Fowler with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Allow me to just give a minute to introduce the rest of my team.
Representative Willie Madrid for District 53, which is representing part of Alamogordo on the White Sands side. And then I have all the way up to Sonoma of Las Cruces, and then back down to Chaparral, which is now the largest growing community in the state of New Mexico, with a population of about 32,000. So I'm glad to be here. I hope we are giving the enlightenment of something that we'll like to be involved with. We've already been to the first half of it, getting with the Doniana side, because as indicated earlier, we already have a plant facility there, so it was a starting point. But there's not been any discussion without the, the sincere integrity of wanting to get Otero involved in this. And this is our best step to bring you to the knowledge of what we have and to see what we can do to help. The mechanisms that will be talked about today by my team here are very much people from all around the country that do this for a living. So it's not like we do not have the right people to tackle all obstacles and barriers. And in the way of doing that, we want to do it with an enlightenment of knowledge. So with that being said, I thank you for allowing us to come up and do this presentation. I'll turn it over to Carl.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Carl Paddock. I'm a technical assistance provider. I work with Rural Community Assistance Corporation, and
Can
we work
Can you get the mic
Oh,
over?
sure.
Just move it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Gerald. Yeah, so my name's Carl Pennock. I'm a technical assistance provider. I'm part of the team here. We work a lot with smaller utilities throughout the state of New Mexico. We've been doing that since about 1978. What we try to do is build technical, managerial, and financial capacities for small communities and small utilities throughout the country. And we're mostly focused in the western United States, part of a larger organization, but happy to be on the team and have my partners here with EPA.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Julie Beth Hines. I go by JB, like your attorney. And I am a former public official in a small community in Vermont for many, many years. And I work with small communities on basically water and infrastructure, land use planning, and finance. So I'm really delighted to be serving as a technical advisor with EPA and the team to support planning for Chaparral.
Terrific. Well, we have a presentation, and I'm going to go through it. I'll switch halfway and let JB cover the rest. But I'm here today representing the U.S. EPA and also the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, who is our joint federal agency partner in this initiative. This is Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap, and we are doing community pilots throughout the country. Next slide. So today we're going to talk about the initiative, some opportunities for Otero County to participate, and then look at what's ahead and how we can move forward, hopefully together. Next slide. So pictures of our team, myself and the rest of the crew. Next slide. So we'll talk about the pilot initiative. So the Wastewater Access Gap is, this joint initiative between federal agency partners, and we did a very involved cross-agency coordination process to figure out where we were focusing. We've identified 11 communities throughout the U.S., And Chaparral was among the 11. And I'll tell you, we started with several hundred. We worked across our agencies to really get from the ground up to understand where were the most underserved communities that were being impacted by wastewater needs daily. And that's really where our focus is. So I will tell you that there was direction from the EPA administrator and the USDA administrator that we weren't going to start easy. We weren't going to start with simple cases. So these communities across the United States, in Alabama and locally here, they have experienced wastewater issues for generations. These are really difficult problems to solve for a variety of different reasons. But our goal in this initiative is to work with historically underserved communities where there are wastewater challenges of many different kinds. So this is really a unique partnership between our federal agencies. We've never done anything like this before across federal agencies. There is strong partnership between both administrators, and our EPA administrator has made it very clear that this is his number one priority, are these pilot initiatives in these communities. And really the reason that we got here where we are is because of the bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law. And that creates just this historic, monumental opportunity for us to work together to utilize those resources that are really tagged for infrastructure projects, and to make sure that we are providing as federal agencies some tutelage to utilize our programs and to get those funds out to the communities that need the most. So that was really kind of the brainchild, if you will, from the administration, from both of the agencies. So we're trying to leverage our programs and the federal infrastructure dollars that are available to really meet the wastewater needs. Next slide. So what our agencies have come up with is generally outlined right here. So we're not coming with money. We're not coming to you with a prescribed plan of how to do things. We're offering to come in and free of charge provide a couple of things. The first is a community wastewater assessment. We're using existing data, existing information that is really kind of tabletop that would be available. Everything from geology and topography to understanding, what the current structure of the wastewater is within the area, as well as understanding what are the problems and the challenges and the obstacles that those communities are experiencing. By comparison, in the state of Alabama, it's soil type. You can't get anything to percolate in clay. And so the design of the systems, the geographic spread, that's a different kind of issue. So our intent is to really utilize our team, particularly our technical assistance providers that are on the ground, that are familiar with local needs and local data sets, to be able to compile this information together so that the community has, regardless of what you do with it, really a wastewater assessment that gives you a lay of the land at this date and time. The second part is the community solutions plan. So based on the gathering of all that data and information, and again, we're not just sitting at our computers doing it. We have participants at a local level sourcing that data. We're using our technical expertise to provide some potential solutions. So in other words, it's kind of a little easier to make the comparison back to Alabama. If you can't put a septic system in the ground, then what are you going to do? Are there some above ground solutions? Are there some, how much is it going to cost to put wastewater, the pipes in, to a certain community? What makes the most sense? And then the key element within there, within the solutions plan, are those funding options. I will be the first to tell you that this partnership has been a monumental opportunity for our agencies because we both operate huge but very different grant programs. Within the EPA, we have the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, a tremendous resource to the state. And then within the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the Rural Development, they have numerous grant programs that are available. And so part of what we're working on is to really identify for you as a community within your state what are the funding opportunities. So in other words, if they're within the solutions plan, that can include anything from individual on-site systems to cluster systems to centralized wastewater, laying out the options. But then along with that is identifying, okay, well, if you were going to do centralized sewer, where are the potential funding sources that you could go to apply for those state grants? And similarly for, the other types of infrastructure that we would consider. So we're trying to put all of that together for you so that you have those resources to know where to go and how to go about the application process. And I'll point out that it's really critical having Carl here today with RCAC because this is a joint federal agency initiative, but the intent is to really work with the local communities and the local providers so that they are empowered to work with you to make those funding applications. That's not something that we do, but we're going to give you all the tools and the information such that you know where and when and how much you would be eligible for, and to have some on-the-ground assistance to make those applications. And then the third step here is really, the counties determining what their next steps are going to be. So we are not coming in with a plan to tell you how to do it. We are coming in and assessing the situation, giving you options, and then allowing you to choose what makes the best sense for your community. And if appropriate, and if you choose to, how to get the funding to do that. We all know these wastewater projects take a long time. And they cost a lot of money. And so, what's the best solution? So, what is relevant here is that when we started the pilot initiative, as Representative Madrid indicated, we were primarily focused on Chaparral and Donna Ana County and digging in and collecting the information. It became apparent of how much just overlap and shared interest there is between Otero and Donna Ana County. And so as we shared with a smaller group the end of February when we did a Teams call to present this opportunity, we really see that it only makes sense to let you know what we're doing nearby in the event that you want to participate. So really with those last steps, it's really allowing you as a community to evaluate, prioritize, and determine how you want to go forward. And seeing that you have all the resources and are kind of left with the instruction manuals of how you proceed. Across these 11 pilots, the solutions are going to look very different. And what each community chooses, again, is up to them and is going to be very different. From everywhere from West Virginia to here in New Mexico. Next slide. So Donna Ana, let's just focus for a few minutes on kind of where we are. Next slide, please. So this initiative was actually announced in August of 2022 between EPA and USDA. And then we proceeded with a number of kickoff meetings. The one for Chaparral happened in October. And there was a group that first got together, talked about, what do we see are the current wastewater issues and challenges. And as part of that discussion, one of the things that came out of that was just that this is a growing community that needs additional investment to really ensure that the wastewater structures that are going in the ground and that are going, that are planned for the future really ensure a resilient community. And that in some cases, the past practices for septic tank construction and maintenance may not be serving the community. There's, you know, certainly as I manage the, within the Office of Wastewater Management, the decentralized wastewater program, and one of our biggest challenges is homeowner education. You know, people who don't know to pump their septic tank or how often or where, how to have it serviced. And so a big part of this as well, although it seems like a small thing, but also a huge part that we can offer, especially through the technical assistance provider, is just homeowner education and outreach. And we have tremendous tools in that regard. Next slide. Just real quickly, just to hit on the timeline here, it's to let you know we started in November up at the top left and in the bottom. We're working on that wastewater assessment now through this spring. And then at the top we have community engagement, and then at the bottom completing the wastewater assessment. So we are working on the community assessment now. And so across the pilots, we are trying to get those wrapped up into at least a preliminary draft by the end of April. So, you know, while we're at it, we can fold in Otero County. It probably wouldn't be done quite as quickly, but, you know, that's, so I just want you to be aware of kind of where we are and the sense of timeliness with this conversation. And then over the course of the summer, looking at and establishing funding strategies. This is, you know, largely EPA and USDA figuring out kind of, okay, what are your needs and what potential programs could be eligible to fund that need. And then towards the end of the summer, having the community solutions plan completed. So our intent is that as we proceed, that if this is something that Otero County wants to be involved with, that we'd have a point person or persons that would participate, so that we have monthly calls within the larger group for Chaparral to keep everyone on the same page and informed of what we're doing. And so as we move along and we have drafts of that assessment plan and we work towards a solutions plan, that they're involved, that they're seeing what we're coming up with, that they're aware of it. You know, it's not our plan or our intent to hand you a document at the end of August and walk away. We want you to be involved and for it to be deliberate, to shape it. Because ultimately, you know, there are challenges for all communities. And when you have two counties that are coordinating, part of what we're trying to do is just kind of to put it out on paper. You know, here are the challenges, here are the opportunities, here's the push points of where the two counties would really need to make some decisions together, and to outline those so that you're not coming into the conversation sort of not knowing where to begin. But that we highlight those and outline them for you, and that we get input from both sides to be clear that we've really identified what, you know, the key issues are. So that's where we're headed, is that we've got a pretty strong push by our administrators to really move this along this year. So next slide. So we're going to talk a little more technical details about the community wastewater assessment and what's included, and kind of a little more detail here locally. So let me turn it over to JB.
Thank you. So the first steps in our assessment have really been, as Heidi said, to go through and look at what's the lay of the land for wastewater. We've looked at the service areas for the Doña Ana County utilities. There are a couple of expansions that are in the works right now in terms of their capacity, and also some areas where sewer lines are being extended within the community and septic systems being abandoned. Doña Ana's done a little bit of a look-see at what other areas of Chaparral, what phasing might work in terms of sewer service areas based on topography. And we're again compiling all of that, but we've gone ahead and looked at the lots and parcels and the location of permitted septic systems on the Otero County side, and we've got a slide of that in a moment. So we have a good framework where we've been assessing the community, its growth. As Representative Madrid noted, there's tremendous growth. What's the infrastructure now? What's the pattern of development? And how might those things fit together? And that's what goes into our community wastewater assessment. We also then start to look at what are the funding sources that have been utilized to support wastewater system growth, and what the sort of order of magnitude of those has been or might be. So that's all coming together now. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick static map of the assessment we've put together, and we extend our sincere thanks to your assessor's department for helping us get the parcel data put together, and then to Carl and New Mexico Department of the Environment for the location of septic systems, and that's the orange stars you see on here. Those are all the ones that are in the database of construction since 2006. Occupied lots is something we are now trying to assess which ones are occupied so that we can backfill where there are systems that predate the liquid waste permits and predate that database. There is, this is not going to surprise anyone in this room, quite a lot of area within Otero County where you have a significant density of pretty recent systems where there are good permitted records. And we can look at the lot sizes and see that anything is 3/4 of an acre up for those. On the Doña Ana side, you have a much older infrastructure and more potential for challenges with the septic systems that are there. But also the more western side of Otero, we see a lot of lots that are clearly occupied where the wastewater systems, where we don't have a record of the permit or it predates 2006. So this is a lot of assessment going on. And hopefully this information in this database that we've put together will have some ongoing utility to both you and your colleagues over on the Doña Ana side. Next slide, please. So what we're doing right now, and what we'd like to offer the opportunity for Otero County for folks to be engaged in, is we're looking at engineering options. Where does expansion and connection to the Doña Ana facilities make sense? There are portions of the Otero side that just from a topographic standpoint could be in the long term, could make sense if it worked for the county and for residents to connect to the Doña Ana system. Topography also says that on the eastern side, there would need to be some different approaches to where you would put a central wastewater facility if, when, and as one were desirable. So we have an excellent engineering team working with Bohannon and Houston locally to look at just the where of that and the orders of magnitude. We also have on our team something that I specialize in and that we've engaged with your state regulators and technical assistance providers about. There's a lot of funding available to help with the management of on-site systems so that where they're workable, they become a permanent but well-managed part of your infrastructure. Things like, as Heidi noted, homeowner education, but there are also models nationally that not enough communities know about to use federal funding for system upgrades, for revolving loan programs, for using cluster systems in a neighborhood scale where you've got issues with septic systems. And we want to make sure that that toolkit is at least, well known to you, and you can start to think about, well, where might that work? And some of what we call the management models, anything from getting your homeowners notified that, hey, you've got a septic system, this is a typical pumping schedule, here are some people locally that you can reach out to for information. All the way up to having public programs that take on some of those functions to ensure that that infrastructure is well managed, doesn't lead to problems, and that property values stay maintained, because it's a real challenge, especially with New Mexico's inspection requirement at point of sale. You want to have resources for people who are stuck. You want to make sure that they know how they can access information on repairs or potentially a loan program. We are working in Arizona with the San Carlos Apache and also with Gila County, which is developing a really great program to ensure that people who need to upgrade septic systems or need to make repairs before a sewer extension have resources and aren't stuck on their own with a property that they can't sell, which really affects all of us economically. And then we'll be looking at, again, the financial analysis and the funding opportunities. Supporting Doña Ana, looking at what might rates and structures and grants look like to support their desired expansion and upgrades of their system. And we can provide that to Otero County also if you choose to be part of that. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and I guess you want to take this one, or shall I keep babbling? All right. So if we could have our next slide, really the goals here are, we just see a great potential for collaboration and to have Otero be a really integral part of this conversation. So that whatever the solutions are, that they are suitable for both communities, because Chaparral really is functioning as a whole. We've just heard so much about the vitality and growth on both of the county sides, and we want to make sure that we're engaging the full range of the community there. We would love to offer the materials that EPA and our partner agencies have developed on homeowner and business education about how to care for your on-site system so that it stays functional and supports your property value and a clean environment for everybody. We have a great set of outreach approaches and toolkits on that. And then really have a conversation about what's the roadmap as Chaparral continues to grow and mature as a community. Where might there be a need to look for central wastewater for the future for some areas that are developing? And what's the process with the state and the federal agencies to make sure you have access to as much grant funding and then as many loans as you would need to get that done affordably? And really make sure, again, that especially if you can start an education program or if there's interest in creating some kind of a loan program, as some of the systems get older and might need repairs, we can absolutely help identify how you would put that together, what it costs, and resources for you on that. We do a lot of that through EPA for other communities.
I want to add and focus attention on the last bullet there, which is just about funding applications to optimize wastewater treatment systems. So a huge part of the business of the Clean Water SRF, of their loans, goes towards upgrades for wastewater treatment plants or the construction of new systems, if that's needed. So I'm not saying that we're suggesting that. I'm just saying that that is one of the key funding opportunities that the Clean Water SRF provides.
Maybe the next slide, please. Okay, what's next? Next slide. Sorry. So now, this spring, we're really working in depth on the assessment. We'll be touring Doña Ana's treatment plants tomorrow with Jonathan Macias and his team. We will be spending some time on the Otero County side with Representative Madrid and the team. And we'd like to hear from you. We would really love to engage folks who are knowledgeable about the situation in the Otero section so that our assessment really reflects what's going on, your future vision, your concerns about that. And we'll be working on that assessment really into beginning of May, but we're hoping to wrap that up fairly soon and start talking about solutions. Next slide, please. That's it. And we very much appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
I'd like to say something here in closing after a great presentation is that I am sincere as a state representative to serve the people of both sides of the counties as well as the entire district, and then if it benefits the state as well. And I believe that what this is an opportunity to create a model with all the support and what would be concerns of shortfalls or backfalls with a good contingency to make an assurance. When I say this is one of the 11 in the state, around the country, this is the first in New Mexico, and it's pertaining to the waste and water. Our water issue is good. It's the waste and water that we have the concerns of the times of what we can't assess right now is we have septic tanks. I can raise my hand, I have one too, and they're past due. And at some point, the EPA is in its effect. And I'm trying to set up a win-win situation for all of my constituents to have the options best to their availability. And this is not a strong-arming situation. This is not forcing anything down people. This is presenting alternatives to what they are having to come to face. Whether we want to say it's on a timeline, it is on a timeline on the EPA. And this is an opportunity that we got presented from the efforts of mine 5 years ago and looking into this, because it was an interest that even my developer said, I think those are the two big issues we have. Things don't happen overnight. Things happen through processes of conversations. And I think most of all, I'm an outreach to Otero side, because I do not want one side to not have the same to the other side. It's an equity issue for me that we serve to meet the best means. If it means we leave some people on, we leave it to them to make the decisions, but they know their options, and they know what the timeline is to be able to begin to address these issues within the community. I can assure you, by one example, last year, we had a trailer court that had a car parked. We asked the sheriffs to go by, they went by and said it was a sewer problem. And sure enough, I could say it was a reasonable assumption, because it's like that in Chaparral. You can go through areas and catch a good aroma of what is existing. And those are the areas that we have to look at and focus and educate the people to their options and the solutions that give them a remedy of a road. When in realization to that story, we called them back 2 weeks later because the smell was still there, when in fact it turned out to be a dead body in a car that was stored in my community. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not pointing blame, but these are end results of, what should I say, mistakes that can happen with no intent. And it was not a wrongdoing of the sheriffs, it was just the circumstances that I know exist. And this is what I have to say, that I'm really glad that I have the team that's here. These are the people, the best from all around the country, that have worked in different communities and have experiences to doing this. So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're trying to coexist a wheel that's in existence, but knowing that there's a few spokes that are not allowing that wheel to run as smooth. What is the smoothness? Population. We have growth. And it's a growth that isn't going to stop. As I told my developer, you keep doing the developing, I'll keep doing what I need to do to help the community. So I think it's a great out time for both counties to come to the table and resolve. Because in my 5 years, I've always said both sides, and you can ask Gerald Matherly, I've always said, I want this to be understood. This is a community called Chaparral. It's not a divided community because of just two counties. I said it's important that the two counties understand that they coexist together. And I can say respectfully that we're kind of coming to that point, because development is helping that, and as well as the needs of the people of existing that have been there for a lot of years, like myself, that have to resolve that we're at a crossroad. I'm going to spend $30,000 more to have a new septic tank put in, and not to mention I got to get the old one caved in and taken out. So that's another $2,500. So these costs aren't going to go down; they're going to keep going up. And I think this is a window of opportunity for all of us in the South here, particularly Doniana and Otero. So I'm really implored to encourage, ask all the questions. This is the right team to answer them and give you the facts and with support. So I thank you for allowing us to have the time, and I think we're ready for questions.
Yeah. I have a handful of questions real quick. On your design and stuff, you're gonna come up with a design, a plan that would fit Otero on what their needs would be, correct?
Right. The design work is at a very for anything that would be in Otero would be very, very high level and conceptual. In terms of, there's only a small area of Otero County's section of Chaparral that would reasonably be able to connect to Doña Ana without very extensive engineering. So for the most of the sections of Otero, what we'd be laying out is a very general concept of if you had a sewer system, what might it look like? That would be very, very general. But your septic systems, many of them are new, and many of them will not be at the point of needing to be replaced. So what we'll outline for you is how many systems do you have, what are their ages, and what might be options for education, for management, and for having funding available for people who need to do repairs. So it would only be at a very general level. It would not be the type of design that your engineer was talking about earlier that would be needed to figure that out.
Right, but it would be a recommendation design on what you're seeing.
It would basically be options based on what we're seeing.
So, one of my big questions is, I would feel like if we're gonna do it in Otero, Otero should have its own plant. Now, my reasoning and my thought behind that is, Alamogordo has the sewage plant here, they recycle the water, clean it, put it back to the golf course, the baseball fields, to be able to utilize the other water. If it went to Donna Ana's side, I'm sure they would pump it to their side. Does Donna Ana even have that accessibility on their plant now? Are they recycling their water and trying to water the baseball fields, any of the football fields?
I would tell you from the initial planning of the Doña Ana side, there's no doubt that we'll be doing some upgrading to the points of what you're talking about, because that's a inter-perspective of mine that I'd like to see. I've been around the state to see some great models where they actually reprocess the water, use it for fields, or as well as I've seen in grants, they will reprocess it to a level of clean gray water and use it as a river in the city of Grants. And they also have fish in it, and people fish. Now, these are what I'm saying, way out of the box thinkings that I never thought could exist. And I'm not saying that suits to fit us, because I'm just one aspect of bringing the components and the mechanisms. The realization is that it's the people's will and the choice to get on what they want to get on. The dynamic is, we have three aspects, I feel. The very beginning of Chaparral's development, that we don't have any record or knowledge either on the Otero side or the Doña Ana side, that's going to have to be addressed, because we're dealing with tanks that are deficient and lack the capacity of what we're calling for today's standards. So those are people that I can say will need the help. I'll give you a good enough example of what we're saying. To this stage of what we've had done by Doña Ana has been an implementation, but not everybody's bought into it and got in, and I'll tell you why. 2 reasons. They've not been able to afford being able to get connected from their house to the street, to the easement. They've not been able to afford the caving in of the septic tank that's existing. It's an obligated responsibility. What we have done in those 2 initiatives right now in the preliminaries is that we have found funding, one being an indigent program that's by the state, and then there's other federal programs that can help these families apply for this and base it on a sliding scale that makes it more economical for them. I think in some cases, based on their income, it could be done for free. It could be done completely. And that's the real goal I have, is that it makes no sense to me to have a facility and have some people connected and some not. And what I'm saying is I want those that want it to get on it, because then that plant will work at its maximum. Right now, the facility works at 33%. So we still have 64% to be able to get on that facility. But that also, to Gerald's point, I totally agree. The growth of Otero side is growing exponentially, that I see nothing else but a sincere saying this is a great opportunity for Otero side to build that facility and to have the funding mechanisms to support that, the capacity of doing it. Now, we say 20, 30 years from now, maybe that be when Otero would be ready. This funding doesn't work like that. This is a pilot program that's going to be modeled and then taken around the country and help other communities. Even as well as in our conversation with Gerald and RB and Pamela Hertner, you know, that was a suggestion. Why couldn't we also do it like in an area like Mescalero or areas like Tularosa? That's exactly what the goal of this is that we have to start somewhere. We can't go reaching, you know, in 4 directions. We have to focus on this aspect. And I'm supportive to the fact that you guys are, what do you call it, the major component to the side of Otero. And that's why we're coming to the commission board and letting you know what these are and what else we can do to help you guys out in any way.
So some of my other questions, will this be a design or a suggestion on all of Otero on the Chaparral part? I mean, you showed your map where the septic tanks and stuff were on your deal, and you're heavily concentrated in this southeastern part or south central part of Chaparral. The northern end of Otero is not as populated right now, but within 2 or 3 years, the way they're moving, it will be full. So I'm kind of wondering on that. And then the next question is, do you have any idea what percentage of people on Donna Ana are utilizing the system you have now over there? Or is it all the way through Donna Ana yet?
Well, I would say to you that the capacity is at 33% of the population that's using it right now. That would be 33% of about 15,000, 15 and a half on the Donna Ana side. So 33% of that 15 and a half.
So I got just a couple more questions and then I'll let you go. But so you got 33%, so we got another 66% of people that aren't on it. Are they still being charged the utility bill?
At this time, that has been the way it was rolled out, but that is not anything to do with this program. That's an existing program that's been handled by the county. So I can't say to that they're not or they are. I just know that the county of Donna Ana has utilities, and that's where the disconnect is. It does no good for us to have people have that availability and are not on it, but are still being charged. So that would be corrected, you know, obviously in the sense that they would finally be able to have that service. Now when we go through and we start back up, we're now putting that initiative that we want the folks to try to get connected. If they don't, then that's fine. We'll make clarity, we'll make indications of educating them to their options down the line. And those options down the line may determine when they choose to do it. And that's not something that we're invoking on the community. We're just bringing a great opportunity for the people that see it as an opportunity. And for the small pocket that I have that complain that they don't want it, I tell them I'm not going to force you to have it. But the realization is that in any development community such as ours, there's always going to be a clause. And that clause is if and when you choose to sell that property to the next person, you will be obligated to fix that to the standard of what it is. And really, it won't even be us. It won't be me. It's going to be the EPA Act that is in place. Environmental Protection Agency is the one that's dictating this, and that's a bipartisan. That's what I want to remind us. This is a bipartisan that brings both sides of what I don't always like to say should be about the people. But if both sides came to this agreement of $1.5 trillion to help rural communities of our state, and we get chosen or invited to be part of this, I'm receiving it with open arms and with a big smile on my face because, you know, I spend every election 2 years and I win by very small margin, but I spend it knocking on doors. Not to mention that I've lived in this community for over 45 years. And I can tell you from my time of growing up in this community, it's this time. It's time that we have a self-assessment of what we want to do and know where we're at as a community. It's very difficult. You must please empathize a little bit. I'm one person trying to reach the magnitude of 15,500 on Otero, another 15,500 on Doniana. And the outreach right now is very, very hard to do because my people are hard-working laborers. And they work and they come home and they're tired. But that's not their concern. Their concern is making a living that pays the basic essentials. That doesn't mean that there's been wrong done by the way the properties were sold or acquired. It just means the time is where we're at, and that's a growing community that has future. Yes, sir.
My outlook on a septic tank is, if you're out in the middle of the Otero Mesa, a septic tank is the only way you're going to dispose of your deal. I see the situation in a community of Chaparral where there's 15,000 people in there. Septic systems are not, that's a city. That would be like Alamogordo. You're having a septic tank on every property here in Alamogordo. I can see that this should be a way of the future. So, I mean, I'm really kind of supporting the future part of it. But I asked you earlier on our other meeting, are you going to try to get a meeting together with the community of Chaparral in Otero? I would really like for them to know what your intentions are, what's coming up. I would like to get some of their input. For example, I would even like Mr. Colquitt, if he's got something, his input right now. This is a big deal to a lot of people. One of the problems with septic systems, to get infrastructure in, they're not going to go on with the septic tank because it's nothing but problems. You take a Walmart or a big restaurant that has a big chain, their tanks will be filling up daily. I mean, so there's another issue. If you want Chaparral to grow, you need to accommodate today's world. I understand there's a lot of people in Chaparral. I listen to it all the time. They came to Chaparral because they wanted the quietness, the peaceful. The 20 years ago look. There was a lady the other day, your lady that you call mom, she said she wished the roads would go back to gravel and dirt and get away from the cannabis. And she told you that, but I mean, there was a lot of reasons why people came to Chaparral. So, John, do you have any comment on this? If you do, this is the time to do it.
Yes. Oh, God. Anyway, okay. This is really a complex issue, an interesting issue, and septic tanks versus sewer systems.
Can you speak into the microphone? Because we do this on video and they can't hear you at home if you're not on the microphone.
I'm going to give you this seat right here.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So first, to give you just a little bit of history, or of the aquifer and what have you. In Chaparral, the good water and all of the wells that we have are on the west, I'd say, 1/10 of the community. And the growth is probably to the 90% to the east. And all of the water table is basically at 350 feet. So the issue of contamination from septic tanks is pretty moot, just because you go through the topsoil, the caliche, the sand, the gravel, that layer after layer of that until you finally get to the water table. The good water, as I say, is in the 2 miles west of the Doniana County line towards the mountain. As you go east, the water gets more brackish, and ultimately perhaps it would be desalinated in the long future if we go through all of the fresh water that's there in that basin. People, basically on the 1 acre tracts, because there's no sewer systems we have developed, we've always put in these septic tanks. And now lately, Doniana County is putting in this sewer system. I think that the people that have the septic tanks don't like the $50 a month. There are certain advantages with the sewer system of once you're hooked on, basically all your septic problems have gone away. What Commissioner Matherly said is very true, that from time to time we have had some rather large people ask us, like Walmart or what have you, not Walmart, but that type of business, that they would like to come out there, but they do not want to come out there without a sewer system. My thought was always at the beginning, which Diana County hasn't done, was you would put a sewer system to pick up the schools and down the major corridors, and then slowly as time went by extend the sewer system to the residential areas. And the same could be done in Otero County along Highway 54 and what have you, and then slowly go out into the community, maybe ultimately getting 100% of that. The topography in Otero County is such that really going from north to south, the lay of the land is that way. It'd be easy enough to go down there to the south end and condemn some land or buy some land and put in a processing plant, and then maybe if you cared to pipe that water back up to like the high school football field or what have you. The school tried to, this immaterial in a way, but not, the school is buying water from us to for the football fields and what have you, and they wanted to put in their own well, and we told them they shouldn't because the water's too salty, but they drilled a well anyway, and the water's too salty, so they kept on buying water from us. And it's just at the present time, the desalinization doesn't apply. The Diana County sewer system, if I'm not mistaken, sprinkles none of its water. It's all evaporation in probably a 3-acre pond. As time goes on, evaporation may not handle it. And so maybe they'll sprinkle or run a purple line up to the high school or someplace. That's kind of it. But maybe I've covered the general ideas. Sewer system is good. And really, actually, the cost to put in a sewer system versus individual septic tanks is about the same, but it is a lot harder to run a sewer system from the environmental department and all the requirements you have in the processing of the water and all that stuff. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
If you have anything, I mean, this gentleman's been there for a long time, so he's a big book of knowledge.
60 years.
Well, I wanted to speak back to some of your questions earlier, which I think also tie into what you were saying. So there, this is your community, and you have a community vision. And part of what we're trying to do right now is to say between EPA and between the USDA and between the bipartisan infrastructure law, there is a lot of money for infrastructure projects. And so that is the opportunity. Now, you as a community, what's your vision is your vision. I don't know what that is. But part of what we're doing through this initiative is to do other things, exactly what you talked about, the community engagement. What do people want? That kind of meeting is what we are doing in these pilots. Now, when that happens, can be up to you, and in Donna County. But that is part of what we're also offering, is the opportunity for input. It's, that's your call, whether you want to say, hey, we're interested and we want to participate, and then to hear from the community, or if you want to hear from the community first about participating. There's no prescribed way of doing it. When it comes to the solutions, again, it's a group of technical experts. So we're not coming in with this prescribed agenda of this is how you should do it. Part of why we need your participation is to say, based on your vision, if what you want is water reuse for the football fields and a sewage treatment plant so that you can support big businesses, then part of what that solutions plan is to include that. and to lay out some possible costs, not exact numbers, but what that would look like. We're not going to we're not going to hand you the engineering plans for that wastewater treatment plant, but we're going to say, these are the general requirements that you would need. Here's some ideas on where it could go. If you choose to do that, here's the timeline of ideas on getting the funding and the amount that it would cost so that you could begin the construction. And in the meantime, here are some areas where you could potentially have customers on this side connect to the wastewater plant that's in Donna Ana, or what other lines could potentially come out of Donna Ana to support the larger community. Because, as we've heard a couple times, that's only at 33% of capacity. So there's potential to grow there. We, could sketch out where some potential lines could go to connect communities. There are funding programs that are specific for people to go from septic to connect to centralized sewer. So there's a variety of those funding programs that we're also trying to line up to say, this is what it would look like. Here are some of the older systems that we know of that could potentially be connected to a sewer line, and here are some potential funding streams of where you could go to absorb and get those costs met. So it's a general outline. It's not prescribed, it's not an engineering plan, and it's going to be driven based on the input that we get from you. Again, we've got a group of technical experts who do this, and we have different engineers in different parts of the country because West Virginia and North Carolina and Alabama and Mississippi are different than New Mexico. But you would also raise the question about water reuse, and that's certainly something in this area that we would recommend, that we would include to say, here are some potential options for that water reuse. It just, it's something that you could certainly include if that's where you want to go. So again, it's up to you. The funds are there, and and working through Carl and the local technical assistance providers. We're not. I don't have money. But I can tell you where and how to apply and where the best measures of success are, because again, USDA, their loan programs, they have specific requirements on age and income and location and population size, and that's their expertise that they bring to the table.
To that, we can add the fact that the Donna Ana right now has got on plans to build a splash pad at the park, and that splash pad is designed to recycle the water and be treated, and then when it's done to being able to be used or recycled, then it goes into a gray line that's going to be to an extension of the park, and it will now begin to feed that park its water to a new area. So it's only way the future is for us to take advantage of the way of water usage and alternative ways of water usage. So that's why I'm really excited about this. It's an enlightenment of knowledge. Every month I sit on this meeting with these guys, and I think of all the obstacles we have, and these guys are calm, cool, collect, and they shoot out these 5, 6 options. I'm like, oh, thank God. Because these are the concerns that people like Mallory, the commissioner, and myself, the state rep, we have to contend with our constituents. But we have also had the discussion, and I think this presentation has shown that, Gerald, and that is, you ask for incentives, and everything we're discussing has got more incentives than cons. And we just got to work it with the people in making sure that we're on the same page as a county, me and you, as I am on the same page with Donna Ana when it comes to this. We can't have a miscommunication or a misperception, and I really appreciate John, because I grew up as him, one of my mentors of my community. My family was a 100th family to move to Chaparral, the 3rd Hispanic family to be there. So to say that I'm not clear on what all these people want is an understatement. I lived with these people all my life. I've coached their kids. I've been a teacher. So I can tell you this, I've gone door knocking every 2 years and win by a skim margin. It's because I'm listening. I'm listening to the whole. I can't say that a pocket should dictate when there's a population that overrides the pocket that's saying we don't want it. I understand, and that's why I keep saying it, and you've heard it today. Whatever the people want. That's what the beauty of this program is. I think the realization is, as it unfolds, which it has not unfolded completely correctly on the Doniana side, but it has unfolded. And like anything, there's growing pains, and with progress, there's growing pains. So we won't, I'm not going to sit here and say that we won't have our obstacles, but I've got the right team to troubleshoot these obstacles. And what we're saying is the plan is have everybody's positions of what they want, how they want, and what we can offer in a menu way of what you've got to look at, and whether it be short, now, or in the middle, later, or in the long term, much later. You just can't stop what John is doing. He's growing chaparral beautiful. So we have to come to the realization this is the right time to look at our options, invite all of the mechanisms, what I call them mechanisms, because what they can do is phenomenal to me, because I've never been able to get past a lot of these concerns. And now I feel confident that we can get past these obstacles, but we as a counties have to work together. And I think I've watched Gerald today, and I'm always impressed where he wants to be brought on the loop. I too want to be brought on the loop of the county in some positions and things and directions of chaparral. And this is the first time I've been to this commission meeting, and I'm glad to be here. And it's been good to see a day of business in Otero County. And what am I saying? You're doing a good job. You're doing everything that should be done. And we're trying to do the same thing to bring this out in knowledge, and nothing that's dictating, but only options for us to consider what's best for a really thriving community. And to the business aspect, we all know once this system gets inlaid, the rest is going to come. And that means, you know, GRT for everybody. And that's where it helps up in the end, because I agree, this is not effective if we don't have buy-in. So I hope we have that, you know, clarification.
Let me say something. Let me give you a little clarification. You know, basically, Doniana County is building their sewer system, and they have more or less a third of the people on it, and they're losing a lot of money every year in their sewer system, and they're getting more and more grants in the state of New Mexico to extend the sewer system. So there's a developer out there that wanted to put in about 4,000 lots in Doniana County on 1,000 acres. And if I think I understand it correctly, Doniana County told him, listen, we didn't build a sewer system for you. You build your own sewer system and work it out. And while they continue to have few hookups in the Doniana County sewer system and try and expand it. So really, from your standpoint, I would think Doniana County should continue as they're doing now with government grants and perhaps help from you all to expand their sewer system. Otero County figure out where they might want to put in a small sewer system and start from there in advance. And that's what I would do.
And I agree that we're moving to that same page. I mean, it's quite clear that those are the aspects that lend way and lend even time to iron out the plan, the suggestions, and the options.
I wouldn't connect them.
No, I don't think so
No.
either. Personally, Otero County, and everybody knows this, we don't have a utility company. We don't have a utility department in Otero County. So this would have to be in part of the planning too, to be able to operate the plant. But I want to be able, the main thing is to reuse that water that comes out of that plant. Water is a very valuable commodity right now. So I'm just thinking ahead. But do you have a time that you're going to set up with the community in Chaparral to try to present this the same way you did here?
Well, we did that back in October for Donna Anna.
Yeah, but that's not
Right.
Otero side.
Right. So we certainly could.
And they need to. I mean, I want those people to be educated and know everything exactly like what you're saying or expressing, The pros, the cons, the what if, the could be, the whole 9 yards. Because you're wanting board action, you're wanting support on this. I mean, I would love to support it, but I'm not going to. And I want to make sure the community of Chaparral on Otero side is aware of what's happening.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's only fair to where they understand what's going on. And I hope that we could find some type of solution that if you're not tied into it, you don't have to pay for it. Because he has some brand new subdivisions that are good for 20 years. Now, this may not even take place for 10 or 15 years, and it may be time at that point right then that those septic systems are wearing out and going down. But the older part of Chaparral on the Otero side, those systems have got to be very old. And it would be, in my eyes, to put a new system in, if you had to put a new tank and stuff in, you're looking at anywhere from $6,500 to $8,500. You could run a yard line for probably $3,000. So it would be cheaper to tie onto a sewer system and never have any more problems again. Unless it's on your side in the house part.
Yeah, go ahead.
To that end, Mr. Commissioner, I think you're fine. I can scooch. I think what we absolutely would like to bring that information to the Otero side. I think what we're hoping now is that we didn't want to even start looking at possible solutions without coming to you first, talking this through. If it would be of value to the commission and to your citizens to have us take a look at some of these options, I think that's what we'd like to know today. And then we would be able to bring that to the community.
Right. To just jump in, because we don't have, having not spoken with you and gotten ideas on what you're thinking, we don't have numbers, and so we're not, part of what this initiative is participation and to, just work with you to figure out what would be some plausible solutions. So we're not at a point yet where we can say, okay, well, if you're on this street, here are your options and here's how much it's going to cost. Because we're not even sure if we're including Otero County. So, and that also isn't something that would come until a little bit later, until we're laying out the solutions and figuring out what makes sense at a broader sense. So I just want to clarify for you that having a community meeting doesn't mean we can give a PowerPoint and say, this is how much it's going to cost. That's not something that we have on hand, or that we could generate really quickly. That's something that would come later. And I think right now, what we're trying to do is to just get a thumbs up that you're interested. And then we can move forward, because we can't tell you how much things are going to cost until we know kind of what you're thinking and what your vision is. And, that there are going to be, because of the just the geography, there are going to be some issues across the county that you're going to have to talk about. And so there's a lot of things that, are up for discussion before we can say, this is how much it's going to cost a homeowner. And really, that, and believe me, I have a septic system. I understand the concern about wanting to know how much more it's going to cost. That is something that, based on what we come up with for solutions, then would really be the opportunity to have community input to say, what do you think? It's just like what we heard earlier with the cable discussion, kind of like, I don't want to, it might be $1 or $2. Do you or do you not want to pass that on to, to the public? And those costs are something that we're going to figure out later when we have a better idea, because obviously what it means to a ratepayer is going to change based on the number of connections. And if in our design and in our solutions we say, hey, if you have this number of connections, it's this much more affordable. If you do a larger plant and you factor in, a large ratepayer like a Walmart or something out, that's going to change things.
Well, my biggest fear on this is, and John's experiencing this right now with his water company, the environmentalists or the EPA's coming in with all these regulations and stuff. Chaparral is hitting the map as a community. It's a big community. The EPA or the environmentalists come in and say, no more septic tanks, in which the way things are going nowadays, they could very well come in and say, septic tank is done. It's over. No more. Especially into a city or a community.
Can I just address that for a second? So I manage the program at EPA for septic systems. There's no intent. I don't see that ever happening. Those decisions, if they were made, would not be made by us because we do not regulate septic systems at a national level. It's up to your state. Either the environmental department or the health department, and there's a lot of crossover. Usually it's the environmental department that permits it and the health department that oversees inspections. But that's not something that we would ever, I can't say ever, but that I see happening at a national level. And again, that decision would be made at a state level, and then it would be per the county to implement whatever those decisions were. So there are, we don't have an accurate count of the number of septic systems across the United States because we don't, as EPA, we don't oversee them, we don't manage them, we don't regulate them. So it's up to the state on how they do that. And I'll point out that probably one of the conundrums that we have here is that across county lines, there's a little difference in how they're permitted or how they're overseen or installed or, so it really, as you can see, I mean, there are a lot of fine details to sort of figure out. And that's part of what this initiative is to try to spell out where are those issues, where are some opportunities where across county lines, what needs to be figured out, and allow you across both communities, across both counties to make those decisions.
And I can see your point on there, but you look at items, okay, right now, the conservationists and the environmentalists are taking a nationwide industry and going to start putting it out of business over a mouse and a butterfly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the other thing coming up is this 30 by 30 they're coming in where they're going to pull conservative, where all the water and the important things, they're going to start working on that. So it could very well happen. I mean, just to me. So I'm very interested in seeing what's going to happen on this. Again, my big deal is getting infrastructure, getting jobs, getting industry in Chaparral is going to determine on some of this. This is a key factor on it. The other deal, and John and I talked on this before, is the properly sized water lines for sprinkler systems and stuff like that, fire suppression systems, which is all things that can be handled and maintained, but I just want the community also educated on what's fixing to come. That's my big deal.
Sure.
Not
No,
hiding anything from
completely
anybody.
understand. Completely understand.
I had a question. So I just want to confirm, I believe your ask today is you want the county to commit to participation in your program. One, they can't do that today. That will need to be formally put on the agenda that would occur next month. So could you please just quickly and succinctly address what does committing to your program entail, and what would be the obligation, ask, commitment of the county to participate in that?
Yeah, sure. Great question. So the ask is for Otero County to participate in this pilot initiative, and the county will receive a wastewater assessment and a solutions plan. And also the opportunity to have a community engagement session. You know, we'd work with you on date and time. So really, you'd get two products, the assessment and the solutions plan. And then I think the specific ask is that in order to do that, we need a contact person or persons, you know? I'm sure you're all busy and have many things to do. There may be one or two people that we could work with in case we need, we've had to work with Jonathan Macias's office to obtain some data so that we could inform our mapping efforts, our engineers. So we would need, you know, whoever would be appropriate to help feed some information to us to say, hey, we're developing the solutions plan. And Donna, Anna, what are some of the things from an Otero County side that we should consider? And really, at the end, that's what you would end up with, are those two documents. And then also included within that would be, based on what you decide as a community, what funding applications do you want to pursue? Again, we don't help you with that, but we tell you what in that solution is eligible. If you wanted to build a wastewater treatment plant, we give you some general ideas of, you know, what that might cost, the size, and where you could apply for the funding. Give you a sense of grant versus loan percentage, and connect you with Carl and his people to go through the application.
So if we were to join in and support this, there would be no cost to the county?
Absolutely not.
And this is not, there would be no commitment to having to have this done after you presented a proposal to us?
There's no expectation. There is certainly the hope. I would say, I'll give you by comparison, that in Alabama, the communities, I'm sure you've seen articles about Loudons County, and we've been working with smaller pockets of communities there in Loudons County, and went through their assessment and their solutions plan, and right now they are starting their applications for Clean Water State Revolving Funds to address their wastewater needs. So when you get going, it can happen. If we get alignment and a green light and we work together and figure out what needs to be done, make no doubt about it. Like, my job is, from EPA and USDA, is that there is a whole lot of money to spend from the bipartisan infrastructure law. We know that there are communities that really, really need it, and so we're trying to step out to say, here's how we can help you get money for the wastewater challenges that you have in your community. And so certainly, you know, from an administration point of view, we want to see you move forward with it, because these things take time. You know, they're not going to be built in a year. So we want to see you really within the end of 2023, hopefully putting in applications to move forward with solutions that would help you. You don't have to. That's your call. But we'll give you the information to do so. And across the 11 pilots, I would say about half of them are to the point where they're applying for those funds.
And Gerald, to your point, you made the suggestion about, in the preliminary meeting that we had with everybody, about how this would also be grateful and benefiting people like Mescalero, Tularosa. So, I mean, this gives you a good opportunity to have a model after completing soon and knowing exactly how you will operate with the other areas of your responsibility of the county. And I think that's the beauty of this, is in everything I've done with you all and the commission in the past, it's been with good presentations that come and present to you and give you the facts and have as much troubleshooting done for you. So it's made to seem like we've tried to look at all aspects, and we're open to seeing more aspects be open to us in that regard. And for the small population, and I say it sincerely, the small population that doesn't want it in Chaparral, I give it within 5 years after we get it completed until we want to get on it. Because they'll start to see the factors, and the time will set in for the people that want to let it kind of ruminate until they feel, all right, this is legitimate, this has gotten better, this hasn't gotten worse, I'm ready to buy into it. This is 10, 15 years of economic development on both sides. That's what I say to you all. This is not a working process that's going to be done overnight. So I hope, and I appreciate RB's input too, because we're not pushing nothing past anybody without it, eyes wide open, transparency. So I'm glad that we're having this discussion to the depths.
So in the counties that you've dealt with or are currently dealing with, are there any that don't have public utilities?
Yes.
Okay, and so when they don't have public utilities, it's expected, once this is developed, that either the county is going to have to pick up the expense of it, or it's going to have to be a private utility. So what do you do in those situations when you're...
You want to address that? Yeah.
A great question. In places that don't have a utilities department, 3 different options. As you said, there can be private utilities. Some communities choose to create an enterprise fund and a department. There are also, though, models where there are operating companies that can come in under contract to a county or a city to operate a utility. There'd be some issues under New Mexico law of which, how those incorporations form. There can also be joint powers agreements or intermunicipal agreements for a utility that exists to come manage another. So there are a lot of different options. It would be something to start thinking about which of those options even seem palatable. I mean, if a utility department is just a complete non-starter, then we can put the other options out there. Sometimes, though, when we see an enterprise fund set up, well, it could be part of public works. Every time that we put together a solution, we always specify the level of operator, the number of operators, what we believe to be the operation and maintenance needs. So that would be part of your solutions plan on which to just think it through as it moves forward. Because as everyone has noted, these things take time. But getting you into the planning process, you could start to look at those options.
And then part of your community identification process also includes freshwater access. So I know that Chaparral was probably picked because it's convenient. One half is developed, one half isn't, and all of that. But really, the program looks like it's to be intended for those that don't have fresh water as well. So, why aren't we addressing those communities? Like San Juan, it has that a lot. They don't even have to, they have to truck their own water in and everything, so they have wastewater issues too. So is this just going to be practice for the state as we implement this when we have other communities that need it more? And I want the economic development. Don't say that I'm saying that. I'm just saying we're targeting this for convenience, or are we targeting this for actual need?
Do you want to talk about how they...
We're targeting it because it's a pilot, and that's the key.
Okay.
Pilot.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that, again, it was a joint effort across the 2 agencies to talk with the states, talk with the local communities, or not communities rather, but the representatives from the agencies who are here locally across the country to get input on, where do you see the greatest wastewater needs, the greatest challenges. And, believe me, there are issues in every state. It doesn't matter if you're in the Florida Keys or in Alaska. There are issues for across the country with wastewater.
Back in October when you held your public meeting, how many people attended? 50, 100, 200?
Well, that was a round table of early discussion of them just coming out, and we probably had 25 people, and more. It was just a preliminary groundbreaking of getting thoughts out in the air. And it was an interesting discussion because we did have people from the state that came down, and to the valid points, it was the same that John stated, and that's, we don't per se have to worry of that water getting down to that depth of water, but it's still an EPA issue. It's not that I see it as a forced issue. I just see it as a better timing issue for us to jump aboard on this, because down the line, when it does become a mandate, and I kind of foresee it in 10, 20 years, then the ruralist people of the state of New Mexico will not be able to accommodate this unless we have studies like this and pilots, so we'll know how to help other areas, as you discussed right now. There are more areas that are probably more important than Chaparral. But what Chaparral has a uniqueness, it's a big population, that if we don't start to address it and the population keeps on growing, we'll never catch up.
Yep. And then during the public meeting, I think it's very important that the property owners understand that they're going to run out of options.
Thank you.
At 15 years down the road, when their septic system fails, they don't have the option of replacing their septic. And so we want to make sure they understand what they're signing up for. And
the two biggest questions that people have kept from signing up has been that easement connecting to their house and caving in that septic tank. We now have that troubleshooted. So yeah, we're gonna have to go back and remedy areas that didn't have it. And we have to be tolerant and let the people be what they will be, frustrated from things maybe not done perfect. And the perfectness of this outcome is when it's done. So in time, everything is a working process, and there will be, you know, some bumps in the road, I'm sure. I've learned in the time of being in this role, you have to keep an eye on the prize, and when you start knocked off the road, and you gotta hurl people back onto a road. This is the beauty, is that we have a support system. And then after that, it'll become your systems of how you choose to do it in Tularosa, how you choose to do it in Mescalero. I just take pride in the fact that we're still one in the same county, one in the same of the state we belong to.
that was going to be my next question. This gets developed 10 years from now, and then 12 years from now, Chaparral gets incorporated. Who owns the utilities system?
I think, go ahead.
You work that out as part of your incorporation process.
It could be,
could
there's a
happen.
lot of options to us at that time.
So, public meeting, I would actually like for you guys to send invitations to every single Otero County property owner in the Chaparral
And
side.
I agree, I think the best way we can do it is to the water company for the mailer. And I've worked with John and as, what do you call it, asked for help, and he's offered. I've yet to take that up, but I think this would be an ideal time to put it in the water. And, what do you call it? We'll have a turnout. We'll need you on Otero side to open up the community center before it gets taken over by NN
I'm
Health.
thinking
already
football
done.
field.
Or we can do it at the high school.
Oh, it's not done yet?
Maybe I can get it done at the high school, if it gets to be that big.
Yes.
Because
Yeah. We can't use that community center, it's already leased out.
I know you got to contract it, but I talked to the CEO, and there's still a bit of ways, but I'm just saying between now and then, if we still can utilize that place. Because here's a good point to that, Pamela. Otero has a great facility, the community center, and it's been like protected like Fort Knox. And it's been something that we've worked upon, me and Pamela, and we're finally getting to use it. We finally got it to be available for voting. And yet, I'll tell you, that's what Otero lacks on that side, is the people are wanting more of availability to have things done on their side. Right now, my biggest criticism is, why are you doing everything on Doniana? When are you gonna do something in Otero? And I tell them I'm always working on it. But the clock has not stopped ticking. We still have time. I just want us to be clear, to your point. These discussions should occur on the Otero side. So whether I do it at the facility is still unavailable, and I have good relations with the person that took on this contract of the facility for 6 years. I can have it worked out, or we'll try to do it at the high school. That would be, there's an elementary, beautiful elementary, there on the Otero side. But do you understand, it's important that Otero's people of Chaparral see that the commission and the people that are in the leadership role as yourselves identify that it's time. Sheriff Black and Mallory had a meeting down there 2 years ago. 160 people showed up. And they were glad and they were frustrated. And when the time got done, Sheriff Black stated, you know what? When we do things in Chaparral, we need to do it with somebody who can speak both languages. And that's the difference. We do have some dynamic social differences that have to be addressed. And that's now becoming more and more prevalent to, I think, Otero. And I don't think you're, what do you call it, avoiding it. I just think we gotta work together, as Joe is encouraged, as I'm encouraging, as you're suggesting. It's gotta get the involvement of the community. But if I keep bringing them over to the Doniana side, they just keep saying, here again, one more time. And I don't get the attendance if I ask them to come to Doniana. They are people that are well in love with the Otero side and would like to see that side have development. So I think the beauty is this is a great time for us all. And it's early, we're in the early stages of it. And when it's all said and done, this will be one less thing that we'll have to worry about or contend with. And more so you have a playbook on how to go about it on so many different levels in the areas of your areas up here. And I keep emphasizing, because it was brought to our attention with Gerald, you know, you got other models that you can take this one and use it and apply it probably even easier and more effective than what you'll find out went through on this one. And the mechanisms, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I love when she says it. There's a lot of money. I will show you how to get it. All you want to do is be, you know, responsive to have somebody that can be a point of contact, because that's what's got to happen. It's got to be some dialogue going back and forth with Otero and these people that are on the team for the waste and water. So encourage.
Yeah, if I can just ask a clarifying question, going back to what RB asked. So did I understand correctly? So, you know, I wasn't expecting a decision in this moment, but are you saying that you need until next month to?
We would have to put it on the agenda, put it as an agenda item to bring on to vote on.
It is not a motion on the table today.
I see.
That the public was made aware of.
Okay, I understand. Okay. So that would be May 14th, something like that. Is that correct? Okay.
Is there a timeline issue?
Well, can I be frank? So most communities in the United States, when we come out and we give them this pitch, they're like, woohoo, okay, let's start. So this is a little more of a harder sell than I think most communities that we've had, and that's totally fine. But this train is moving forward, and we acknowledge that we're a little behind the curve in reaching out to you, but we do want to move forward. So if I can just kind of put a thought out there for you to consider. We will, in the next month, keep moving forward, because as I mentioned, we're finishing the assessments. So I will talk to the team. When I asked them initially about including Otero, I said, you know, how much longer would that take? I don't think it's, you know, going to put us really off the timeline. But my thought is that we at least begin to initially include Otero with the assessment. It's, you know, there's a lot of kind of tabletop information that goes in there that we could start with. Myself and our technical expert JB were here today and tomorrow to have some other local meetings, and Jonathan Macias wanted to make sure that we extended the invitation tomorrow at 9 a.m. to the wastewater treatment plant. That's part of what JB and I are going to do if any of you are interested in joining. But
Here?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, in Chaparral. So we're going to have some local conversations and just try to keep moving things forward.
We can set a meeting next Thursday. We're already going to have a budget work session, so just either before starts or after it starts, it can be a 10-minute special meeting to vote yea or nay on
Okay.
whether we want to participate.
Okay.
And when we did that, it'd be voting to decide whether to participate or not. And
On
if we
Thursday.
do
May
decide
4th
to
already?
participate, we'll appoint a liaison.
No,
Perfect.
Thursday.
Perfect. That's great.
Wait a minute.
Are you sure that's next Thursday? I thought it
Yes,
was-
next Thursday is your social program presentations, the book I gave you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
So
on
we'll
the,
schedule
that's on
another
the
meeting at
20th.
8:45, a
Yeah.
15-minute meeting to address this.
Okay, yeah, it's on the 20th, because it's my mom's
Okay.
birthday. Yeah.
And so just to be clear, then that your participation, for the record, looks like getting an assessment document, getting a solutions plan, potentially having a community meeting at some point.
Definitely having a community meeting.
And so we, want to work with you more specifically on that. And then, your point of contact so that we can flesh this out.
Okay,
I'm good for next.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That sounds good next Thursday.
All right. I
don't
don't,
think
do you
we
need
have
any
to.
of us here for that? I
I don't
imagine
think
that's
so,
just
since
your,
We've already heard it all
I can
together.
watch
okay,
it by Zoom.
all right,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
okay.
I'll watch it by Zoom.
Well, we really appreciate all of your time today. I think I was told we had 15 minutes, and I know we've gone way over
My
that. So
stomach
I
is, like,
know,
really
I
growling.
know. Yeah, I bet you're hungry. So we really thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, we have one lady's orange door out.
Oh, a very quick question. This sounds wonderful, like a wonderful opportunity, and I would encourage us to engage with Chaparral. It's important to do. Chaparral is a part of our community, and it's a growing economic boom and a tax base for our community. And infrastructure, that's it. So, here's my question. So is this going to extend as time moves forward? I understand that importantly, it's important to have the infrastructure in place as far as utilities, public utilities first. Would it include in the future things such as libraries and community buildings and things that might be needed, new fire stations? Is this something that can be also part of an infrastructure bill?
Good question. So the bipartisan infrastructure legislation that provides funding to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund that's managed within EPA is specific towards wastewater infrastructure. So that's what we're seeing. And there was a question that came up about, or a comment about drinking water. Just to make it more complicated for everyone, the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund is managed by a different part of EPA, but they also received bill funding, of course, too. So there's that. But to specifically answer your question, these are not funds that would go toward a library or a fire station.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, since this has gone so long this morning, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to unscheduled citizen communication. How many do we have on the list?
I think there's 4.
Okay, that'll only take 15 minutes, so we'll be good. And then we're going to take a lunch break. Thank you.
She's dying over there.
I know, really. Boy, I'm on my community's resiliency committee. I've never seen anything like this. Really. I just wanted to tell you as an ad hoc comment that one of the other things that
Good meeting you.
process is a 20 organization MOU, and it's with 20
To your point,
organizations that
you
have
want to
an
listen to
interest
the
in
people?
septic
So we got to come
systems.
to
And one of the
what we're
biggest
hoping is a good
groups
allowance.
is
So it's
NAWRA,
a
the
fund.
National On-Site Wastewater
They
Recycling
come up with
Association.
problems, and we've got
They're
plans.
very big
And then we're
lobbyists.
together and
There's
we're working.
no way they would ever.
I want to feel confident that I can answer questions too, so it's going to be a learning experience for me too.
They're doing stuff right now that is, I
never would have thought that they would be doing either. You see these people that are taking the ranching industry away, but you see those same people sitting in the restaurant eating steaks and going and having a hamburger and stuff like that. So where does that? They're not looking at the other side of the picture on this one. It's a snowball effect, and it's starting everywhere. Montana, Wyoming, it's really starting. And this water conservation bill is 30 by 30 on the conservative of all the, that scares me to death, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna get us back, I'm gonna get the meeting back going so we can go to lunch. Okay, we're gonna open this up for our public comment. Marcia, you're first.
Do good.
Hang on just a minute till everybody calms down, quits talking.
I'm glad y'all are getting paid to do this and I'm not.
That'll work. Okay. Anything I can do to help?
Okay, Marcia?
Whew. First of all, I wanted to bring to attention that there's a bunch of us in this county that are real excited that Coy Griffin was found not guilty. I know a lot of people wanted him to be guilty, but he was found not guilty by a jury of his peers, and that's as it should be. Sounds to me like logging would do a really good thing back in Otero County, but then there'd be a butterfly fence, and then there'd be another fence, and then there'd be another fence, and so logging would be difficult all over again, but we need to bring logging back. It's really time. What do the EPA and the USDA and the Forest Service have in common? They are all unelected bureaucrats that are telling you what to do. So y'all stand your ground. You do not have to follow their scenario because we know where this is going and we don't have to do that. And Chaparral is sure getting a lot of attention, and it makes me curious why. I mean, I know they're growing, and that's great if that's what they want. And I know that you have to represent them too. But a double county is an issue, and the state legislature could have fixed that, but they did not. And they're not going to, because this works to their advantage. But what I wanted to bring to your attention today is for people who are not happy with what happened in the legislature this time, New Mexico does have an out. It's called a referendum. And the referendum petitions are about to be circulated. New Mexico, we need 180,000 signatures, which is doable. It's going to take a lot of work. Each county has a number that they should reach. We have 4,422 that we need signatures in Otero County, so we want about 5,000. What this does is it tells a state legislature, you cannot just force these ideas on us. If we don't want them, we can put them on the ballot. So if we get our signatures by June 16th, these will be on the next ballot. Of course, we know with Dominion machines what they do. So that being said, I want to tell you that you can go to bettertogethernewmexico.org. And you can not sign the petition, but you can fill out a survey to see if you want to help do this in any way. And it's all over the state. All 33 counties are represented. Otero County is represented as well. But it's bettertogethernewmexico.org.
Thank you, ma'am. Tim Avila? Is he still here? Scott Potter? Donna Swanson?
Hi, Commissioners. Happy Easter and happy spring to you. And
I want to say that a funny thing happened on the way to the forum, and this is what it was. In Chaparral, we wanted to have a meeting, and so for weeks, 3 weeks about, 3 people looked for a place to meet, to have the meeting, an important meeting, and we couldn't find a single place. 2 of the people looking actually lived in Chaparral and went around looking and could not find anywhere to meet. And since then, such issues have also happened here in our town that it costs like $200 or something to rent a place to meet. And so I think since we want to be a community and together and to community build, it might behoove you to think about that, about how we can get people together to meet and cooperate and coordinate. And that's a thought I have for you, because I do know that the community center has been leased out and buildings around here have been closed for meetings unless we have a big amount of money, and not everybody has that amount. You know, small groups don't have that kind of amount of money. And so that's a growing edge in our county, and it's something I really would like you to think about. I also would like you to consider what the presenters said here today about the sewer and water issues for Chaparral. And my husband and I have been driving down there to El Paso at least twice a week, and we're stunned. We've been doing this for, I don't know, months now, and we're stunned at the amount of growth we see weekly down there. And so what I think we need because of that is not only places for our communities to meet and come together, but we also need 5 commissioners, not 3, because you're about at the edge of the amount of population you need for it anyhow. And I think you might as well go ahead and do it, because we've asked you for it. So consider 5 commissioners, not 3. You also have your tax base now to pay for it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, now I think we're gonna break for lunch, and then we'll finish up with the rest of this. An hour. So what time is it? 1:40. Is that at 2:30? Can we be here at 2:30?
What, 45 minutes?
Could you guys be back? Just so we don't have to be here so long. We still have executive session after this, so, yeah. Just be back at 2:30. Okay. I've got the worst headache. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. We're going to start with number, what did I do with my sheet? 27. Request approval of resolution number 04-13-23/111-49, presentation and acceptance of the fiscal year 2022 financial audit.
Debbie Gray with Kriegel Gray Shaw. We performed the audit for 6/30/22. And so the report that we issued, you should have that. And I'll just briefly go through and stop me if you have questions. The first page, on page 2, is the independent auditor's report that says that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with the accounting standards.
Is there any way you could pull your mic over?
Does it
'Cause
need to be closer?
I don't know. There you go.
Is it on?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And then on page 5 is the statement of net position, which gives the county the government-wide perspective of the county, including all funds and activities. And it shows the county with total assets and deferred outflows of $236 million. Page 6 is the liability and equity position of the same schedule. And again, our total equity and liabilities is $236 million. Page 7 is the statement of activities. And this shows the governmental activities and the business type activities. It starts with expenses, since that's the county's mission, basically to provide services to the community. And then it shows the revenues that offset each of those functions or expenditure functions. And at the bottom, it shows the general revenues like property tax and GRT. Excuse me. So the county then, the net position or net income of people, as you might think of it, is $6.9 million for the year ending June 30. Page 8 is the balance sheet for each individual fund, the major funds, and then the combining of all the non-major. A fund is considered major if it's of a certain size, and there's a calculation that's set by the standards. So it shows your general fund of total assets of $16 million and liabilities of $2 million, and then your equity or fund balance of $12 million. Page 9 is the reconciliation. This basically reconciles the individual fund statements to the government-wide statement that was at the very front of the report. So you can get from one equity position to the other. And the difference is, generally speaking, your long-term assets and your long-term liabilities, because on the fund statements that you're normally looking at on a day-to-day don't have those long-term assets and liabilities included. They're included differently. They just show the expenses of, or cash in, cash out kind of thing, and short-term payables. Page 10 is the fund statement, the revenue side, revenue and expenses. So it shows your general fund with total revenues of 24 million, almost 25. Your total expenditures of 20 million. And other sources or uses of 2.4 million going out, basically. And so then your equity balance ending of 12 million. And of course it shows the other funds. Page 11 is another reconciliation to get you from the change or the net income number on the fund statements to the government-wide statements. And again, those changes are related to the long-term assets and liabilities that get included at the government-wide level. Page 12 is your budget to actual schedule for your general fund. And the county is on a cash basis for budgeting, so you can see that the county, the revenues were received were $1.7 million more than what the budgeted amount was, which is a good thing and therefore favorable. And then you can see the expenditures were favorable also. In other words, the county spent less than was budgeted by 5.6 million.
Yes.
Yeah. Way to hold on to the purse strings and collect money, right? Page 14 is the budget to actual schedules. There's 3 of them for the other major funds, special revenue funds, and I won't go through those individually, but same concept. And that goes on for a few pages. And page 20 is the proprietary funds, the detention center and processing center, or enterprise funds. And this shows, of course, the total assets of the 2 combined of 83 million, almost 84 million. Total liabilities of 67 million, and then a net equity of 16 million. Page 21 is the income statement for the proprietary funds, and it shows that those 2 activities, the detention center and processing center, generated a net loss of $6.2 million. And then page 22, because it's a proprietary fund, we show a cash flow statement. This provides you a picture of where your cash flow came from. In other words, whether it was operating or capital, did we borrow, how that money came in. And so this shows how the cash increased from one year to the next by $1.3 million. And then page 23 is the custodial funds, which essentially are your property tax collections for other governments. So the money coming in and going out, there's a timing difference. And then the receivables. Page 25 is the notes to the financial statements, just gives more information to provide the reader to try to understand what kind of concepts we use when we compile the statements, or how the statements are put together and what's included in certain numbers. And I won't flip through all of that unless someone has a question. And so then I'm going to jump over to page 61. This is what we call the required supplementary information. This is the data that's required by the accounting standards to show the pension liability over the last several years. This schedule will accumulate 10 years worth, and then one will start falling off each year. So we're up to what, eight years now since the beginning of that new standard. And it basically shows Otero County's liability in the para plan. And their portion of the liability for June 30 was $8.2 million. And you can see the prior year. So that's, the prior year was 14. So, they've done several things like change the parameters of when who can pull out, and all the funding standards and stuff. They're trying to slowly get it funded, by doing different things and increasing contributions here and there. Page 62 is the same schedule for the police plan, same thing. You can see that the liability decreased by a little over $2 million, so they're headed in the right direction. Of course, all that matters too on how much you're earning in the market. There's all kinds of variables there, but
Which sucks right now.
yeah. So who knows what this year's will look like. Same thing for the fire fund. And this schedule we only have 2 years on because the county just started participating in the fire fund in the last 2 years. And page 64 through 66 is more information about the plan, the numbers on the plan. Page 68 begins the non-major funds. So if it wasn't a major fund, in other words, it wasn't a large fund, by the determined by the accounting standards, it is what we call a non-major fund. And so those are all back here individually, so you can look at any fund in the county and see their financial. And then there's a list of what funds we have and what the purpose of the funding is. So then on page 70, it starts the special revenue funds. So you'll have the balance sheets first, and there's several of them. And that goes through page 73. Then page 74 begins the non-major special revenue fund income statement pages. Then on page 78 begins capital project funds, more non-major funds. In this case, just the legislative grants fund. And page 81 is the debt service funds. The county has two non-majors, and they're back here. Okay. Then page 84 and 85 are just a combination of those three types of funds. It gives me that total that we saw in the very front of the financials that said other governmental funds. That was this column rolled up to the top. Then we have an other supplementary information schedules. These are schedules that the state auditor's office, per the state audit rule, requires of the reporting. So it'll give you additional information like legislative grants, like property tax reconciliation schedules, pledged collateral. And there's a schedule of deposits and investment accounts showing each bank account or each deposit account that the county has and which bank it's with. This 90 and 91. And then 92 also. So there's 3 pages. This just, again, it shows all the different accounts. 93 is a reconciliation of property taxes receivable from the beginning of the year to the end. So at June 30th, the county had $2.8 million, or almost $9 million in receivables, taxes not yet collected. Page 94 is a schedule that shows property taxes from the levy to the receivable. So levied in the current year and the 10 years prior, or 9 years prior for 10 years total. And it's for each entity that the county collects for. So you can see the school districts, you can see the state, you can see the county's portion. And that goes through page 97. Then on page 98 is the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. So the county spent over $750,000 during the year of federal funds or federal grants. And so the county was required to have what we call a single audit, which means that we do a risk analysis to determine we have to audit for compliance certain federal programs to see if they complied with the grant requirements. And so this gives you the total federal funds expended. And then we have 2 more auditors' reports in the back. On page 101 is the report for internal control over financial reporting and compliance. The county had 2 findings this year. The first one was internal control over grant compliance as far as contract management and monitoring. And that was 2022-001. And the findings are behind these reports. We'll get there. And then we also had the compliance finding for the late audit, which is the other compliance report. Page 103 is the report on major programs. So because we had to audit certain major programs, or federal programs is what these are, this is our report on that, and the county had no findings with regard to that. And it was the ARPA money that we audited. Or to be more specific, the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds. So then on page 107 is the finding regarding contract oversight. And there was some issues, and not because of the contract changes with the federal government, all kinds of other issues, that the invoices were really wonky coming back and forth. They had a lot of change in people over at both the local facility and the MTC headquarters, that there was lots of issues with how the invoices were coming through and what the numbers were, and several different versions of invoices and such. So there was quite an issue with that. And the management and just tracking all of that. And on
Have
page,
those all been resolved, and
that'd be a question for Julianne and Pam.
Sorry, what did you say?
Pamela.
have they been resolved?
I don't have my book in front of me. One was the contract monitor, that is now Sylvia, so we do have somebody permanently on staff that will be doing that. And the other item was, what was it again?
The MTC, the invoices.
Well, just about the contract, yeah. He was asking whether they resolved the thing about the invoicing, and remember how
Yeah.
we had so many different versions of the same invoice for 1 month, you know, and.
We did have a call with MTC and US Bank personnel, and that was back in December. And we actually probably need to have another call, a follow-up call with them, because there were still some items outstanding. And I did notice that after the end of the fiscal year, there were still a few months of statements. Debbie showed me how to reconcile the invoices that we receive from the processing center and the prison facility that we then forward to US Bank, basically authorizing them to release funding back to MTC to cover their operating expenses. And so there were some issues with the way those invoices were presented, and didn't catch a lot of this until after the fact, when of course Debbie came through and started looking at it. So we tried to reconcile it. We reconciled a lot of it, but there were still a few outstanding issues, and there's still, to this day, a few outstanding issues that we will need to resolve with them. I have not, probably in the last 4 months or so, I have not really reconciled those statements. But now that we're getting a better handle on budget, I'll have a little more time to go back and look at that. So it will be resolved.
Yeah. Okay, and then 108 is the late audit report, which was certainly a big part of it was our fault, just an ongoing situation with the firm and staffing and nationwide, honestly, but doesn't make it any easier. Difficult to find people to work with skills. And then page 111 is the county's corrective action plan for the 2 findings. Does anybody have any questions?
You know, on 111, on some of your comments on the effect is potential lack of contract effectiveness and increase the risk of county resources and services. Why, what, when? Who do I ask that to?
That would be Julianne. Well, the effect is basically, yeah, I mean, it was, like I said, it was difficult to determine what the county owed and what the county was due, you know, I mean, there was such a movement in the dollars going back and forth and the invoicing, and it's all based on those invoices that start with MTC billing for their services, and then, and go
So-
back the other direction, and then the payment to the bank for the payment of the debt. So there's a lot of moving parts in that process, and when those invoices were,
So who was the overpayment to? Was it us overpaid, or
yes,
we overpaid to?
to the bank,
To what?
to the bank, right?
So it was
The county
essentially
pays the bank.
the letters, or the invoices that we received from MTC that we then forward on, because it has to be authorized by Otero County. We send it to US Bank and tell them to release those funds. There's a specific dollar amount. We tell them to release that back to MTC to pay them for their operating expenditures. But there were times when the amounts that we told them to release was actually less than what they released. They would release more than that. And so that is one piece. I think part of it was they were releasing, sometimes they don't have enough funding to pay the entire invoice at one time, so they'll pay a portion of it, and then the following month, or maybe even a couple weeks later, they'll receive additional revenue from, say, the federal government, and then they have additional monies that they can release to MTC to cover their operating expenses. So sometimes it was looking like they were overpaying the vendor, and, you know, it still looks like that is what happened. So there was at least one subsequent month where they reduced the amount that they released to sort of offset that overpayment.
It's a big timing issue too, because it's, you know, money's coming in a little late, and then it makes it hard for the bank to make the debt payments. The bank's holding on to funds to make sure that the debt payments get made, and it's this big circular thing with funds just because of the contract situation.
So this is MTC paying the bank, and then, you really confused me.
Yeah, it is a very confusing process. So MTC, they send an invoice to Otero County for us to authorize. And essentially what it is, it's the total of their operating expenditures for the month. They show us their operating revenues, what they are supposed to receive from all the different federal agencies, Border Patrol, the state, the county, from wherever, who have detainees or prisoners at their facilities. And so they show their operating revenues that they're supposed to be receiving, and then it shows their operating expenditures. And so all of their money flows through US Bank. That's the way that the bonds were set up. So they send an invoice to us for us to authorize the release of those funds from US Bank to pay them for their operating expenses, because they don't have access to US Bank directly. It has to come through the county. And so that's where there was some confusion, because what the invoices they were sending to us, especially April through June of 2022, there were like 3 different versions of these invoices, and we could never really get them to tell us which was the correct version. The one version we knew was absolutely wrong because it did not have the detail of their expenditures, or the detail of the revenues. And so we asked them to resubmit that to us with the detail on it. Well, when they resubmitted it, then the bottom line numbers were different, and so there was just a lot of confusion over that. So essentially there's no real money changing hands between the county and them, other than we do pay for our prisoners that are down there at the prison facility. We do pay MTC for that, but when we pay them, the money goes into the US Bank account. All of their funding goes into the US Bank account, and they cannot withdraw that directly. They have to go through the county. And so we authorize the release of those funds to them to pay their operating expenses. And
it works very similar to a conduit debt, although it isn't by contract. And so the county is the conduit. And so they're passing everything through the county to the bank, and the debts are being funded in the agreement. Then the debt agreement is, of course, with the bank, and the county's the conduit for that debt. So, and the county receives rent for their trouble, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel comfortable that it's been resolved with the contract oversight now, that it won't happen again?
I think that would help essentially what I've been doing now is I've been taking, now that I understand how to reconcile between the US Bank statements that we receive monthly and the invoices that we receive, when Sylvia sends them to US Bank, she'll copy me on them so I have a copy of those. And I can take those and I can reconcile them to the US Bank statements. However, as Debbie mentioned, they receive revenue, especially from the federal government. It's months and months
Really
behind.
slow.
And the detail of the line items on their statement, it doesn't tell you where the revenue is from. It'll just say such and such date, miscellaneous pay, and a dollar amount. I don't know, is that an aggregation of a couple different agencies? Is it the federal government and maybe the state? I don't know. It's almost impossible to reconcile that portion of it. The portion that we can reconcile is from the invoicing that we receive from MTC that shows the dollar amount of their expenditures. We can see when that hits. So that is a little bit easier to reconcile, but there again, if they don't have the funding, if they're not receiving the funding from the federal government because they pay so late, they don't have enough money to release those expense payments back to MTC. So it's done in multiple steps. It's not just one flat payment. It's done over the course of weeks or months. And so you're constantly having to flip back between statements to find the total dollar amount. So it's time consuming. So it needs to be someone who has a financial understanding, I think. I mean, anyone can be taught that, to look at it, but it does take time to review those each month and make sure that you know, what they're receiving is what they're supposed to receive.
Yeah, and I
So-
think one thing that'll make it easier, if we tried to connect on a group call, all of us, Pamela, and all the parties in the contract, but we weren't able to get the banker from US Bank on the call, and that hasn't happened yet, and I think that's part of the key, is to get him to maybe separate and be more clear about what he's depositing and when, so that we can match up the payments that he's getting and tell who's paid and who's not and where they are, so we know which month they're on even, not, because usually a lot of times it's months behind. And so it's difficult, and of course the banker's juggling over there to make sure he can make the debt payment. So he's, you know, holding on to funds before he does this or does that, because he wants to make sure those debt payments happen too. So there's a lot of moving parts.
Do they have any kind of invoice number, anything that they attach to each one of those payments?
No, each one of the items on the, I mean, I can show you those bank statements. They're probably restricted by the number of characters that when they're posting those payments that they can enter. They do usually show, you know, MTC, or they'll show like a processing facility, September expenses, and then it'll have a dollar amount. Sometimes it'll say partial, so you know it's not the full amount. And then you'll have to look maybe on the next statement, or maybe even a couple weeks later in the transactions of the statement, you'll see paid in full, which is the other portion of the payment. So they have a very limited number of characters, and like I said, sometimes it just says miscellaneous pay, you know, and it's like, I have no idea what that means. Is that the federal government payment to them? Is it the state? But then when they pay MTC, they do give a little bit of information, but then sometimes there's nothing. And it's difficult.
It's kind of a puzzle. Yeah.
Federal government,
Mhm.
the pain.
Yeah.
Did you happen to look at the jail's receivables too, in this capacity? to
No,
make sure that
it-
we're billing out?
Just in the sense that we tested samples of receipts, and so we may have looked at them then. So, yeah, if they were billed, and we pull random samples and look at the transaction all the way through, beginning to end, to see if every part hits where it's supposed to. And so it potentially could have been looked at, and I'm sure it has been, and we've not ever had any issues with regard to that. Totally different process, though, yeah.
So, Julianne, I think you answered my question a minute ago. My next question on my notes here were on 112, it says corrective plan, and then it says resolve all these issues no later than January 31st, 2023. And I think you told me, you said just a minute ago they weren't, but they will be?
Yeah, we had that conversation in January with all the parties to the agreement. So that was our hope, that we would get it resolved, yeah.
And we still haven't?
No.
Would this come up and hit us through the state somehow on our audit report being not in compliance or with
Well, it'll come up, for each audit year, your auditor will look at, we are required to look at the prior audit findings and determine whether they were resolved or not. And of course, we get confirmation from you as the client, what you've done to resolve it, and then we also audit that to make sure that that's what happened, that it is indeed resolved. And, you know, so that'll be something that gets looked at in the next audit.
Seems like we're getting kind of dinged and called out on something we have absolutely no control over.
Kind of, yeah, yeah. It's,
So when do we think we'll get it resolved? When do you think we'll get it resolved?
Well, I mean, I can set up another call with them. We need to do that. The initial call that we had was in late December, and we were gonna try and have another call within about a month or so, and it hasn't happened. So I can get a hold of them, or try to, and schedule another call for myself and Pamela, and try and get Keith Marshall on the phone. He's probably the key person that we need to speak with on this. And I also need to just review the reconciliations up to this point to see where we're at with that, so we have the most current information.
Is he
But I
with US
definitely
Bank?
want to get it resolved in the next month or so.
Yeah.
It needs to be finished.
Well-
We have Debbie on contract until June 30th, so.
Because we have to turn this in to the state, correct?
It's already been
It's
turned
already
in.
been done.
This
It's
is a
already
released
been
report.
So are we gonna get, I don't wanna get hit from the state or get some nasty letter or some kind of something because we haven't taken care of it.
That's not typically the process. It's really for you as management and for the public to be able to see, you know, I mean, yes, it's something that needs to be taken care of, but, you know, you guys have a really, actually a pretty good audit in spite of that. So, but you shouldn't have any washback on you from the state for that kind of a finding, as long as you're working to resolve it. Yeah.
Can we make documentation of all the transactions a little more apparent? You know, I have an insurance company that'll like pay me a penny, literally a penny, that they paid somebody to make that penny payment. And then they won't, you know, attach a PO to it or anything like that. And I'm like, what do you want me to do with this penny?
Yeah, yeah.
And so I'm getting double reports now, but at least one of the reports tells me where that penny goes.
Yeah.
And is that something that we can say, hey, we want?
That's what we were trying to accomplish with the phone call.
Yeah.
It was trying to get more clear information, and the piece that we didn't get was we didn't get a chance to discuss that with the banker, because that's a lot of the problem, is we can't necessarily tell what's hitting the statements as far as, so hopefully that can get resolved somehow and make it, so he can provide, if nothing else, maybe a supplemental schedule, you know, to tell you. So.
I read it front to back, and I can
Oh
tell he's a
my.
brand-new commissioner. It was a pretty heavy read.
I was gonna say, I'm impressed.
Questions or comments?
No, but can you keep us updated on this?
Yes.
And if we need to write a letter to US Bank or whatever, sprinkle a little underlay on it and tell them.
It would be helpful if the bank could show us, you know, on their
Details.
end, what they received from us and how it was posted, you know? Why they posted the amounts that they did when they did. We'll probably never really know that for sure, but so long as we can get everything reconciled back on track to what, this is the amount that was supposed to be released, this is the amount they received, and we can see that has transpired even over the course of several months, it should be, we'll be fine, we'll be back on track.
Alrighty, you guys ready to? All right, I'm gonna make a motion for the approval of resolution 04-1323/111-49 for the acceptance of the fiscal year 2022 financial audit.
I second it.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, number 28, request approval of resolution number 04-13-23/111-51 to recognize the Otero County Community Health Council as the official health council of Otero County for the purposes outlined in the County and Tribal Health Councils Act.
Good afternoon.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Amber Mayhall, Healthcare Services Director. So this is a pretty simple resolution. The Otero County Community Health Council is requesting, or has requested me to bring this resolution forward and have you, the commission, officially recognize them as the Health Council for Otero County. The reason is because the recognition could potentially affect in the future funding that may be received from the legislature. They are trying to request an increase of funding, and if they're not formally recognized, that might be affected. And additionally, other groups have the potential to request official recognition as the Health Council. However, the current one has been operating for quite some time, so at least
20 years, I think it says.
yeah, a long time, sorry. And so they would like to continue acting as the Health Council. With this resolution, I would be a non-voting member of the Executive Committee of the Health Council. So whenever they do assessments and plannings, I would be the individual who would present those documents to the Commission. The reason for that is most of the individuals that are on the Health Council, they're professionals in their own right. They have patients and they need to be available for them. And I work for you guys, so I have the most amount of availability to present those. And any questions that you guys would have for the Health Council and the Executive Committee, I would be able to bring those questions to them and then report back to you.
So this is on the tribal.
Yeah.
Is this Mescalero?
It can include Mescalero. I'm not entirely aware if they have a health council up there, but this would include Mescalero. So they would combine to be, the current health council right now would end up being able to be, to utilize, if Mescalero had a health council, which I'm not aware of, they would be able to kind of combine those efforts. They are trying to actually combine a little bit with Lincoln County because we share some similarities, and then of course with Mescalero, because Lincoln County provides more services to the Mescalero people. But yes, it would include Mescalero. Now they can recognize their own, but Otero County would recognize their own.
Well, you said my question, because I was going to ask you if Lincoln County, because this is kind of like Chaparral, it's kind of split. You got a little of both on both deals. Is Lincoln participating in what the resolution you're wanting here?
I know that other, from our NMC affiliate health services members, we have talked about this. To my knowledge, we're the first one to present this, but this is something that DOH is pushing for all health councils to do. So, so the answer to that question is yes, eventually the health council has to pursue this resolution with their county commission.
He said if we don't, then we don't get funding.
The health council may not get funding, or a different group can come forward and request official recognition. And right now you have an established health council, which is, we have one of the largest participating health councils in New Mexico, one of, considering our size.
It says that officers serve no more than 2 years, 2 consecutive 2-year terms is how it's worded. So that would be you right now. So what happens in 4 years?
I'm a non-voting member, and then, so that part does not apply to me.
Okay.
Yes, so that's their bylaws, and then part of their bylaws, they will have to update their bylaws to include this particular resolution, and that the person that's in my position with Otero County would be that non-voting member on the executive committee.
So Otero County has a voting member?
We do not.
We do not.
No. I've never been given authorization to represent Otero County in any official capacity on the Health Council. I have been attending. So I don't vote for Otero County on any committees, if that makes sense.
For example, what kind of votes do you remove yourself from?
All of them that require, like, I remove myself from any vote that would require me to have like official voice for Otero County, because I don't have that authorization. And this does not give me that authorization either. I'm a non-voting member.
So like implementation of programs?
I don't vote on those.
But that's kind of what they...
What I can do in my capacity is make recommendations. I can provide additional information. I can guide them to particular departments that would be helpful for whatever information they're trying to gather. For instance, right now the Health Council, and this is per DOH, they have what's called Vote ER, and that's to improve and increase the amount of individuals locally who vote and who are registered to vote, and then improve the understanding of how voting works. That came from the United States 2030 Healthy People recommendation, which is voting is a public health. So that particular program, have directed them to work with the clerk's office to potentially work with them about getting more information and doing more public campaigns about getting what voting is like and stuff like that. Because they have a wealth of information, and then the Health Council can help spread that. So just the information, not to sway a potential voter one way or another. So just about the process.
Voting has consequences. Go vote. Be healthy.
Yes. Voting has been declared a public health issue because the more a person participates in their voting, the better that your community can become. So you do have social determinants of health, and we talk about water, and we talk about waste, and if you have garbage everywhere, how that affects people's health, and if you don't remove wastewater, how that can also protect health, or you end up having pestilence and stuff like that can potentially arise. You have diseases that can come from not properly treating wastewater. So stuff like that, it is a public health issue, and that starts at voting.
Did I miss it somewhere in here? Is this a funded deal, Otero County fund?
No.
There's
No,
no
it's not.
funding to them at all?
No funding from Otero County whatsoever.
Okay.
It's just me.
Any questions? All right, you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right. All right, I make a motion to request approval of Resolution 04-13-23/111-51 to recognize the Otero County Community Health Council as the official health council of Otero County for purposes outlined in the County and Tribal Health Councils Act. Get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, Grand Canyon, they've been here all day.
No. Thank you for hanging in there.
No kidding.
We all have.
No kidding.
Well, lucky for us, we can walk out. You guys are still here, unfortunately.
And so is she.
She's a glutton for punishment.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 29, request approval of an agreement between Grand Canyon University and Otero County for assistance in recruitment and retention of employees.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Cox. I am the military representative for Grand Canyon University's military division. I currently cover the entire state.
Hello, my name is James Romero. I'm the University Development Manager. I live in West Texas, but I cover the entire state of New Mexico for Grand Canyon University.
Hello, my name is Luis Cisneros. I'm a University Development Counselor out of Las Cruces, and I cover all of Southwest New Mexico.
What we have in front of you today is what we call an Educational Alliance Partnership. In the folders that we provided you this morning on the left-hand side, you'll see a couple of documents. One will be a document that says Growth from Within, or Grow from Within. That's a list of what we call our menu items of what comes along with our partnership with Grand Canyon University. Some of the things that are listed there is like, you get to post your jobs on our forms when you're looking for maybe a new HR assistant or janitor or anything along those lines. You can post those jobs there. We also offer scholarships, which I'll talk about here briefly in just a second. We also offer online cohorts Our cohorts will offer your employees even bigger additional scholarships that'll help them even further get their education at a lower cost than what our basic scholarships offer. We also offer professional development. That professional development can come in multiple facets. It can come virtually, so your teams can join virtually online to watch our sessions that are live from Phoenix. We do live sessions, and then we do pre-recorded sessions. And then if we schedule it further enough in advance, we can send a team from Phoenix out here to do sessions with your staff. It can be, dealing with hostile working environments, or can you think of some other?
Yeah, there's different options for professional development that we could offer. But what I did want to bring up, in case you're not aware of who we are, Grand Canyon University was established in 1949. It's a private Christian university located in Phoenix, Arizona. We have approximately 25,000 students attending our campus there on ground, and we have about 90,000 students across the United States attending online. So we're about 115,000 students strong. These partnerships that we're presenting to Otero County today is a way for us to add to the benefits that your Otero County employees can utilize. There's no expectation of exclusivity. The agreement can be canceled by either party at any time with written notice. And it just allows us to provide an incentive for people to return to school who can't go the traditional model. By no means are we here to replace any other option that's already taking place in your community, because any education is great. We just understand at Grand Canyon University that there is a student for every school, and we feel like we offer an opportunity that's not offered, so we want to give them an added incentive of being able to offer additional funding sources such as scholarships through this partnership that we're presenting today. And in addition to that, all these additional items that Jeff mentioned would count. If we could ever assist with the professional development that the county needs, we really want to take a look at some of the needs of the county and say, how can we as an institution of higher education align our resources to support your community? And whether that's with scholarships, or whether that's with professional development, or some other ways that you may come to us with a need that we haven't even thought about, and we just want to know how we can help.
So do you have branches throughout the state, or everything is in Phoenix? Or?
Correct. So we have a campus in Phoenix, Arizona, and we have some remote nursing sites where we do nursing programs in Nevada, Salt Lake City, Utah, and there's plans that are coming forward that will include Texas and New Mexico, but not at this point. All of us are remote employees who live and work in the states that we serve.
The programs we represent are, just so we're clear, the programs that we represent are completely online. There's over 200 of them, and they're one class at a time. So
you wouldn't have to go to Phoenix? You
No,
could
sir.
do them from
No, sir.
Okay.
It allows the working individual, so let's just say you have maybe a janitor in your organization that is inspired to become an HR, representative or something like that within a county, right? They can work on that degree to get the requirements while they continue working. Or you got like a single mom that, has a kid after school and can't go, or after work rather, and can't take the time to go to a traditional campus. Our school allows for them to complete their degree while still being able to focus on their career that they're currently in and their families and friends.
In your other community alliances, county alliances, how many do you serve that are 100% free when you get done through the programs, and how many of them have to pay for services with this alliance?
Well, the 10% scholarship that we offer, in addition to any other outside funding sources, would determine that per student and per program, so it's kind of hard to say, but I can say that we have some counties that actually assist with tuition reimbursement programs or different areas, and if that student, based on their income and family size, is eligible for additional funding from the federal government and our scholarship, yes, we do have some students that are able to do that without student loans, but most of them are taking out a small portion of student loans. But it's our goal to make that as minimal as possible, and it's on a case-by-case basis. But one thing I love about what we do is that we actually have a representative that walks students through all these options before there's any type of commitment. So that's our job. Our job is to sit down with the student, say, do you have credits? Can we review them for transfer into Grand Canyon University? How does that look? And then what funding options do you have with this scholarship? Let's have you apply for federal grants and loans, see what that looks like, and then we show the student how long, how much, and at that point, if a student says, hey, thank you very much, Grand Canyon, for this information, I'm not going to start, then we've done our job, because at least they can walk around, shop that at a different institution and find what's right for them. But most of the students are pleasantly surprised because we're there to help them through the entire process. And they're assigned a counselor from start until they graduate. So we're with them throughout the whole program. So that's what differentiates us a little bit and what students have shared with us that they appreciate about their experience as students at GCU.
So how does a partnership work with the county and say, yes, we agree, and then tomorrow, what happens?
So what'll happen is we would like to, there's really no expectation, or the big ask on your part would be to just share the information with Otero County employees who might want to take advantage of that. Other than that, it's up to your discretion. If you would like us to go to certain locations to share the information, we would, but it's all up to the county and how they would want us to engage with your employees on these opportunities. Sometimes it's done to like an intranet site where it's shown, hey, if you want to go to school, these are the options. It can be done through an email communication where it said, if anybody's interested, talk to Grand Canyon. It's just another option for students, but we do like to have some kind of launch plan, at least to let people know that this has been signed and that there's a scholarship opportunity. And then at that point, we take it on a case-by-case, student-by-student basis to see if we're the right fit for them or not. Sure.
I think part of your question might have been about like maybe a financial obligation or a commitment obligation as well, and there's nothing of the sort with us. There's no, no commitment money-wise, monetary-wise, and then, if one student signs up, great. If 20 students sign up, great. There's no numbers in terms of how many students that we request. Just so you're aware, we've done similar partnerships with the Alamogordo Public School District, Gerald Champion Hospital. We just finalized one for the city of Anthony, New Mexico, and we're doing what we call a launch party with them tomorrow. Just so you're aware, what that looks like is we go to their various departments, bring them some snacks, some cookies, some cupcakes, stuff like that, and talk to the employees and just say, hey, this is an option that your city did for you or your county did for you to help you if you want to further your education. And we just provide them with the information.
Do you have any numbers of the success rates of retaining employees because of this, or?
Not directly. I'd have to look it up because it varies by industry. But what we found in general is that most students that are attending school tend to retain more at their place of employment because they don't like to have multiple changes at once. So we've seen it especially in hospitals. If they're going to school, they're going to stay with that organization longer because they're focusing on school. Plus the fact that you brought them a scholarship, it gives them some loyalty that the county was willing to help them improve their educational status. So we've seen that. I wouldn't have the actual numbers, and it actually varies by type of organization. But overall, we have studied it and seen that students going to school, number one, tend to retain more because of the benefit and because they don't want to be changing when they're focused in school, especially if they got the balance down with life, work, school. They want to tend to not change that for a bit. And then once they do finish, it's great because possibly they can promote within the county and stay, which is like grow your own. So it does help with that aspect. And also recruitment, which was mentioned on the list here, is they would give you access to recruitment channels through our university to post any openings that Otero County may have and want to post to students that may be living in this area. So we have a career services team that could assist with that area as well, to post job openings or opportunities you may have for graduates.
What if we have one of our star employees like Tom, and he doesn't want to take an art degree, but maybe his wife does? Can we expand it to spouses?
So does the EAP, is it on there? Yes, right?
I believe it does extend to spouses as well. That's something that can be added to it. The contract that you guys have, it was behind that girl who's in. Feel free to have your attorney look over it. It's a pretty basic thing, but it is a little bit fluid, so we can adjust it to potentially add spouses as well. One of the things that's really neat, I'm a two-time GCU graduate, and the school really takes care of the students. I can tell you that from day one to graduation, we really take care of the students. One of the things that we do that kind of sets us apart from a lot of other schools is if the student wants to see what they're becoming a part of, right? You know, a lot of schools that are online nowadays, not to speak ill will of them, they don't have a ground campus. But we do fortunately have that ground campus. We can actually take that student and fly them out at a no expense paid trip for them out to the campus. They get to tour the campus, see what all is taking place there, see what they're becoming a part of, what kind of like family, I guess you would say they're becoming a part of. When they graduate, if they want us to be a part of that, whoever their counselor is, me or Luis, we can actually fly out there with them and help, you know, celebrate with them. We'll come in, throw them a little party, a little graduation party and everything like that. Speaking of that trip, if we do proceed forward with the partnership, we have a thing that we would like to invite all three of you to. It's called Meet GCU. That again is another trip out to the campus for administrators. Essentially, you get just a 2-day deal, and you get a tour of the campus. You meet the president of the school and some of the higher up leadership, where you get to learn how the school can really tie into the county and help the county. And you can ask questions directly to that leadership of how, you know, maybe something that's, you know, you're questioning whether or not how we can help.
We had a issue on that or something, didn't we?
County attorney and I have an issue with that.
Yeah.
Yes, commissioners, that will be an offer that you cannot accept. You know, appearance-wise, they're voting on whether to enter into an agreement with you, so that appears to be inducement to enter into the agreement by providing them an all expenses paid trip. So that's something we cannot accept.
Okay, understandable. Well, we can do probably a virtual tour maybe. Maybe would that be okay?
Yeah, virtual tour, or if they paid their own way, that would be fine.
Okay. Well, we can set that up.
I did also have a point of clarification on the spouse. If it's not listed on this agreement, because we have various agreements, we could ask for it to be amended. However, that would go for approval on our side. And I did want to clarify that when and if it is approved, that comes through at a 5% scholarship, not a 10 for like the employee one. So. Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, while you consider this, people watching or residents potentially may have the concern about this agreement based on the religious affiliation of the institution. That is not an issue, and that is because it's not an exclusive agreement. It's not an endorsement of the religious aspect of it. It's simply taking advantage of opportunity to provide a potential discounted educational benefit to the employees. With that, though, if you do enter into the agreement, should the Satanic University of San Francisco come and want to offer a similar agreement, you can't turn them down, because then you would be
Unless there's something in the contract that we didn't like.
potentially, but just outwardly, appearance-wise, that would be making these determinations based on a religious perspective or something like that. So if we do one, we got to do all.
The attorney's doing their job, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right. That's right.
So, if I'm understanding this right, we'll join into agreement with you, being Tom's the bullet point here. If Tom decided he wanted to go to school, what this would be offering him would be a 10% off of tuition.
Tuition reduction.
And so what is the county, to enter this agreement with Grand Canyon, what is the county's part of this?
As far as,
Does the county have to fund Grand Canyon? Does it?
no, there's no other expectation, and not even to prove they work here, because we handle that on our end by just requesting a copy of a pay stub with all private information blacked out. And that proves to us that they are in fact Otero County employees. So they wouldn't even take up your resources to prove that to us. And all the funding is outside of Otero County. So we would walk them through the funding options. The scholarship, we have them sign a memorandum of understanding that just says that how the 10% reduction works and that they're getting it because they work here. And we handle the rest from there. So there would be no other expectation on the county's part or additional workload.
I think the only real expectation is that maybe we get some access to your employees. You know, maybe we come in and do that launch party. Maybe we go potentially to the sheriff's office and talk to the sheriff's office about the scholarship opportunities, or maybe your HR department, or whatever it may be. Or we can do one big one. It depends on how you would want to do it.
And it's always at your discretion, so.
And Commissioners, are there other things in the agreement that they have the right to use our trademarks and logos even after participation in the agreement? They have a right to use those on their brochures, their whatever they participate in. So there's small things like that in there.
Would that be an issue?
I guess it really depends on how nitpicky you want it to get, because they get to retain all rights, title, and interest to our logos and trademarks. So, how they would use it, I don't know, but.
You don't really have control over it.
It would only be through your own organization, if that clarifies. However, if that's a sticking point, we do have another version of that agreement that excludes that. If the county's more comfortable with that, we'd be more than happy to do either one.
That might not be a bad idea.
Yep. Excluding that?
The only small caveat with the one that excludes marks and logos, it is on I believe, and I don't have it in front of me, I apologize, a 3-year renewal period. So that one will expire. This one wouldn't until either one of us cancels.
You said it'd be for 3 years?
I believe that. I don't have it in front of me, but I believe so.
Is it a renewable deal that if this works out, say it was eventful, we have people go on and we can renew this?
Yeah, correct. And also even that 3-year one, if you decide you wanted to cancel ahead of time, that's always on the table, but that one just does have an expiration date, and this one doesn't. But we're all about offering that scholarship. The end goal here is to support Otero County employees with that scholarship. So it's truly not too much about using logos so if that's eliminated, that's perfectly fine with us.
Okay, I think we'd be better off to do that. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, I would recommend using that one. But there are, for your awareness, there are other local government entities that have entered into a similar agreement with the university. Most of them are in Arizona, since they're located in Arizona, but there are others. So Otero County wouldn't be the first to enter in such agreement.
No, we've done, like I said, we just did the city of Anthony, New Mexico. I think El Paso
County is
just did
also
one,
a partner.
And then Sunland Park, New Mexico did one as well for local government entities.
Okay.
And you said the Alamogordo High School.
Alamogordo High School and Gerald Champion. They have a little bit, we title them a little bit different, like one is for healthcare and then one is for the schools. This one is kind of a general
partnership.
Okay. Right, any more questions?
Nope.
All right. I make a motion for the approval of an agreement between Grand Canyon University and Otero County for assistance in recruitment and retention of employees.
And just specify that we'll be doing
Without-
a different agreement.
One-year agreement.
The 3-year agreement without the use of the logos.
Marks and logos, excluding marks and logos.
Okay.
And that includes spouses.
Oh, yeah. we are
Correct,
gonna
and you
include-
can
okay,
put that in there.
Include the spouses,
At 5%.
5% scholarship. Okay, all right, can I get a second?
I second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right,
We
welcome
just-
aboard.
We just need to know, I'll email you, Ms. Barella, whose information to put on the contract, who's going to actually be the signature.
I believe it's Vicky.
Probably.
Yes.
It'll be you? Okay. All right.
Excellent, thank
And
you.
that is
Thank
who
you.
you have on
Thank
there
you.
now.
Yeah.
That's
it's
who you have
handwritten
on
in
there now.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
handwritten in there, so. All right, thank you.
And thank
Thank you
you
for
all.
sticking around.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Have a great day.
You too. Okay, now we're going to move on to number 30, request approval of a memorandum of agreement between Otero County and Special Operations Forces Training and Experimentation Center, Fort Bliss, Texas. I was wondering what you guys were all
I was-
about.
I was-
I kind of thought,
Yes.
You gotta sit on the office.
You're
so it's
never
all good.
coming back. All right. Let's hear it.
Okay, so background for us is we manage and
do all the coordinations for any special operations, so whether it be Navy, Marines, Air Force, Army, that come into the Fort Bliss and White Sands area. We do the coordinations for their training. Primarily for the three of us, these two gentlemen are taking over for myself. My name is actually at the bottom of the agreement there, Sergeant First Class Sean Bratton. We handle the realistic military training portion of it. What that means for you guys is just whenever we have military personnel training outside of a federal installation, there's a packet that we have to send up through our command back to Tampa, where all Special Operations Command is, to legally be able to do any training outside of the military installation. What we do with that is we get a law enforcement agreement, which we've talked with the sheriff, and we have a standing agreement with him as far as the law enforcement agency side goes. We also like to get a civil agreement as well. When we say military training, we're not talking about guys rolling in tanks or Humvees or uniforms or anything else. They'll be dressed very similar to how we are right now. They'll be in civilian clothes. They'll have civilian vehicles. There's not going to be weapons running around. It's a very low visibility, low key thing. There's a lot of different ways that training can go. I'm just going to give you one example of what we're looking at coming up here shortly, because it is a 2-year agreement that we'd like to be signed. And that just says it's no obligation on Otero County's part. It's not even an obligation exercise to exercise. Before that happens, I know with the sheriff, I'm going to notify him specifically where we'll be at, what's going to be going on, just so he and his officers are all well prepared. We don't want any run-ins or anybody. Our guys should not be acting suspiciously. Yeah. However, if they are, we want everybody to be aware that, hey, these guys are here legitimately. It's something that was coordinated. In June, we're planning primarily it would be in the Tiburon, possibly kind of going up towards the Cloudcroft, but primarily in Tiburon. And what they'd be doing is just staying in one of the, it'd be 3 to 4 gentlemen, or ladies or gentlemen, depending on the scenario. But it's a small group. They'd be staying in one of the Airbnbs, and then when required, they would be moving themselves from, like, say, that Airbnb in Tiburon into the northern training area of Bliss. So the only training they would really be conducting in Tiburon itself would be practicing their lines of communication back to their personnel. Because when we're overseas, we don't always have a military installation. Guys aren't always staying in places. I lived in a house downtown Khartoum, Sudan for 9 months. So the lines of communication are very different back to our higher headquarters. So they get to practice that element of it. They get to practice things such as that movement as a small element and not being seen or obvious to the local populace. And again, it's not because they're camouflaged up and trying to move through the woods all secret. They're supposed to act normal. So what that does for them is it provides them a much more, again, realistic mindset. Because anytime our guys are training on a military installation itself, they become very canned or boxed in their minds. They're like, everything's hunky-dory. I'm on a U.S. military installation. Why do I really need to do these things, safe practices that they would be doing if they were overseas? The other aspect to that is civil affairs. So I don't know if any of you are familiar with civil affairs at all. They're activated a lot here in the United States for disaster relief. But what they're really focused on is civil infrastructure assessment and development. What we would be, this would come down to agreements with subsidiaries of the county, not necessarily the county itself. That would be up to you guys at a later date. But what they like to do is meet with key leaders in the civil infrastructure realm, and that's more so they can have a talk with them, learn lessons learned. Hey, what does it take to, say, govern a county? Because what they'll do is they'll take that knowledge that they learn from you and other people, such as the sheriff or fire chief or farmers even. We'll have a meet with agricultural leaders, and because they take that knowledge, and then when they go overseas, they do humanitarian relief and also that civil infrastructure assessment and development there to help that partner country out. So realistically, it's what we're asking is to help us make our guys better at what they're doing.
I think that's a great idea.
Has this been done here before?
So it has, not in Otero County, not this specifically. I know there's been military training that's been conducted in and out of Otero County, specifically with the Alamogordo Airport. I know it's been utilized in the past by some units. This is really, we've started up, I don't know, I can't speak for forever and eternity here, but I know in the past 3.5 years that I've been stationed at Fort Bliss, I've been developing these lanes. So we have agreements right now with Donna Ana County, Luna County, and then Cochise County in Arizona, as well as El Paso County. They're all the law enforcement agencies from the federal down to the city police. We have agreements with the Lordsburg Police Department and their city council. We have with Deming. So we have a lot of agreements spreading from Van Horn, Texas, all the way out to Arizona right now. There are other exercises such as down pilot exercises that we've run west of here. We don't have any plans so far to go up into this area. But
So are all y'all, are you military or are you civilian contract or?
nope, all 3 of us are active duty.
Yeah, okay. Kind of like SEAL team guys.
We work with a lot of them.
We do. Specifically, the 2 of us, myself and Tim, are Army Special Forces or Green Berets, and then Scott is our PSYOPs brethren. So
We all work in special operations.
So, but all are considered under the special operations umbrella.
So you choose Tiburon, I'm sorry. No, you choose Tiburon for the Airbnb because you're gonna hike south to do your training.
Yes, ma'am.
It stipulates like a border crossing. You know, sometimes you'll have to go through a checkpoint. So that the border would essentially be military installation. So they'll go through that, and that's where the training would actually
And
go into more.
do we need to coordinate with Tiburon so when they start calling him because there's people walking through?
So we've met with a lot of people up in Tiburon. Most of the local populace is aware that we were looking at utilizing that area. We have an agreement with the airfield managers, with Larry and Mike. So they put it ahead in front of their council that runs the airfield, so they're well aware that we were talking about using
A lot of
that.
people in Tiburon have guns, so it's a good
They-
idea. You let them know you're going to be on their property.
No,
Yeah.
no, and that's exactly why we do these coordinations. I've spent a lot of hours driving all over and talking with everybody in those local areas. Like I said, I've talked with the sheriff quite a bit about this. So it's definitely a part of the consideration. And Tiburon would be used because of its proximity, because it does butt up against the Fort Bliss training area. Cloudcroft wouldn't really be a part of that so much as it would be like our what we call a white side or a backside support element would be staying in Cloudcroft up at the hotels, and that way it's kind of the closest thing to to Tiburon really.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a far drive otherwise.
It is.
So that'd be more along those lines.
So what happens if one of the military kids come bring a dirt bike and tear up roads or something?
Good question. I would say that we don't allow them to do that. However, young Army guys being what they do, any damage that we cause would be backed by us. The liability does still fall on the military for damage.
And do we have to wait 10 years for it to get fixed?
No. Well, okay. No. That is something, so again, the gentlemen that we bring in to train are not your typical young average Joe. If they do something that is out of lines with what they should be doing, it can be a forcing function for them to be kicked out of our units. All the units that we train with have very high standards, and doing things such as that is drawing that poor attention is a very bad thing for them in and of themselves. So.
What she's kind of getting at, we own the 506 road, and when the Army boys are playing in their tanks, they really like to do turnarounds and destroy that road that we have to repair That's what she was getting at.
I 100% understand that. Yes, it does fall on us for that type of stuff, but no, we will not be bringing any tanks, anything like that into the area. Again, it'd be civilian vehicles, most likely they're rentals out of El Paso, or they're one of our GSA vehicles, which is just a government plated civilian vehicle, whether it be a pickup truck or SUV or car.
The focus of the people that are training is to basically adhere to the laws of whatever area they're operating in. So they're not going to do things that are going to draw attention, break the laws, destroy property, because if they do that, they're not supposed to be in this unit, essentially. So that in and of itself kind of that provides protection for the area, for the people's homes and whatever areas they're traveling through.
The other thing is it wouldn't be any, as we call them, kinetic operations. So it's not like they're conducting hard hits on structures or anything like that. It should be absolutely transparent to the local populace and law enforcement that they're even in the area.
In and out and done.
That's the plan.
I think that's the whole point, is to kind of be invisible.
It is. No. Back to what Tim was saying, if they do stuff like that, where if they were doing it overseas, kind of puts their lives on the line.
Right. Okay, you guys have anything else?
Do you feel
Murphy,
comfortable?
did you have anything?
Sergeant First Class Bratton, would these all be Category 1 RMT events, or do you anticipate going to Category 2
Nope.
for any?
All Category 1.
Essentially, they technically don't have to ask permission to conduct these exercises, because if they're done right, no one will even know they're going on. It's best practice for them to come get an agreement with us. I do recommend approval with the condition that I'm able to have a satisfactory conversation with the JAG attached to this unit or operation, just to ask a few questions and verify.
Yeah, he was a Marine, so he.
We bought it much. We should have.
It goes back to the previous conversation.
All right, you guys have any more questions, or?
I have approval with it as long as you don't try to recruit any of our deputies. We've worked hard to get there. And that'll be with him too.
I will tell you, we've had several interactions with military doing this type of training on the mountain and stuff. I think one time we had an incident, but working with their commanders, supervisors, staff, we handled that really quick. They took care of it. Most of the time, they come in, they do their exercise, and they're gone, and nobody knew they were there.
Perfect.
All right, well, we support you guys, so we
Definitely.
thank you so much, so. All right, you guys ready? You have any more questions?
Nope.
Nope. All right, I make a motion for the approval of a memorandum of agreement between Otero County and Special Operations Forces Training and Experimentation Center, Fort Bliss, Texas.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 31, request approval of a joint powers agreement with other counties in the opioid remediation collaboration, or collaborative.
All right, Commissioners, so my recommendation is that you don't approve this. The offer's been extended to us and other counties. There have been multiple lawsuits that have been settled between opiate manufacturers and pharmacies, and so far we've received money from one of those. It's called the Big Three. I can't remember the companies in it. Johnson & Johnson's one. But from that we got about $334,000. Not a huge sum of money. The settlement overall is pretty massive, but it's split. The state gets like half, and then every city and county that decide to opt in gets some. We'll be getting a little bit more, not much more, from a separate settlement, but because it's kind of just a smaller amount, some counties are joining their funding to explore what type of treatment options they can do for opioid abuse and dependence. By reading the agreement and what they're intend to do with it, it's a lot of studying and seeing what can be done. I think we can use the money more effective locally. We've identified 2 uses for the Sheriff's Department. It can fund the DARE program to keep the kids off drugs for the next 4 years. And then there's a virtual reality training gear that could be purchased with it, which would enable the deputies to do practice interacting with someone experiencing a mental health or a drug abuse event, and practice handling that in a manner that is the best for everyone and doesn't lead to bad policing and incidents that we don't want. The various health entities have also identified uses for the way they could use the funds. So that's why I think we do a lot with it here. So that's why I recommend we don't join this or approve this agreement. And if that's your decision, then we can start exploring how that money gets distributed and who gets to use it.
What's your opinion?
I like my opinions in the report. Specifically, I don't know, do you want me to come up? Yeah. Hello again, Amber May Hall, Healthcare Services Director. So at the request of the county attorney, I did reach out to practitioners and individuals with expertise of the system in Otero County for substance use disorder, opioid use disorder, and mental health. So they did identify several systemic issues which could potentially be addressed with these sums of money. And potentially with additional sums of money if we get them. So those are listed here in those key stakeholder recommendations. You should have a copy of this report that you received in your package. I know I gave Commissioner Varela the final draft. I don't know if Commissioner Matherly and Marquardt, if you guys received the final or if you just have the draft.
I've got a bunch of colored pages, is that?
Does it say draft on the front?
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah, mine says draft.
I have this one. Is that the same one?
Oh, wait, you have the draft. Yeah,
Oh.
I have the draft. So that's the final. So I was still trying to verify several things when the agenda was due. So, but during that time frame, I did finalize some pieces of information with our providers and stuff like that. So, but the recommendation, if you want my opinion, would be to invest in programs for our youth, and that would be specifically the stakeholder recommendation number 1. According to providers, our crisis responders, stuff like that, we have 0 services that focus on our youth and adolescents when they do have a substance use disorder or they do misuse opioids in a way that's not prescribed. And that is something that does need to be systemically addressed. We don't have the personnel at the moment here locally, or at least sufficient to address the issue. There are individuals who do interact with the mobile crisis team Predominantly, they are young and do need substance use services, but there aren't very many places that can take them, and the places that do take youth and adolescents have limited availability to provide services. So we need to expand that. So that would be my recommendation. And then also the recommendation number 2, which is kind of challenging our mental health providers, Gerald Champion, the Counseling Center, that would be Presbyterian Medical Services, Ben Archer, to work together and come up with a system that would benefit individuals who do have a substance use disorder and a co-occurring mental health condition. And also being able to identify those individuals, because you can surely treat and you can provide Narcan and stuff like that, but they're not, people who have a substance use disorder or they misuse substances are generally not going to stop unless you address the issue that caused it. And that is generally your adverse childhood experiences, your social determinants of health. I mean, you're not going to focus on not using substances if you don't have a house. You're not going to stop focusing on using substances if you can't get a job, stuff like that. So because using those substances takes you away from the reality of things, and so you're not motivated. But those are the first 2 that I would recommend that you would focus on from this report, at least from what I've provided here. So.
From just learning all of this stuff, Lincoln County's kind of leading the way.
Mm-hmm.
And what are they doing? Did they receive any of this money? And what are they doing with it? Do we know that?
I believe I'd have to check the breakdown, but I'm sure they probably did receive some. I don't know that they've joined this collaborative group of counties. I can find out what they're doing. But we can, down the road, decide what we're going to do with these funds. Today, we just need to decide if we're going to send our money to these other counties for this collaborative, or if we're going to keep it here.
Keep it here.
I want to keep it.
Lots of
Keep it here.
discussions later about how to use it.
There's also plans to build a treatment center in Cibola County. I think it's Cibola, as well, and that's something I learned from our affiliate meetings, because we did have a discussion about the opioid allocation agreement, because counties are still figuring out what they're going to be doing. So there is that.
I think when we get down that far down the road, what I would like to see is how effective is DARE, and how effective Lincoln County is with their programs, and any options of the new and improved programs that we may be able to offer.
So would you want Lincoln County, or would you want Rio, or both?
Rio
Arriba, because Rio Arriba has had an issue with opioid use disorder exponentially, and they've led the way. They're actually, I think right now, the only county that is a Medicaid provider. I believe San Juan is also trying to become a Medicaid provider. I don't think you want to become a Medicaid provider, because you would end up having to actually hire medical personnel and stuff like that. I don't think you guys want to do that, but Rio Arriba has probably the most comprehensive services that I am aware of in terms of addressing opioid use disorder.
I see in future conversations the gap that we have with mental illness caused by drugs, and I hope that we can work, with the 12th Judicial District, how we are doing and trying to develop all of these different programs, that's what this would go for.
So more than likely, drugs are not going to cause a mental health illness. Your mental health is going to influence how you use substances, whether you have a use disorder or you misuse. So you need to address the mental health first and foremost, but you also have to address the system of things as well as to how well your system communicates with each other. How well does Gerald Champion communicate with Presbyterian? How well does Gerald Champion communicate with the counseling center? And they do, and they're working on that. The issue is what has been identified is that providers themselves who do not specialize in substance use disorder are hesitant to provide services and recommendations for that because they can treat the medical condition. They can treat that. But what's more difficult is to treat the mental health, to treat the whole person. That is a much more complicated issue. So for the recommendation and what was also identified in the agreement allocation is improving that and working with identifying, screening, brief intervention, referral, and treatment. So challenging our healthcare system to actually implement that and requiring that and saying that that is your priority, because when you start there, you are able to make treatment less expensive, and you are able to intervene when people need the intervention. You're able to reduce costs. And then also, if you start young, you are able to do those, but you're also able to improve the ongoing health of your people as well, because substance use as well as mental health has long-term chronic health conditions that are attached to it, such as heart disease, liver disease, and stuff like that. So, and also decline mentally. That's actually in some of those reports that I did refer to in the resource list. But you have to address the mental health issue first before you actually begin treating the substance. And that's actually the point of harm reduction, which is kind of the direction that the state is going, which is harm reduction, which is ensuring that people are safe, that they stay alive, and that they are able to make the decision when they're ready to receive the treatment. Because your main priority is going to be, let's keep them alive because they might have kids. Let's keep them alive because they might be a caretaker for somebody. And you want to make sure that those individuals are alive for their family members and that they're alive to become, to be the people that they would want to be sober.
Commissioners, if you decide to keep the money here today, I recommend that we set a time and, sometime forward, and we reach out to all the various stakeholders and interested parties, tell them there's going to be a meeting on this date, and we have this much money, bring your proposals and ideas and what it would cost, and tell us why we should give you the money, and we can get really deep in the weeds on this then.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
I make that motion.
So what are you classifying as stakeholders? Who all would?
Various, the counseling center. So there's in the settlement agreement, there's specified uses that the funds can go to, and it's very limited, and most of it is directed towards the type of things that Amber is talking about and that she put in her report. So that it could be medical providers, various charities.
Yes, for these people here?
Mm-hmm. And like Commissioner Barella brought up, the criminal justice all the criminal justice partners in the county. We meet once a month or twice a month, letting them know that this money will be up for consideration. It involves various charities and some other agencies that could benefit from this. And of course, there's also the Sheriff's Department. Most of it's geared away from law enforcement and towards the types of things Amber has talked about. But everyone can put together their best proposal and justify to you what they can do with it and how it can benefit the county.
Perfect.
Okay, anything else? All right. I make a motion to request approval of a joint powers agreement with other counties and the opioid remediation collaborative. All in favor?
Wait a minute. So you're making a motion that we join with other
Well,
counties?
You can either vote yes or no to stay with this. So if you vote aye, we're going with it, and if we vote no, we're not.
Okay,
Okay? So all in favor?
no.
All opposed? Nay.
Yeah. You gotta get a second. And,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah,
You want to second it?
I'll second.
Okay, all right. All in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Opposed.
Okay. All righty. All right, moving on to number 32, discuss request to vacate North Spur Road and viewers report submitted by RB Nichols.
All right, commissioners, I think it was back in January, this first came up and to start the process, you appointed viewers to go view the road. And I include the statute in the paperwork I gave you because it's odd to me how it works out. You appoint these viewers and the viewers go make a decision, and strangely, you're bound by that decision. I feel that the commission should have the discretion once they receive the report, but it's not how the statute's written. So the viewers in this case did recommend keeping this road public. What I would ask you to consider today is potentially asking them to consider other new information that they didn't consider at that time. I included a lot of maps in what I submitted. You'll see it's a small area of U.S. forest that is involved. It's less than 3/4 of a mile to the reservation fence from the end of North Spur Road. And what I spoke to the Forest Service, so this would be new information that I would say was not previously considered. I spoke with Bob Foxworth, the district ranger, about the road and the gate that exists and the kind of the history behind it. And he said that the gate and the road was not operationally necessary for the Forest Service. They don't need it, they don't use it. Why it was put there, as he doesn't know this for dead certain, but from him it looked like there's an old logging road that is on this small area of forest. People were using North Spur Road to get to it, and so in order to prevent that, they put up a small area of fence, and because they were putting the fence there, it made sense to put a gate if they did need to cross it. But that's why the fence and gate exists there. That hasn't been there the whole time. This road was created in 1970 when the subdivision was planned. It comes between these last two lots. Presumably it was put there to access those two lots if the owners made a driveway to them off of that. That's not how the owners ended up doing it, but when the subdivision was accepted by the county, the road was part of those plans and it was accepted as a public road because the subdivision was accepted. Small road, it's 300 yards. The issue for the landowners is that people are using it as a parking lot and a staging area to enter the forest. The Forest Service wouldn't say that they were against the public entering there. They said that pretty much anywhere there's a fence, people can hop over it and get into the forest. But it's not an official access. They don't consider it an official access point. It's not a trailhead. The only reason it would be considered an access point is just simply for the fact that historically lots of people have gone there and have a history of going and parking there and going into the forest there. There's also some RV parks that are nearby, and I would be interested in hearing their opinion on whether they thought it should be closed because their visitors that they rely on probably go use that point to access the forest. There are other areas around there to hop a fence and get into the forest. And then, of course, you can always drive to wherever there are trailheads and get onto the forest there. But one of the property owners is here today, Mr. Renteria. He's the one that wrote to the commission and asked to get this process started, and I'll shut up and let him tell you his point of view and why he has these concerns.
Thank you. My name is Javier Renteria. You can call me JR. I've gone by that. I'll give you a little bit story on how I ended up in the forest. I was 13 years old. I joined my first gang. It was called the Boy Scouts of America. And they brought me up to Camp Dale Wrestler. I was 13 years old from the barrio. The rest is history. I ended up becoming an Eagle Scout. Back in 1977, I came with a friend of mine to go visit that area. He told me, I have some friends that are up there. They're selling land, blah, blah, blah. As we approach Board Tree Canyon, I see a teepee. And that teepee was real close friends of mine that moved here from Massachusetts, and they were living in that teepee with 2 young kids. They said they were going to homestead the area, and they fell in love with the Lincoln National Forest. I fell in love with the Lincoln National Forest when I was 13 years old. From the desert up into the trees, and says, oh my God, so close. I'm 125 miles from my El Paso home to my little getaway up there. In the 43 years that I've owned that land, a lot has changed from the teepee to now. All the lots have homes. And as you can look at the map, coming into Board Tree Canyon, everything goes into private land. North Spur Road is the only little access point to get to the forest. As RB said, the reservation is less than 3/4 of a mile away. I am waiting for a response from the Mescalero Nation for input from them, because there's a possibility of illegal trespassing into their lands, it being so close. Over the years, more traffic. Back in September, I emailed Mr. Porter due to the fact that West Spur Road was washed out and there was some utility cables lying exposed. Unwanted traffic would come in there, and we were afraid that they'd come in, do more damage to those cables before they got covered. My neighbors above, Craig and Sandra, they have health issues. We need communication for 911 in order so those cables were of concern to us, as all of us was. We're driving distance, we're half an hour from Cloudcroft, an hour to Alamogordo from our point in the canyon. There's been an increase in a lot of traffic, a lot of trash, and I'm up in my place Monday through Thursday or Friday. I'm blessed and I'm retired now, so I spend a lot of time up there. But as the years have gone by, more and more traffic has gone up Board Tree Canyon, West Spur, and it's understood that the road maintenance is not a big priority due to there being more priorities, and we understand that, we get it. But we do, when those wires are exposed, I'll try to let the road department know, hey, we need some help here to do this. So with the increase in traffic, they tear up that road. At the end of, right there where West Spur ends, my neighbor just spent $3,000 to get the road fixed, because from there it dead ends. And Mr. Porter, if you can chime in on this, from there on, it's private property, and they spent all this money to get it for emergency vehicle traffic, mail delivery, etc. I also speak for my neighbor Mark White, who is the gentleman that borders North Spur. Our main concern now is public safety. Just Tuesday, some truck came up, he went down there, he parked, went out into the forest, came back around 2:30, and he left. So I went up, visited with my neighbors, and I says, I'm gonna park my truck here on the road, which is 120 feet from the center of that road to my front porch. I've had instances where somebody put a spotlight right into our place. This was at night, dark, I'm reading with a little reading light, and all of a sudden I get spotted on my windows. Whoa, I get down on the ground, and I go and flip out my light just to let them know, hey, somebody's here. That's a safety concern for us. When we're out there on the little open field that we have, grandkids playing around, there's a car parked out there, gunshots, it's time to go inside. You know, we don't know where these gunshots are going or where the bullets are flying. That's another safety concern of ours. One of the biggest one is accidental fires, wildfires. 85% of all fires are human caused. That canyon now there's homes in there, and that's one of our major concerns. A wildfire sweeping in through that canyon and destroying everything. I have firsthand seen the devastation of fire, and it's terrible. Our main thing is public safety now. There's other access points to the National Forest. Lincoln National Forest is 1.1 million acres of public lands. This 600 feet of road is like saying it's a parking lot. So that gentleman that went and parked there, after that, I went and parked my truck, and I says, I'm gonna back up and I'm gonna film as you drive out of that North Spur Road out to get to West Spur, where my property is, and you can see my structures there, and it's like, wow, it's just really, really too close. As I went to the end of the road by the gate, that individual had defecated and left his remains, his human remains are right there. I took some pictures, I sent it to RB, I sent it to Mr. Foxworth, and I told him this is what we're dealing with. And it was like, wow, this is scary now. This is scary. And I do have some photographs that I can share. And it's just getting scary now. It's getting scary for us. Like I said, there's other accesses to the 1.1 million acres that we have in the Lincoln National Forest. I was watching the TV last week when I was up in my place. They were reviewing the Hermit's Peak fire and the devastation that it caused, and just listening to the homeowners, and I says, oh my God, we hope this never happens to anybody in any national forest. So as a property owner of the Lincoln National Forest, it's closer to home. So I am pleading with you all to please vacate this road. In the 43 years that I've been there, that road has never been maintained. And it's understood, there's no need to spend money on this 600 feet of roadway that the county has never maintained. We agree with that. We'd rather those resources be spent somewhere where it's more needed.
Is this the road that goes into the old Walker Homestead area?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
Okay. You know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Okay.
yeah. As a matter of fact, I know Mr. Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Mr. Walker's one heck of a man. I've met him. I met him when I was first going into that canyon. He was supplying water for us going in there because
I know that they have to access that
yeah,
sometimes too.
we have no problems with Mr. Walker or anybody that needs to be back there having access. We would put a gate there, allow access for emergency vehicles. That's not a problem for us, letting emergency vehicles go back in there as they need to. We're just trying to keep our area safe, public safety. I have numerous letters from the neighbors, and I'm in the process of hoping to get one from the Mescalero Nation. I spoke to Mr. Foxworth just Monday, RB, and he told me that he needed more time to do his research concerning the gate and all that. And speaking with more neighbors on that, I was gonna come to this meeting. More of them jumped on board with support, because as you can see, everything as you go into Board Creek Canyon, West Spur, to get to North Spur, everything is private. There's no other area to get access that way.
Bob told me earlier in the hall that he had no reason to keep that road open. That was coming from the Forest Service.
And Commissioners, I'll note that the viewers on their reports, they recommended that you keep the road open, but with the caveat that signs, no parking signs be added, and no camping signs, but essentially that would close the road if they're not parking on it.
One of them also said no access, I believe. no access.
Why couldn't you put a gate on Westboro?
That is what we want to do, sir.
That's what you want to do?
That's what we want to do. The road gets vacated, we would put a gate there to allow necessary access for Forest Service, law enforcement, Mr. Walker, anybody that needs to be back there. And like I said, we're so close to the reservation that it's a concern that illegal trespassing back in that area. So we're pleading for some public safety.
I hate pointing this out because I believe in local control. But state statute says that if the viewers state that we leave it open, we're supposed to agree with them. If they recommend discontinuance of a road or part of a road, then the Board of County Commissioners may order the same vacated. And just for that reason, if we could get the viewers here with you and to view these letters and everything, do a little bit more convincing.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
I would like more time to gather the information from the Mescalero Nation and more of my neighbors. Once, because at first I just got the neighbors that it affected nearby. The people where they got the traffic, where they're going up into their private property and making a U-turn because they can't get in and out. With the RV parks being there now, they're coming in with their ATVs, going up and down Ford Tree, adding to the road conditions. They go up there, they realize they can't, there's no way out. So they gotta get up there, make a U-turn, they'll go back into Northborough, there's a gate, oh, can't go back. So every time there's a truck going by there, it's 120 feet from the center of that road to my front porch. And it's scary. It's getting scary now. Yesterday, when that back, I would go and approach the people, hey, how you doing, blah, 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 just to, but now I don't want to approach nobody back there. It's too scary for me now. And what's really scary is when my grandkids are out there having fun and gunshots are flying or sounding and says, oh, let's get in for a while, let this settle down a little bit. It's just public safety. One of my neighbors right across from me, he had a dog, and it's in the letters, he had one of his domestic pets shot and killed, mistaken for a deer. Where the hunter actually came and told him, hey, was this your dog? Sorry, it was an accident. That's too close. That's too close to us. There is a letter from Mr. Brown that's in there in the packet. So I'm pleading for you all to help us in the situation. We are not anti-hunting because the majority of the people in that canyon are hunters. It's just too close now. Like I said, when I went into that canyon, there was a teepee, and now there's homes everywhere.
RB, would we still be okay to table this and to have more time? I mean, that we're not going to be.
So you could either vote and follow the recommendations of the viewers, or you could table it so that the viewers can reconsider this new and additional information, such as the Forest Service viewpoint. And then, still the decision lies with them. If they talk with the Forest Service and review the additional letters that evidence that Mr. Renteria provides, if they still recommend keeping it open, then that's what'll happen. But for today, I would recommend tabling it and allowing this additional information to be considered.
Would this be something that we would consider like a special meeting and try and hold it up there near the neighborhood so that the neighbors could speak and the viewers can speak and the Forest Department can speak and Fire Department can speak?
I would really favor that. We could have it at my place.
You know, Malpo, this is about what, Malpo's 24-ish?
It's 16 miles east of Cloudcroft, 9 miles off the 82 at the turnoff to 16 Springs.
So maybe that auction barn would let us use there for a meeting or something?
You can do an informational meeting outside the seat, but for decisions, they have to be made here.
Oh.
So even if you put a gate on that right there, they're still gonna park on Westburg, jump the gate and walk in there, because that's an easement still. Unless you do away with the easement, right?
You mean like the shoulders of West Spur? I don't know how wide those are, but we probably would be prudent to put up no parking signs there. But again, people could ignore them. But
Well, probably 90% of your people going in there are your hunters going in, and horn hunters and stuff. That's the easy access in to hunt the reservation and not get caught.
That's yeah. It's you know, like I said, we're not anti.
Yeah.
We're pro-safe public safety.
But you can either have the vehicles on that road, or you're gonna have them on West Spur if they park.
Well, West Spur right now is, especially the one right in front of my area, it's been eroded in 43 years that I've been there, and it's lost around 12 to 18 inches of road base. So when I first got there, the road was here. Now it's 18 inches lower due to erosion and wear and tear, and you know, the county doesn't have the resources to.
That's not a county maintained road anyway, is it?
West Spur is.
West Spur is?
Yes. North Spur, the county has not touched it in the 43 years that I've been there, and I understand that because it's 600 feet to a parking lot.
I'll make a motion that we table this for next month then, and try and get as many neighbors, get our viewers in here, and
I will round up my neighbors. I'm not sure how many can attend, but if their letters will suffice.
it's the viewers you have to convince.
Yes, I understand that, yes, and I'm not sure where the viewers live, but it's a different animal living up in the mountains, and you know, resources are gonna take a lot longer to get there, and you're pretty much on your own till the cavalry gets there.
Well, Hans lives in the mountains, and Mark lives down here. Larry Sterling, I don't know him. I don't know where he lives. So, re-advise me, if the three viewers go up and they make a recommendation, we have to follow that?
If they make a rec, so it's on the agenda item page, the statute. It says if they recommend discontinuance, then the board may order it vacated. So if they say discontinue, you could not vacate it, but it seems to read that if they recommend keeping it, you're bound by that.
I invite you all three to come visit this situation.
going
It's
to.
very unique. It's a very unique situation, and
Well, okay, because right here on their deal from the county, it says North Spur Road is needed from their, is that their recommendation letter?
That's their recommendation letter. There's 3 of them.
And they're also, this other one says it to be retained as a public road. So they've got to have some reason for something on retaining that or keeping it open.
Their belief was maintaining access to the forest. Hearing from the Forest Service that it's operationally not needed and that it's not considered an official access point or one that they endorse, may or may not change their opinion. They may say, no, we still think it should be open. There's, you know, even if it is closed, that doesn't mean that hunters aren't going to get into that area, and they may be firing weapons some point on the other side of the fence in the forest, and that's still going to be very close to Mr. Renteria's problems or property. So the vacation isn't going to prevent everything. It would simply prevent the parking and walking in from there. When the viewers made the decision, they hadn't heard from the Forest Service. So I can't say if that'll change their mind or not. But
I also submitted the volunteer fire chief for 16 Springs after I had submitted this paperwork, and I forwarded you that. Did you get the pictures? Yes.
I did.
Well, Mr. Renteria has submitted a video for us. We have it if you want to share it.
Did I submit it?
You emailed it to us.
Which one was that?
The evidence of.
Oh, yeah, show it. Well, it's not that close. I mean,
It's some
disgusting.
it's some toilet paper blowing in the wind. It shows that they didn't really dispose
I'll
of
take
it.
your word for it.
Yeah.
no, there's nothing you can't.
And one of the viewers said the road needs to be maintained.
There's no need for spending resources on that road.
It's the form's kind of standardized for all situations. Some roads are maintained and public and can be vacated. So I think they just didn't listen to instructions properly.
Tom, you need to go build a turnaround up there at the end and pave it.
I got the newspaper for that.
Please don't.
Here you go.
Well,
We're joking, we're just joking with that.
what, you know what's a kicker on that toilet paper? And it's the first time I see it. One of them's white, one side is white and the other side is camouflaged. That's the first time I see it, like, what? And the reason I did that, because I drove to the back of the gate in my truck and I filmed it, and I didn't try to send you all those other pictures because I wanted a picture or a video of you're driving out that road and how close my property is and Mark's property. So the plot map, and I'm looking at is when we bought it, all the other lots are 322 feet wide in the front. Ours got cut down by 20 feet to make that road. So it's like, whoa. Every other lot is 320 and ours is 300, so they took 20 feet from what should have been ours and what should have been Mark's. But I had just turned 21 when I bought that land. Best investment I ever made.
Okay, well, Amy made a motion to table this, and I'll second that, because I think we need a little more time. Okay,
I don't have any problem with that.
okay, all in favor to table it?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna table this.
Arby, can you guide me on my next step for this tabling of this? Or?
Yeah, we'll figure out how to get this information to the viewers and facilitate their conversation with the Forest Service should they want to get their perspective.
Okay. And then you want me to contact you or?
That's fine. You can send me all the letters you get.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Tom will have his paving crew up there next week and we'll pave.
Yep.
Don't even joke.
I'm just joking. I'm
You know what? On a story.
poking at him back there.
Have you heard? You know of Juno, one of the gentlemen that works.
Mm-hmm.
I met him and I told him, hey, what's the deal in Northbury? He says, if I was you, I'd put a gate on there. Don't tell nobody. This Juno, sir, as we continued on, says, no, I want to do this the right way. I want to follow procedure.
Tom.
I want to do it the right way. But
That's his boss sitting back there.
Juno didn't say that.
Okay, we're gonna move on to number
Thank you so
33.
much.
Thank
you.
Request approval to reclassify our last court security transport officer position from a non-certified position to a certified position.
Good afternoon.
Good
Got a long day.
good evening.
Thank you for hanging in there.
You bet, no problem. I know for the longest time we had 5 courthouse transport deputies. When we started having issues with transports at the jail, you guys authorized 2 extra positions, so I filled those. The last transport court security guy that I had hired was Deputy Moronis. He's one that just left, and he went to Las Cruces PD. He's family, kids and stuff over there. He's been driving back and forth, and plus doing transports. It was tough on him. So I've got somebody in line for this position right now. It would be a lateral transfer, a certified position. But before I did that, I wanted to just visit with you guys and see if we could reclassify it. The reason I think I need to have it reclassified is, number one, it's going to come a time that we're going to be required to have certified officers in the courts. Right now, it's not. But it makes it so much easier for us. Every time they pick up a prisoner and bring them in, these guys here, when they have to book them in and put them in jail, anything like that, we have to get a certified deputy to sign the paperwork and stuff with him. They cannot take somebody into custody at the courthouse. They've got to get a certified guy to help them do the paperwork, and then they can transport. I would like to have somebody in there that we don't have any issues with. They can do their job, do what they got to do. I had visited with Julianne on this. It's in the budget, currently in the budget. It wouldn't be any additional budget monies or anything like that.
The court deputies, what aren't they, they're certified now, right?
Yeah, all of them except
This guy?
this one here. Yeah, and he just left, and so I would just soon get it reclassified, and that way I've got all certifieds in there. We don't have issues.
I got no problem with that. Okay, all right. I make a motion to approve, to reclassify our last court security transport officer position from a non-certified position to a certified position.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, you got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whose phone is going, is that? Well, hello.
Good afternoon,
Stranger.
Commissioners.
Thank you for hanging in there.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner number 34.
Somehow I got last on the list.
I
don't
know.
how that happened.
Okay, request approval to create a shop support maintenance position for the mechanic shop at the Otero County Road Shop.
And again, this is more of a reclassification. We had a mechanic that retired and then we brought him back on a part-time basis. I basically want to reclassify this just to shop support. We've had a couple of people ask if this position existed, and my shop foreman could really use the extra help in there, especially with the auction equipment that we're doing and everything else.
So you just want, you need him to be there full-time?
Yes. He wouldn't be making near as much as the mechanics are making it. You know, it'd be an entry-level position basically for the shop.
Do we have a position available? Or is this gonna be a brand-new position?
Well, we're creating a position, but we do have the funding for it. I've already checked, again, I checked with Julianne also.
So you're gonna take this position and get rid of one of your other ones?
Getting rid of the part-time mechanic, which was at a full mechanic's wages, not benefits, but then drop it down to basically shop support. Keeping it politically correct.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any questions about it. You have any more?
I agree.
You agree? Okay. All right, I make a motion to request approval to create a shop support maintenance position for the mechanic shop at the Otero County Road Shop.
Thank you.
Second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All righty, you got it. Oh, Lord have mercy.
So, we only have one audience. Tom's leaving, I can tell. She knows what I've been doing. Do anybody care if we want to go through all this reading?
What reading? Oh, for the executive?
No, for
No.
the stuff that we've been doing since our last meeting.
Commissioner's report.
I want to make sure Cheryl knows exactly what I've been doing. That's right.
We can skip these for today since
I'm
this.
skipping mine.
Okay, we can just move on, okay. All All right.
Is that still up there? Yeah.
Yep. Arby, did you want to say anything in your report? Okay.
We're all done.
Okay, I know. Stick a fork in us, we're done.
Unfortunately, we do have the executive
I
session.
know, I'm
now.
fixing to do that business. Okay. I make a motion to hold an executive session citing the pending threatened litigation under NMSA 1978.
I second that.
Okay?
And do we do that here?
Yeah, yeah, we
We
can
have
say
to
it.
take a roll
Yes,
call
you
or
can.
something?
Yeah, yeah.
When we get back.
Yeah, she's gonna take a quick break.
Yeah, I called and told, or texted him, I told him I wouldn't be there.
right, the matters discussed in the executive session were limited only to those matters specified in the motion for executive session by the Board of County Commissioners. And we are adjourned. Or do you have to do a roll call? You do.
Commissioner Markwart?
Here.
Commissioner Matherly?
Here.
Commissioner Barilla?
Here.
Okay, now we're adjourned.
Now we're done.
Thank you.